Hey everyone, how are y'all? Willie, how are you? Just saying, what new twist are you talking about, honey? Hey, the amazing Tiff, how are you? Gee, how are you? Hey Pepper, how are you? Tiff, I'm doing good. Hey Betty Joe, how are you tonight? Evie, how are you? Oh, the attempt to get the grand jury overturned, yes. Hey Crumb Sleeping, how are you? Linda G, how are you tonight? I guess Nightbot is still sleeping. KK, how are you? Hold on one second, y'all. Okay, I'm back. Hey Sasha, how are you? Max, how are you? Justice A to Z, how are you? Sweet Misery, how are you tonight? Hey Marina, how are you? Hey Sweet Melissa. Okay, Rose, I know all these awesome people coming in tonight. Summer, I need you to send me an email because I don't have your email address. And there's something that I need to ask you about. And also give you all the commands. Hey Courtney, Betty Joe, it's like they're just playing a game of chess. Oh, Marina, I hate to hear that. Hey Cammy, Angie, how are you? Hey Glowbug. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna do something a little bit different tonight. I am gonna open up the panel. What I'm gonna do, hold on, is Fofa is gonna come up in just a second, and me and her are gonna go over this document. Hey, Gemma, two N's. How are you? Meta Mom, how are you? And then once we're done with that one, because that's like 20 something pages long, once we're done with that one, then I'm gonna open up the panel to everyone else so we can discuss it. Needy Joe, how are you? Hold on just one second, y'all. gotta answer something back real quick. All right, so Fofo will be up here in just a second, she said. Lori, how are you? Hey, Stevie. Sunset Gazing, how are you? Sexy Wild Thing Claus, how are you? Marina, did you go to the hospital, honey, for your eye? 1 second, y'all. Hey, Beckles. Lori, you are very welcome. Just and I agree with that. Love our pickle family. Doesn't matter if we have different opinions here because this is our safe place, and I do appreciate that, everyone. Just and I 1000% agree with that. Will be, how are you? Hey, OCD Shaggy, how are you? Paula, how are you? Bofa, how are you?
Sorry about that. I was on mute.
So,
I
how
had
are
to
you
tune
tonight?
out my headset.
All
How are
right,
you tonight?
I'm doing good. Let me get this, make sure I got the right document pulled up here. Hey, Lisa, Nomad Life, how are you?
Yeah,
All right.
it's long and it's pretty confusing and pretty boring at parts. Just as a disclaimer.
Okay, well, is there certain pages that we don't need to worry about reading?
I mean, a lot of it, I would say.
Okay.
A lot of the case law, because a lot of it even goes back. I think some of it's in England, like
Oh
before.
gosh.
Yeah, I didn't take as good of notes as I wanted, but some of the parts I kind of just even was like, okay, enough of this, moving on.
I got through like the first page and then that was it. So,
Yeah, I mean, I really don't.
Tony, thank you. He said for Fofa's eyebrow reveal.
Ah,
Thank you, Tony. Eliza, how are you? Hey, Eric. Hey, Layla, how are you? Malicious Intent, how are you? Okay, so
can I like just give you my opinion on it now?
yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I don't think that this really. I, I guess like it's. I want to applaud them for their effort, I guess, but in order for this to go through, and for the indictment to be dismissed
Uh,
because of the standard of proof being that of reasonable doubt, I think that the judge would be setting a new precedent that would cause chaos throughout the entire like legal system in Idaho.
I just don't think the judge is gonna order it though.
Yeah,
Order this.
that's why I don't think he's gonna order it, because if he did, I mean,
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Hey, Jan, how are you?
because they're even challenging some of the Supreme Court, the Idaho Supreme Court decisions. Like, so if they want to take it all the way up there, but it's just
Right.
I don't know.
All right. which pages do we need to worry about that you think is the most important?
So I guess the first one, and then
Okay.
the issues, and um, so like go to page up until like the argument on page 2,
Okay, so we need to
and then
read.
start skipping around a little bit because it starts going back. At some point, they even go back to, yeah, 1887,
Oh my
1864,
God.
like case law. And on page 2, in the paragraph under argument, that's it's a statute was in existence at the time the Idaho Constitution was adopted. Like,
Oh my God.
so
I've seen like a
it's like
bunch
a
of.
history lesson.
Yeah, I noticed all the different example cases that they had through in here,
I
which
mean, if
usually
it's
I just kind
okay.
of stop. I kind of move over those mostly. Treasure, thank you for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Hold on just 1 second. I need to mute for a second, Fofa.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Okay,
Cool.
all right.
Yeah, so the first page, I mean, is good. And then,
Let me go back up to it again.
because it is still more or less in normal people English.
All right, so we need to read page one. We don't need to worry about the issues, right?
No, well, you do, but just like the underlying stuff. So,
All right.
no, sorry, the issues. Yeah, you want to, we'll do the issues, and then with the argument, I think that you can jump around pretty
Okay.
quick with the.
'Cause, yeah, I woke up late today. I didn't get up till like 7 o'clock because I didn't sleep last night. Thank you, Summer. So I didn't have a chance. I seen all of them on here and I wrote them all down, but this one here I didn't get to read through the whole thing. So, all right. So I'm gonna go ahead and read the first page of this. So this is a motion to dismiss the indictment on the grounds of error in the grand jury instructions, or the alternative remand for the preliminary hearing. And can everybody see this okay on their screen? Make sure I did make it. Yeah, I did. All right. So it says, comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through their attorney, J. Weston Logson, Chief Deputy Litigation, and hereby moves the Honorable Court for an order either dismissing the indictment in this matter or to treat it as a presentment
Resentment.
and remand for a preliminary hearing before a magistrate. The motion is made on the grounds that the grand jury was misled as to the standard of proof required for an indictment.
Yeah. And so this is, yeah, so the issues are good.
Okay, so the issues that they're having is one, they're saying that the Idaho Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, and the Idaho Code 191107 set the standard of proof for a grand jury at beyond a reasonable doubt based on the plain language of the statute. A says the legislative history of the Idaho Code 19-1107 also supports a beyond a reasonable doubt standard. B, the Idaho Supreme Court cannot adjust the standard of proof as it is a substantive right. Number two is the failure to properly instruct the grand jury as to the standard of proof is grounds for dismissal of the indictment. Riddler, thank you so much for getting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Okay, so then 2A says a grand jury was erroneously instructed with the standard required for a presentment, thus the court could treat the indictment as a presentment. Let me go down a little bit. And can you see this okay too, Fofa? Or do I need to?
I have it over here.
Okay, so we're going to do the argument too, right?
Well, I think that with the argument, unless someone really wants to, if unless there are any objections in the chat, I think that just reading the underlined, like the arguments themselves, without having to go into
Yeah,
the
because all this
precedents, like the legal precedents.
1864 and all that, I mean, that's like way before our time. Hey, King Scarlet, how are you?
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting if you're interested in this stuff, but I don't think that it's really all that necessary to read right now, like to get to the gist of what's going on here.
Okay. Well, just for the underlying part of it, their argument is the Idaho Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, and the Idaho Code 191107 set the standard of proof for a grand jury at beyond a reasonable doubt. Marina, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family.
Yeah, so they're saying that that was what the Constitution established, and then is that it has to be proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
I just don't see the judge doing this, honestly.
No, I mean it's gonna.
Good Lord, they put a lot in this argument, didn't they? Hey, Kelly P, how are you? Oh my God, 1861, 1862, 1981. Good Lord. Nell Elegance, thank you so much for renewing your membership for another month. And she says, you are all awesome bunches of love. Well, Lady B, we love you too. Okay, so what does this
Um,
one say? I should put my glasses on before I started.
and then I'll just read like one on page 3. It's like halfway through the second paragraph. And so, I mean, what they're saying is that the is it that no, it's not that. Um,
Is it the
no,
reason the
I'm on the
court?
wrong. The reason the court was able to find a constitutional violation. No, sorry, I apologize. This is the
Okay.
wrong page. I mean, what it's gonna get to is the thing that I was looking for. Actually, here's a great on page 4, the last sentence of that first paragraph. They use willy nilly in their argument.
Oh, it would be rather ineffective to create a buffer between the government and the citizens that the government could change willy nilly.
Yeah. So it doesn't provide much information as to what standard would warrant a
Hey, Candy.
conviction by a trial jury actually means. So, they're arguing against the interpretations of the Idaho Supreme Court and
Right.
precedents
Hey,
that
Laughing Stock, how
already
are you?
exists. So, yeah, I would just keep going.
Okay, so do we need anything else on page 4?
No, and I think you can skip page 5 to. I mean, and if anyone wants us
I
to go
mean,
back and read something, I'm happy to do it. I just don't think that it's going to take a long time, and everyone's it's just boring.
right. And
So
I'm gonna drop the link in the chat anyway for people that because there's a lot of people that don't have the links for these. But I mean, just going over all of these different example cases that they're throwing in here. I mean, it's not like we're gonna look into every example case that they're putting in here.
yeah, and then on page 6, there's a.
Okay, I'm on page 6 now.
It says the defense does not, by all this, intend to bury the lead, but merely show that under the usual approach to statutory interpretation, there is no reasonable doubt as to what a grand jury should be instructed. That said, the defense recognizes that the whole of modern jurisprudence on this issue is against it, as well as at least one founding father of the state. And so then you can go DCP or A, the legislative history of IC, Article 19, 1107, also supports a reasonable doubt standard. So that's another legislative history that you can look into. It's just yeah, It's a
See, this
lot.
was something about the procedure of the state of New York. I'm just kind of reading through it real quick. Okay, so is there anything else on page
Oh, sorry. I mean, here they're all going back all the way to
to 2?
1166. It's on page 7, the first line.
Page
That
7.
they're citing case law from 11, like the year 1166 in England.
Okay, wait, where do you see that at? I should have put my glasses on.
I'm
'Cause
sorry, page 7. Is that where you are? Yeah.
Yeah.
And the third line, prosecuted by the government in.
Okay, so even then, for a prosecution raised in court, the 12 had to agree that they suspected the accused. The grand jury, as a shield against the government run amok, first came about in 1681 in the cases of Stephen College and the Earl of Shaftesbury for high treason.
Well, you even missed the first one. The assize of Clarendon established for the first time in English history the ability to break the law and be prosecuted by the government in 1166.
I mean, why are they going way back?
So, and then at the end of the paragraph that's before the block quote, it does say that sorry, still back in England. Just keep moving, it's not.
All right, just tell me which one to click on. I'm just looking through chat real quick.
Mhm.
Okay. Hey, Heather, how are you? Okay, so we need to stay on page 7.
No.
Okay.
I'm on page 8 and I'm looking, and I think that you can.
Hey, R.
After 1776, every state except New Jersey provided a right to a grand jury in its constitution, and every state it's just it. They quote Alexander Hamilton in the Federalist Papers. Um, that's on page 9. So I mean,
I don't get why they're going way back. That makes no sense.
I'm just gonna keep jumping and go all the way to
Okay, so there's nothing on page 9. Let's jump to
page
page
13.
13. All right. And I'm just reading through it. Hey, Big Al, how are you? Big Al says, but Fofa, did they quote the Honorable Judge Judy or Judge Wapner?
Maybe Judge Judy's in here. I might have missed it though, with everything else going on here.
Bryan, how are you?
I mean, I feel like this is what Bryan Kohberger has been doing in his cell for the past 6 months. Was writing this essay. I mean, it's good of them to be trying to make this motion and get it dismissed, but
I mean, you give them an A for effort, but I just don't think the judge is going to go for it.
yeah, no, it's not realistic. So yeah, I think that you can just jump to and this brings us to our next issue, that the Idaho Supreme Court cannot adjust the standard of proof as it is a substantive right.
Okay, which page are you on?
13, the
Oh, shit.
underline.
Oh, here we go. So the Idaho Supreme Court cannot adjust the standard of proof as it is a substantive right. So do we need to read that paragraph? Well, I might as well. I'll go ahead and read this. So despite the fact that Idaho Code 1911-07 explicitly sets the standard of proof required for an indictment, approximately 100 years after Idaho codified the standard to be applied, our Supreme Court adopted ICR 6.5A. ICR 6.5A states the grand jury ought to find the indictment where there is probable cause to believe the defendant committed the offense. It is therefore necessary to determine what standard governs the statute or the criminal rule. This court rulemaking power goes to procedural as opposed to the substantive rules. State versus Beam, No. 121, Idaho 862, 863, 1992. Thus, if the statute speaks towards a substantive right, it will prevail over the contrary criminal rule. But if a statute speaks only towards a procedural rule, the criminal rule will prevail.
Yeah.
Was it State versus Currington?
I mean, hey, it was in the last decade. Or no, not last decade, last century. 85. It wasn't as long ago. Actually, that's soon. I thought it was 65 when I read it first. But
All right, so we're on page 14 now.
yeah, and so a standard of proof required for the finding of an indictment is not a procedural right. This standard of proof does not concern the forms of process, writs, pleadings, and motions. It does not deal with the manner of service or time for appearance. I mean, this is all just procedural stuff that they're not gonna win. Like that's, but we can keep going to.
Okay.
I think they.
Let's see. All right, so I'm going to read this part right here. Standards of proof are considered substantive in every context except apparently in dealing with conflict of laws. The Idaho Supreme Court has found it is a procedural issue and that the standard of the forum state applies. And they start listing a whole bunch more of all these example cases to go back and look at. I mean, there's no way people are going to go back even.
No, this is for the judge, and this is for stating that there is a legal precedence that exists, but this is how these are written. But
right.
It's not. Some of these are even, I think, civil. I'm not.
What does it say in here? Because, like I said, I didn't get a chance to read through all of it. I read through all the other ones that came out, but does it say in here like what the main issue is? Like, is there something else other than they're saying that there's an error in the grand jury?
Yeah, the error with the instructions for the grand jury is that they weren't instructed to meet the proper level of proof. So the standard of proof is in their argument is that it should be beyond a reasonable doubt, just like it were in a jury trial. Not in an indictment, and that's why they're going through all of this history to say that this is where it's established, this is why we're making this argument. And then the page 16, it has the second part where it's the failure to properly instruct. So the first part is establishing that I guess let me go back and just double check that.
Yeah, I gotta find the first one again. Where did we see that at?
It was on page 3.
3?
Yeah. And so that, this is the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, and Idaho Code, Article 19, set the standard of proof for a grand jury at beyond a reasonable doubt. And then here on page 15, they get to number 2. Or is it? Oh, no, I lost it.
I think it's 16.
16.
Yeah, 16.
Is that, the failure to properly instruct a grand jury as to the standard of proof is grounds for dismissal. So here they're going into, since you didn't tell them the right standard that they need to, you didn't give them the right instructions, that you didn't tell them the correct standard based on our argument, then this is the case law that is setting the precedent that the indictment should be dismissed, and because you didn't give them the proper instructions. Does that make sense?
Yes. But if the grand jury selection was not done right, then It should
So
be
it's not
dismissed.
the selection. It's the instructions
Or
given
the
to them.
instructions. Okay.
Yeah, and so that's what the second part is. Is obviously, I believe it's Jay Logston writing this.
Yeah, it was.
Having shown that the jury was provided with the wrong standard of proof, the next question is, what is the remedy? So, and that's why they're saying that it needs to be dismissed. And then there's some options, and
Let me see. Hold on. I'm gonna read these real quick. So the grounds for setting aside an indictment: the indictment must be set aside by the court in which the defendant is arraigned upon his motion in either of the following cases. So one, when it is not found, endorsed, or presented as prescribed in this code. Two, when the names of the witnesses examined before the grand jury or whose depositions may have been read before them are not inserted at the foot of the indictment or endorsed thereon. Three is when a person is permitted to be present during the session of a grand jury and when the charge embraced in the indictment is under consideration, except for as provided in Chapter 11 of the title. Four is when the defendant has not been held to answer before the findings of the indictment on any ground which would have been good ground for challenge, either the panel or to any individual grand juror. So IC 19-2408 provides a pertinent part. So a motion in arrest of judgment is an application on the part of the defendant that no judgment be rendered on a plea or verdict of guilty or on a verdict against the defects in the indictment that are grounds of demur unless the objection to the indictment has been waived by failure to demur and must be made before or at the time the defendant is called for judgment. Let's see. So neither of these statutes were intended to create a mechanism for challenging the instructions given to the jury. So the Court of Appeal, oh, that's up for New York, so it's not for Idaho. Riddler
yeah.
says it won't be dismissed, but it could be reconsidered.
Yeah, that's we haven't gone there yet, Riddler, okay? We're still back in England.
That is crazy how they put all this stuff from England. So let me read this one real quick. So it says, so with the prejudice results from telling a jury the wrong standard, typically courts give the jury a standard and it is expected to follow it, even when attorneys may misstate that standard in their arguments. Unfortunately, that did not happen here. When a jury has been misled as to the standard to the defendant's determined, courts find fundamental errors because the error goes to the foundation of the case and takes away the essential right. Stevie, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That's very nice of you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not you don't. Did you finish that paragraph there?
Let me see.
Because the grand jury.
No. So because the grand jury in this matter was only informed of the improper standard, it was fundamental error necessarily depriving Mr. Kohberger of an essential right. Fundamental errors necessitates reversal or, in this case, dismissal of the indictment. Sullivan versus Louisiana. So, A, the grand jury was erroneously instructed with the standard required for a presentment, and thus the court could treat the indictment as a presentment. There is one final wrinkle in the error that is worth considering. As mentioned above, there is in Idaho a thing called a presentment. It does not appear from the authorities in Idaho that this thing is well understood. However, in the words of one justice, it is only a sort of accusation any grand jury in Idaho has ever produced. So, for the information of the court and the bar, a presentment is what our United States Supreme Court would call a term of art. Thus, although it never received definition in this code, it has a definition that comes to us from the field code. All right, let me scroll down so I can read this one. So the Field Code Commission explains that the commissioners have proposed two modes of proceeding upon the action of the grand jury. First, that where the defendant has be held to answer the charge, and is in no other case the grand jury may, if they believe him guilty, find an indictment against him. Second, that if, upon investigation of a charge against him, whether originated by themselves or presented by another, they believes his is guilty of a public offense. Sally Mae, thank you so much for gifting those memberships. That was very nice of you. They must proceed by presentment. The presentment is an informal statement by the grand jury representing that a public offense has been committed which is triable within the county and that there is reasonable ground for believing that the defendant has committed it. Upon the former, he is, of course, to be held for trial, but upon the latter, he is only to be held for examination before a magistrate. In the same manner as if an information has been given to the magistrate in the first instance, and with the same opportunity for explanation or
Defense. Yeah,
defense.
so it's here they're saying that if they found that it was like essentially they're trying to get it kicked back to the preliminary trial. So with the presentment, they find that it's what was the wording that they use exactly? But essentially what they're saying is like it's not a indictment, it's a recommendation for um, a preliminary trial or preliminary hearing.
I think they should have did the prelim to begin with and not even worry about the grand jury thing. But
Yeah. But so that's, I mean, that's what this is getting at is that, hey, you have the option to kick it back and accept it, not redo the whole grand jury indictment thing. But instead, let's have a preliminary hearing. And essentially, the goal here with that would be to buy some more time.
all right, let me get this last paragraph real quick. And I just want to say hi to everyone. I know there's some people that came in that I haven't said hi to, but thank you so much for joining us. And if y'all have not done so, please hit the thumbs up. Any of the new members, if you want to join our members only Facebook group, just send me an email. My email is at the top of the chat. Make sure to put your YouTube name in there so I'll know who it's coming from, and then I can send you the invite for it. Okay, Gigi. All right, so and this shit, they changed like made the lettering little smaller on
Yeah,
this
it
part.
is a block quote.
It's like super hard to read. All right, so the provisions through the new practice are in principle no innovations. In the criminal code recently adopted in Virginia, a similar provision is contained, Laws of Virginia 1848, page 145, section 16. And it may be safely asserted that the principle contained in them is in a consonance with the common law itself. In the late case of Pennsylvania, the officer of the grand jury was stated by Judge King to be confined to the examination of such cases as were presented by the Attorney General after providing previous binding over by a committing magistrate. The doctrine was held in a case where a communication had been received from the grand jury stating that the charges had been made by one of their number to the effect that one or more members of the public trust had been guilty of convicting to their own use public money and asking the witness should be furnished to them to enable them to examine the charge. Okay,
Can I
so
read this one?
yeah, go ahead and read it.
The spirit of the spirit of the rule is embodied and carried out in provisions proposed by the commissioners continuing in the grand jury all their powers in respect to the investigation of charges of crime. It is proposed to, sorry, yeah, I should have put my glasses on too.
Yeah, it's like super hard to read because
Um,
it's smaller.
It is proposed to guard against hasty and ill advised accusations by giving to the defendant, upon presentment by the grand jury, where he has not been already held to answer, the same opportunity of answering or explaining the charge, as if he had been proceeded against by an information before a magistrate, while on the other hand, he is to be committed or bailed upon the presentment in precisely the same manner as upon an indictment. In this manner, the rights of the defendant are protected, and the demands of public justice are abundantly answered.
Yeah, I don't like how they changed the font on that because that shit's hard to read.
Yeah, you should take it up with the style guides. Because yeah, with the block quote, that's how you have to do it.
All right, so what is this
So,
next underline one?
a presentment permits the defendant a request a uh, preliminary
Preliminary
hearing.
hearing.
So, Riddler, this is why I told you got ahead of yourself. Um,
All right, so pursuant to the Idaho Code 191207, a magistrate is to proceed on the presentment as if it were an information. At first glance, this likely appears to undo much of what has come before. After all, if a presentment is an information, then it already has had a preliminary hearing. However, history being what it is, things are not so simple. In 1887, when it was revised, statutes were adopted, and information was the same as a complaint. So, once arrested on an information, a defendant had a preliminary hearing referred to at that time as an examination. It is not until the code was revised, certainly not for the first time in 1969, that the terms became truly separate. Additionally, even in 1887, the word complaint was solely used in the code when discussing misdemeanors, while an information or complaint referred to a felony, at least in magistrate courts. Thus, the question becomes, did the legislature change Chapter 5 and leave Chapter 12 alone to purposely turn to presentment into an indictment? The answer is clearly no. Although the purpose of the individual bill seems lost in posterity, the 1966 Court Modernization Plan and the 1969 Court reforms are still extant. 1966, the legislature wanted a modern court system. Part of that plan was to do away with the justices of the peace, police courts, and probate courts and have a two-tier trial court system. And according to the Committee on the Court Study, the intention was uh,
district courts and magistrates. So this is what we looked at a bunch of times. Where the with and Riddler is the expert on this one with the district court and the magistrate responsibilities. Um, so a third major area of concern of the Committee on Courts and the Advisory Committee was to provide for a two-level system of courts in Idaho. This is the heart of the preliminary report. It encompasses proposals that some may consider a radical break with tradition. However, the Committee on Courts and the Advisory Committee feel that this is a logical step that must be taken to put into effect the clearly expressed wishes of Idaho voters when they adopted a constitutional amendment in 1962 to provide for a quote unified and integrated judicial system. The proposals contained in this section of the preliminary report have been prepared in separate sections for easier study. This section includes proposals to abolish the present probate, justice of the peace, and police courts, to create a system of district court magistrates appointed by district judges, to define more clearly the duties and authority in administrative matters of the senior district judge, to reenact provisions for a small claims department of the magistrates division, and to change the method of paying for the costs of jury trials in the district court from the county to the state.
Okay. All right. Let's see. All right. Is there anything else on
The
page 20?
conclusion. No, that's on
Okay.
page 21.
All right. So the conclusion is so over 150 years
Or
ago.
maybe, yeah, sorry, you're right.
So go ahead and just do the conclusion then.
Yeah.
Okay. So their conclusion of this is over 150 years ago, Idaho joined the state of California in adopting the Field Code, thereby adopting reforms to the grand jury system intended to restore to that system its functions as a
Bulwark.
bulwark,
Bulwark.
okay, for freedom. The strange history that follows in the state, just as every other state, which is the same statutory scheme, is both tragic and unconstitutional. No court had the power to decide that the legislature had made it too hard for grand juries to do their work and changed the sufficiency of evidence required to indict. Mr. Kohberger is asking this court to recognize the long string of error that led us here and give back the people of the state the protections they are owed. This indictment in this matter should be dismissed or remanded for a preliminary hearing. So Jay Weston Logson signed this on the 24th of July. So what, 3 days ago?
The strange history that follows in the state is both tragic and unconstitutional. I mean, we went way overboard. So,
I just don't
here.
think the judge is going to do it, but then again, I don't know. He might.
No. If he did this, then that would mean that every 150 years, like every single conviction would go to appeal. And then if he did it, then it would go to the Supreme Court and get overruled there because he's setting a new precedent.
All right, and the last page is just a certificate of delivery showing that it was all done correctly and all that. So that didn't take long to get through 23 pages.
Hmm.
Thank
Well,
you for.
we skipped over a couple of centuries there, but
Yeah, there was uh, no. I mean, really, no reason to go through all of it, honestly. All right, I'm gonna drop the link in chat so people can come up if they want to.
I hope you all enjoyed your legal history lesson today.
King Scarlet, yeah, we skipped most of it. Was just them inserting all these different cases
Yeah.
to go through. Hey, Vapor, how are you? All right, so we've got.
It's a lot of legal precedent that goes back to the first time that someone decided that it was illegal to break the law.
Yeah, and I mean, the judge honestly is not even going to go back and look at all those either. Hey, 1-2.
Hey, Fofa, that was awesome job, man. That's a lot of work.
Vapor, you haven't missed a whole
Fofa.
lot. We just went over the the defense has motioned the court to dismiss the indictment, and that's what we were going over.
And I'll go ahead and tell you, it will not get dismissed. We had the same thing happened here.
Yeah, I
And
don't see the judge doing it.
what they made the jury do was reconvene. They went back up there. It's like they gave them the closing arguments again, and this time they gave them the proper instructions. However, in this case here, the jury came up with a different decision than their first one. The first one was guilty. They came back and said not guilty.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, Willie, how are you?
Yeah,
And
I
it's like
agree
the
with-
Michigan. It's like the Michigan lawyer says. The defense is holding the prosecution's feet to the fire to make sure they follow every proper procedure, and they're holding the judge to it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And all they got to do is go back, get that grand jury back together again, and says, "All right, you saw the evidence, you know the testimonies, and now let's read the proper instructions." Now go vote. And then whatever they come up with, that's what the results will be.
Yeah,
That's-
but the instructions aren't the instructions that are being used.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know what
There's
what the illegal procedure was. I'm not 100% clear on it.
Safer, yes, that's basically what it is. Well,
Yeah.
it wasn't from Little Liar. It was actually from Jay Logsted. He's the one that wrote that.
Well,
Have you
I
ever
don't-
noticed he when he puts something out, he puts like pages and pages out.
he likes to write.
Yeah,
he's got some flair in his writing.
But
He wants to write a book.
here in my state,
Well, he
the
wrote a history
person had
textbook.
already been prosecuted and was in jail, and another lawyer took over. It was actually in prison. Another lawyer took over. Says they didn't read the right instructions to the jury because he's reading the stenographer's typing. So they went back. They had to bring the jury back. The jury came back and now says not guilty. That person gets released from prison.
Yeah, I mean, and I definitely see the validity in that. But the arguments they're making here, they're just
Hey, you guys look
trying
all
to
very
change
familiar.
everything.
Yeah, I don't think he'll dismiss it.
Yeah, I don't either.
No, it won't be a dismiss at all. But what,
I
like I
don't even
said,
think he'll make them.
well, now you got grounds for appeal.
Yeah.
Big grounds, and you also got a lawsuit with federal court because now you're violating somebody's civil rights.
The judge isn't even going to look at this until the state does a response.
Right. It's going to take a while. It's going to take at least.
I can't wait to hear that.
This could stall the case again.
That's what I think the intent is with all of this. It's just because
I
they're
thought the
trying to
So he
change.
doesn't have to
I
wait.
thought the state did respond.
No, not to
Did
this.
they?
They didn't.
Nah.
Oh, I heard like a whole bunch of documents dropped today.
Yeah,
at
I'm
one
trying to
time.
get them pulled up real quick. I had to
Yeah,
move
there's a.
from different
But
screens.
once again, you're
Oh, they
talking
said
Florida
something.
versus Idaho, and it could be it's apples and oranges.
Yeah, they responded
And
to something
there's-
else, not this one.
I was going to say, Riddler,
Uh,
though, that I mean, that would be valid, normally, yes, but here they're trying to say that like every grand jury indictment, I don't know for however long, has been using the wrong instructions because everyone has been interpreting the Constitution wrong.
Well,
So he
well-
would trigger a million different appeals. Anyone
Oh,
who
that
is,
makes sense.
to like an indictment, then
Right.
That makes a
But
lot.
look how many people we're now having to release because we have modern DNA, and how many people are having to be released from prison or correctional institutions.
yeah, but they're trying to revert it back to what it was before an Idaho Constitution even existed.
Oh, no, I
But
don't
no,
go
that
that
makes
far.
sense. If they actually misinterpreted the Constitution wrong, or if they can think that they can win that argument, that will appeals galore. Like this, I don't know.
But that would be every criminal case in Idaho.
Oh no, they actually think it for every criminal case. Oh, that's
I don't,
different.
I don't know
have
if
to.
they said that, but that's what they're implying.
It
Is
would,
it?
Oh
you know,
my.
And I
Yeah.
see what you're
Sure.
saying, Fofa.
We can have
I'm
the defense lawyer to
100%
go over
with you.
this.
They can't go that, but if it's just this one case where they misread the instructions,
Yeah, apparently not.
whether it was intentionally or just being sloppy,
Yeah,
then I would think just this case gets it.
yeah,
And
I agree.
all they got to do is what's the most current ruling and law on what instructions you're to read to the grand jury.
Not the one that they're arguing.
Right. And so is that what the last ruling the legislation has inserted to read to the grand jury?
Okay, and one thing real quick, the state only responded to one thing in the document drop that was done today, and it's just the state response to the defendant's 5th and 6th supplemental request for discovery. That's the
Yeah.
only thing that the state has responded to.
And they also responded with the
I thought they
motion to
responded to the
compel.
alibi.
The motion to compel notice of defense of alibi or alternatively to bar certain evidence.
Okay, yeah, they did do that one as well.
See?
So the way I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, clear and convincing evidence is above probable cause, but not beyond a reasonable doubt. So this motion appears to be claiming that the Idaho statute that's calling for grand juries to be instructed as to probable cause is not correct. It's supposed to be beyond a reasonable doubt, and that didn't happen. So the indictment should be thrown out, and they should go back and do a preliminary. Did I get that?
Yep.
That's what I thought.
That's what
Okay.
I think.
But
Both of
they
those things,
even
those things that
say-
you read, Fofa, just I'm going to write this down so I can look it up. You said Article 1, Section 8.
one moment. I don't know where I just.
But will it happen?
Who knows?
It was the Idaho Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, and also the Idaho Code, Article 19-1107.
1107.
Thank you. I'm going to look them up. Just checking out.
So do you guys think this is actually going to happen in October?
Maybe.
No way.
Heck
No.
no.
The
Hey, don't
prosecution's
die, how
not
are you?
ready.
I'm guessing January.
So how does the defense push it back?
Without waiving
With
his
this,
right to a speedy trial? Don't know.
They probably keep bringing up that they don't have the discovery and whatever.
Yeah.
I noted something interesting on page 6, but I didn't understand it. It sounded to me like the defense was actually kind of acquiescing to probable cause. I read the whole thing, y'all.
Oh,
I
Lord.
went through a whole bag of chips and like 8 Pepsis, but I read the whole thing.
I did too. I absolutely did. That's why when I got on here, I was like, I don't know what I just read.
So
anymore.
you were fucking wired, yo.
Yes. Lay's potato chips and Pepsi got me through it.
This may not be pertinent to this case because this was kind of like a can I say alcohol in here? It was
You're good.
like a the DUI type like accident situation, and this guy that is not here anymore, but anyway, he was like, so every time he would go to court, if the other side did not if they asked for a continuance, that's what he actually got off on, this ridiculous charge that he should have been locked up, but the hospital didn't have his like blood alcohol records, and so they would go to trial. They would go not trial, but smaller claims court, but it's still a pretty big deal. And the fact that they went so many times and then the state wasn't ready, just he got was it the fact that the trial was prolonged, like not a speedy trial. They actually used that, and he got off, and it was a blatant he did it, and so that's all. I mean, I don't know if that relates, but that's the only thing I can think of.
I don't know.
How long do you guys think it'll be before the state responds to this motion?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Ooh.
Vapor said we all need to chip in and get Crime Sleuth and a soda fountain.
Give me a what?
Either
A
tomorrow or
soda
the
fountain.
next day.
For
I think it'll
real.
be next week they'll respond.
I said it was going to get ugly, but I thought it was going to be next month.
I'll take Coke Zero. I don't know.
Ew.
Ew.
Oh, sorry.
That's nasty. as hell.
Coffee,
Dr. Pepper.
coffee.
I'm on a diet, so you know.
Oh. Well, they have.
Still gotta-
We need to
They have,
play.
Dilly,
Dr.
you
Pepper.
still gotta have regular Coke though, dude. Come
Yeah.
on.
Oh, sorry.
They
Yeah,
have
you're right.
Or cherry
Zero.
Pepsi.
Yeah.
Crime Sleuthing, what
Remember
was
Coke Black?
the part?
What
No.
happened?
Crime Sleuthing, you said that there was a part that you'd like written down. That
Okay, all I put on my note was page 6, note defense language regarding the probable cause.
Okay.
My notes are gibberish.
all
I
that
think I was
crap,
on my 6th.
leave that to you. Get it, you understand it, but
What
and
page
you
was
look
it on?
back.
Some of this little things here and there I kind of got. I mean, I totally get why they're doing this, because I think they have I can't believe nobody said this yet, but I think they have a valid point. If you look back, what they're saying is the state of Idaho became a state after our U.S. Constitution was in effect. So we had those inalienable rights, those substantive, did I say that right? Rights that the Idaho Constitution can't just take away. Like a state constitution can't take away federal rights, and they can't touch on freedom of speech, freedom of the press, stuff like that. They can't make laws that infringe on our basic rights to life, liberty, and all that, right?
They're not supposed to.
I know I totally sound like a lawyer, don't I?
But what?
So that's what I understand it.
Constitution, like where's that? Like where? Because it's the Idaho State Constitution, Article 1.
Yes. Yeah, I got that from you in here. I mean, earlier when I was looking at it, is they're saying that they feel that the indictment is more in line with a presentment rather than an indictment due to the instructions that the jury was given. And that's a valid point, because in Idaho, they have indictments and they have presentments. And in a presentment, they give the jury instruction that it's probable cause, always. But in an indictment, they're supposed to be giving the instruction of beyond a reasonable doubt.
So does that change what the fact that like we're talking about two different states, Idaho and Washington? Like, does that become a federal
There's nothing
thing?
in Washington.
No, not Washington. No.
Or not Washington? What?
We're only
what's-
talking about Idaho.
Well, Idaho, and where was Bryan going to school?
Washington. But he
Yeah,
didn't.
that was
But he
his
didn't commit the
residence,
crime.
right?
Well, he didn't get no. He didn't commit the crime in Washington. He committed it in Idaho, and he went to Pennsylvania.
Right, but he was a resident of Washington, right?
No, he was a new resident. He was a brand new resident of Washington, but it doesn't matter because they were going to bring him back.
Right.
What's that word?
So we're talking about 3 states.
When we watched him fly across the country, like he was a long lost loved one returning home.
Yeah, he was extradited.
He was extradited back
Yes,
to
that
Idaho.
Right. So there's 3 states involved, right? So does that make it a federal thing?
Well, if they don't convict him here, they might go federal.
I mean, I would have thought they would have, because if he's the person who did this, okay, he's already got this planned out, and he crossed the state line to go commit a felony.
That's what I thought.
I thought that would have automatically been federal, but if for some reason, like something happens with this case in Idaho, I mean, the feds can pick it up, and then it can become a federal case.
I mean, that's what I would think, that if he's not convicted here, would the feds pick it up and then try to do it federal?
They could, Betty Jo. It's possible. It's not probable, but it is possible.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. Maybe.
Yeah. And that's
I don't know.
That happened
I'm
in
just
Alabama.
asking,
A guy got out of prison in Alabama after serving time, and then the feds charged him for the same exact crime.
Yeah. Double jump.
It's so crazy because every channel that I've seen so far, there's only been a few that have tried to, read through those documents and understand them. It doesn't. It looks like.
Being a lawyer.
Well,
word salad.
they had a. I don't know what channel. It was the news channel.
I wish Michigan came on picked
Law
that
and
to come on.
Order. I mean, not Law and Order. Law and Crime. Explained it, but I don't remember what.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to go find that.
It might be Bryan Enton.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I woke up at 7:00, so I haven't had time to.
That Law and Crime explains the
7 p.m.
Yes.
How they're challenging the indictment.
Fofa, Paula wanted to know if you could explain presentment.
So, I mean, my understanding of it is that you've got presentment, and then you have. Let me get back to that specific page. So I have their wording.
Okay, I've got it pulled up here. I just Googled
What
it.
page is it?
Let me go back to it. Hold on, I should be able to find it.
Presentment is probable cause. Indictment is supposed to be beyond reasonable doubt. That's what they're saying.
It's on page 1.
Oh, yeah. I thought that it was more of the technical stuff. Sorry. If that's the question, then
Right. It's
you're
the
right.
wrong, they're saying that they gave the jury the wrong instruction.
Avery, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family.
Hey, Avery.
What judge presided over that grand jury?
Thank you, Tara. Over the grand jury.
Yeah, is it a magistrate or is it?
No, it was a
like
was a district. What was his name? He's got a funny last name.
Because I'm sure he's not going to mess up giving the instructions.
They have before. That's what happened here.
Is it?
I mean, yeah, it's possible that they do. I mean, I'm not saying they don't because they're a judge. I mean, they're human too. They mess up too.
Yeah, judges often, they know that lawyers are the ones that keep up their continuing education on the laws. We often look to lawyers and their law clerks for answers.
Okay, so Stevie said presentment is a charge the grand jury brings on its own initiative. In contrast, an indictment is almost always first drawn up by a prosecutor and then submitted to the grand jury for approval. Thank you, Stevie. I can't remember that judge's last name, and it's like a funny name. I want to say it starts with a G. Does anybody in chat remember? Oh, shit. And I think it was in one of the documents, but I don't remember exactly which one it was in.
So basically, what they're wanting is a preliminary hearing. Do they think that's going to change?
Well, they want the preliminary hearing because the defense can come in then and
absolutely
and do their thing as well, and it's not just a one-sided thing like a grand jury is. Hey, Huda, how are you? Because the grand jury is just the prosecutor presenting evidence to the grand jury, where a preliminary hearing is where both sides can come in.
Okay, so why don't they change the laws for the grand jury then?
It's like us just taking Carly's story for
it
what
resets the clock. So it would get pushed back. Like the 6 months would start again.
So what they basically want to do is push it back without waiving his right to a speedy trial.
Exactly.
Yep.
Thank you, Mandy Joe. It's Judge Jay Gaskill as the judge that presided over the grand jury.
Could I say something real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
Maggie, it wouldn't be double jeopardy because if he gets off on not guilty there, they can do it federally.
Yeah, they can do it federally.
Yeah.
That's not double.
Because he crossed state lines and all that. Even if he was to get a guilty verdict, if they wanted to, they still could prosecute him federally as well.
Yeah.
And it really don't matter if you cross state lines or not. Supreme Court.
No, you can do. Yeah, if it's a federal crime, it's a federal crime. They can do it whether he crossed it or not. But he did. But he also did. So I mean, that just makes it even more.
Yeah, because when he crossed over into Idaho, saying he did this, he crossed over into Idaho. That's crossing state lines.
Right, but I mean, they don't have to cross the line at all. I'm just saying.
Right. Yeah, I know.
So, I mean.
And then he drove to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and then Pennsylvania said that's just crossing another state line.
Right.
I mean, the thing that he would be crossing state lines and committing crimes if he's like destroying evidence over there.
Hey, do you know? I saw a thing in chat by somebody. Good question. Do Tonka wants to know, said he wants a full dismissal with prejudice. Does that motion say with or without prejudice?
Oh, I don't know.
Let me go back to it. Let's see. Let me see if I can find prejudice in the.
This one I don't think had it in it. I don't know if there's another.
I gotta find it. It says it has the word prejudice twice in this document.
Hey, and by the way, everybody, please hit the like button on this channel. It supports the channel and it's free, like Big Al says.
Yes, we have 205 people in here with only 105 likes, y'all.
Yes.
We need 100 more to get caught up.
Let's go.
Okay,
Hit the
so
like.
the first place that it says about prejudice is what page is this? 17, and just says the court then found that showing that an instruction with prejudice may require an indictment to be quashed. And then the next one is, so what prejudice results from telling a jury the wrong standard. So that's the only two places it mentions the word prejudice in this document.
I don't know.
So they're asking for either it to be dismissed and just do over, or just hold him over for a preliminary.
A prelim. Yeah.
I low-key want him to win the motion.
Yeah, so you can see.
Hey, Brad.
Yeah, and the last sentence that he had written on this filing is the indictment in this matter should be dismissed or remanded for a preliminary hearing. So they didn't include with prejudice. Just should be dismissed.
So I have a question. I noticed that their only argument for what they're wanting is the instruction. Is that saying that they're not arguing any of the evidence that the state put forth to the grand jury, or that I just noticed they didn't mention anything about any of that?
Hold on, let me go back to it.
I mean, they had is that what's on that last page there? The under the seal. Yeah, attached to the motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of error in grand jury instructions or alternative remand. Yeah, I think that
It's just for the grand jury instructions.
Yeah.
I wonder if that means anything or not. Probably not.
So where do you guys think the actual trial is going to be? Do you really think it's going to be in the state of Idaho where everybody knows this case, or?
Well, it would have to be in Idaho, but I mean, his attorney can come in and ask for a change of venue to like a larger city because the jury pool would be bigger. But I figured she would have already done that.
Okay, so
being that it's getting like this close.
Idaho.
Yeah, it has to be in Idaho, but they can do a change of venue. Same thing they did with Lori Vallow. They moved her case down to her court down to Boise and pulled the jury from Boise.
Okay.
Yeah, we should have a pool going. I bet they're going to end up in Boise. I don't know if there's a deadline that they have to request to change the venue or not either. I'm thinking they're probably going to end up out of Latah for sure.
I would think.
Yeah.
So if there's
I think you've said that before, Scarlett. So.
Mm-hmm.
So does anybody think they're going to dismiss the grand jury indictment?
I don't think it'll be dismissed.
We'll see.
I think at best
That's not an answer, Willie.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's pretty in depth. So
yes or no?
Maybe.
No.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be dismissed.
I don't either.
I don't either. I don't think the state or the judge wants to open that can of worms.
Yeah, me
It'd
neither.
be crazy if they did.
That's a lot of can of worms.
Yeah, every criminal defense attorney in Idaho would be copying this motion and putting their client's name on it
Yeah.
and filing it.
Yeah, I'm just about done eating. I'm sorry.
So when this case goes to trial, and it's obviously going to get televised.
I hope it is.
We hope.
Oh, it's going to be, unless like.
Well, it sounds like it. You're right. It sounds like it because the way they wrote that. What was that other document when it had public in it?
Yeah, I mean, unless O.J. Simpson's driving in a Bronco down L.A.
45
tomorrow,
miles an hour.
like, yeah, unless something important like that is happening, CNN and Fox and MSNBC, they're going to be all over this case. I mean, it's just my personal opinion. I could be wrong, but.
Well, let's just hope.
He will be.
And I just hope there's like 4 cameras and one of them is pointing at Kohberger's face the entire time. Because I want to see his
Well, that's going to get him kicked out, and we won't have any more in there. Judge is not going to stand for that.
Yeah, Judge ain't putting up with
He
that.
already made that pretty clear.
Oh,
I mean,
sorry.
I agree.
Oh, no.
A camera
I
should
felt like
be,
when we were... Oh, sorry, Betty Jo. Go ahead.
a camera should be on him, but not all the time.
I was just
Like-
going to say, when he made that announcement, or I don't know, he I felt like he was scolding me, the judge, about the use of the camera and where it was.
Well, why is he so special? I mean, if you look at Taylor's business, they had the camera focused on her almost 100%.
They had her up on the screen, and then they had whoever else was talking.
She was making some faces and making some things that were like, oh, really?
That's because she is some type of crazy. I would have my camera on her the whole time.
I mean, when her dad testified, he walked by her, told her that he loved her, and she said something back to him like the camera was on it the whole time, caught all of it.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, her story is so
Avery
crazy that
said
people
she
just
felt-
want to know if, like, what people are actually saying, like, is true. Like, I would be so super curious.
Avery said she felt like Taylor's business was looking right at her.
That's what it looked. That's what it looked like.
It did. It looked like it was kind of spooky.
Hey, Freya. Okay, let me.
He shouldn't be. He shouldn't think that he should get special treatment. I get it. You don't want the cameras on him all the time. That's fine.
Right.
But even if they were, what difference does it make? He's not any different than anybody else.
No, he's not a celebrity. I mean, he might think he is. I don't know. All I know is if he did this, I'd like to punch him in the face.
Fuck yeah. Absolutely.
I'd like to do more than that, but
if he drives back to Pennsylvania, I'll drive 3 hours.
I can't say what I really want to do, but
you know what? You can come over. You can fly over here, and we'll drive up together. And we'll punch him in the face.
I mean, if he did this, he deserves everything he gets.
And I had another question for you guys. So, you guys know I'm totally new to true crime stuff. Like, I literally started following true crime with like freaking Gabby Petito or whatever. Like, but I watched like the Jeffrey Dahmer and the BK documentaries and everything. So, what do you guys? So, every time I turn on Netflix, I keep seeing this Jodi Arias chick popping up on my fucking screen.
Have you
Yeah.
not watched it?
Like, should I watch it?
Yes, you
Because
Yeah.
should watch it.
Go watch
yes,
it.
Absolutely.
okay,
Yeah, she's nuts.
Yeah, she's another one.
okay.
Yeah, definitely should
And
watch it.
she was singing Amazing Grace in the
She was
interview room.
The hell?
I
in
didn't
the
even.
interrogation room. She was standing on her head.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
Exactly. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
Oh
I
my
didn't
God,
even
you kidding
follow
me?
that case.
Oh,
What'd
you
she
should watch
do?
it too.
I'm sorry. I just
She killed. Well, can't say
Her
that.
boyfriend.
She unalived.
With a knife
wow.
Yeah,
Really?
you should
Okay.
definitely
in the shower.
watch
Yeah.
Damn.
So she's another crazy one then.
Her
because he.
face keeps popping up on my TV like every
Yeah.
night. Oh,
That's
wow.
because you need to
Honestly,
watch
what made her more
Telling you to watch it. That's why.
He didn't
what
want
made her
nothing.
more woohoo was her actions afterwards, and just like her kind of like Lori Vallow, like the devil was in them and whatnot. It
Yeah.
just was like her actions afterwards were just bizarre.
It's because he didn't want nothing to do with her. And
She was jealous.
he broke it off, and he was.
Well, Philly, just answer that after you watch it, tell us your opinion of it.
Yeah.
Oh, as soon as I watch it, I'm calling in next night.
All right, I'm gonna get through this real quick because someone in chat had asked if I could go over it. This is the second motion to stay proceedings, and can everybody see this on the screen? Okay.
Yeah.
I
All
Yep.
right.
Betty
Okay.
can't.
Yeah, I know Betty Joe.
That's okay. He reads it. That's okay.
You know we're spoiled now.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. I have spoiled y'all rotten. Okay, so it says, comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, and hereby makes a second request for a stay of proceedings pursuant to Idaho Code 2-213. Idaho Code 2-213 provides for a stay of proceedings upon verified allegation of failure of Title II in the Idaho Code. Filed in conjunction with this motion, but under seal, is a sworn affidavit alleging a failure of Title II of the Idaho Code. Yeah, when I get done reading all these, and this case is over with, I'm going to know every code there is in Idaho.
Yeah.
So Title II provides statutory authority and requirement for convening trial juries or grand juries. Mr. Kohberger alleges failure to full compliance with the Idaho Code 2-208. The statute states that the individuals must be randomly drawn from a county jury list, and that the jury commissioner shall draw a requisite number of qualified jurors for one or more panels or for a grand jury. The statute further requires, upon receipt of the direction and in a manner prescribed by the court, the jury commission shall publicly draw at random by use of a manual, mechanical, or automated system from the county jury list the number of prospective jurors specified. Idaho Code 2-208. The number of potential jurors appearing for potential selection impacted the seating of grand jury that heard the case based upon the review of the grand jury convening process. Apparent failure occurred. So Idaho Code 2-2083 requires that the qualification questionnaire form must be completed and returned to the clerk or the jury commissioner within 10 days from the date of mailing. The qualification questionnaire form shall elicit the name, address of the residence, and the age of the prospective juror, and whether the prospective juror A is a citizen of the United States of America and a resident of the county. B is able to read, speak, and understand the English language. C has any disability impairing his capacity to render satisfactory jury service. And D has lost the right to serve on a jury because of a felony criminal conviction as provided by Section 3, Article 6 of the Constitution of the State of Idaho, and who has not been restored to the rights of citizenship pursuant to Section 18.310 of the Idaho Code or other applicable law. The qualification questionnaire form shall contain the prospective jurors a declaration that his responses are true to the best of his knowledge and his acknowledgement that a willful misrepresentation of a material fact may be punished as a misdemeanor in Idaho Code 2-2083. Based upon the review of the grand jury materials and process, it appears a failure has occurred. Further, other irregularity exists within the grand jury process, and further investigation is necessary to determine the impact, if any, in the convening of this grand jury because of the apparent failure of compliance with Title II. Mr. Kohberger respectfully requests a stay of proceedings while further investigation and the opportunity to be heard occurred. And Penny, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. All right, so this was dated on the 25th of July, signed by Ann Taylor. And then the last page is just under seal with the court affidavit of Nancy Taylor attached to the second motion to stay the proceedings. All right, let me get everybody back up. Marina, are you back?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Marina, I didn't get to say hello.
Sorry?
I said hello. I haven't gotten to say hello to you yet. Oh,
Hey. Yeah, you have. Well,
did
on
I?
chat. But
Yeah.
on chat.
Slipper Sloth, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family.
I have a question, Scarlett.
Okay.
So you said he can have asked for a stay. So does that mean that he's trying to prolong the trial now? Like, no, because that's a stay. It's like,
Well, they're
I don't
asking.
know.
Let me go back to the up here. It's a second motion to stay the proceedings. Basically, what they're doing is because they're seeing an error in the grand jury proceedings or whatever, they're asking for a stay so they can further investigate it. Big Al, thank you so much for being a member for 3 months, and he's telling everybody to smash the like, please.
Big
So that's
Al,
Ryan
what's up?
asking, right?
Okay.
Through the lawyers.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
he can't blame that on like not having a speedy trial, right? Does that make sense? If you're asking for a stay, but you're also asking for a speedy trial, I feel like that's a what's it called?
Well, they're
When
asking for a stay so they
argument.
can. Yeah. So they're asking for the proceedings, a stay on the proceedings, so they can investigate further into the errors of the grand jury.
Which is exactly what the state argued, saying that they shouldn't be able to do this, and then they applied for a second one. So
Hey Kim, how are you?
yeah, I don't understand all that.
the other one that that last document that's on there, the hearing one.
Notice of hearing.
Yeah. With everything that, like what you guys are talking about with the filing for a change of venue. So on that one, so it has on August 18th at 10:30 a.m. or soon thereafter, as counsel may be heard, the undersigned will call on for hearing, right? Cool. So there it's got the scheduling is the last one that's on there, right? The state's motion for scheduling.
There
Order
is
filed on the 17th of July.
17th of July.
So yeah, that one is essentially it might be
You
worth
need me to
pulling
go
up.
down?
No, well, so I wanted to make sure that one was on that list because that's the one where they're asking. So the state had applied for it to get like the deadlines for the completion of discovery for both the state and the defense, the deadlines for both parties to make expert disclosures pursuant IRC ICR 16 B7 and C4, deadlines for filing of pretrial motions and responses and replies thereto, including but not limited to motions in limine, motions relating to the death penalty, and any motions under ICR 12B. Then deadlines, there's also deadlines for the jury questionnaire proposals, deadlines for proposed jury instructions, deadlines for proposed witnesses pursuant IRC 16 B6 and C3, deadlines for Rule 404B notices, and dates for pretrial motions to be heard, and any other matters to facilitate the orderly progress of this case towards trial. So I would think that that's going to be the date if they're going to file for a change of venue. They're going to put a deadline on when that would be on that day, based on the other things that are outlined in this motion for scheduling order.
On August 18th.
Yeah. And that doesn't mean that that's the deadline for it, but they're gonna put the deadline for.
Right.
Yeah. Cool.
Hey guys, I'm feeling better. I'm feeling pretty much like myself today. Thank God.
Oh, that's
So
good.
watch out, because I had the energy to interrupt now.
Uh-oh. Lady V's in the house. Let's go.
I'm just glad we got her back.
Yeah, I was bad. Yeah.
Glad you're feeling better though.
Yeah, she was feeling rough for what, like almost a week?
Week and a half. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't do that again.
Yeah, I don't want to do that again. Hey, MLS Law School is in the house.
How late am I streaming tonight? Let's see, I've been on here for an hour and a half. Probably to 2:45 Central Time. I usually go about 4 hours. Is Willie still up here with us? Because I'm not on StreamYard.
I don't know.
No.
Okay, because he said in back chat that if he dropped it was because his phone was dying. Why do y'all young people not charge your phone?
I don't know. Mine's plugged in as we speak.
Look, I don't have to put my phone on the charger for 3 days. That's how long it lasts.
I just don't touch it.
Jay, thank you so
I
much
got my
for becoming a
10-foot
member.
charger.
Welcome to the family.
Mine goes big because I haven't looked at it in so long.
I charge mine whenever I get off the live, mine goes straight to the charger.
I mean, but I got my charger right here if I need it. So.
Well,
I got my 10-foot charger like all the way outside.
I mean, he still could be on and charge it.
Yeah, I know.
That's exactly what I'm doing. Like
Does he
right
not
now.
want to talk to us tonight?
Yeah, that's what I've got both my iPad and my phone charging.
Let's see. Wait, okay, he said, I gotta go down. He said, okay, I'm streaming right now. We'll be done maybe in 3 hours. Okay, well, if you want to come back and join us on panel, Michigan, you're more than welcome to.
So are they still seeking the can I say death penalty? Oh, I'm saying death penalty.
You can say that or DP. Either one, it don't matter.
Or okay, cool.
Yes.
Hey,
but
I'm
not cool.
wondering-
You know what I mean?
I'm wondering if
Are they-
anybody within. I'm sorry. I'll wait.
No, you're good. That was my question. Answered. Done.
Sorry, delay sometimes gets me. Does anybody within earshot happen to know what metal the buttons or the snaps on the sheath are made of? What kind of metal?
I always thought they were brass, but I don't know.
Riddler?
For sure.
Is that Avery?
No, that's.
Oh my God!
Oh,
No.
I'm sorry.
Crime Sleuth.
I'm sorry. It was acting like.
Well, I'm looking at a DNA study on DNA yield off of different kind of metals, and brass shows only 25% of samples even returning any results at all.
Okay, so my husband a while back had looked up what the snap is made of, and he said he thinks it was brass, but I think he's going back to look again. to be.
Go
I
What
troll.
about
think
zinc?
they are.
Riddler might know too.
Yeah, I'm
Troll ain't
surprised he
messing
hasn't
around.
spoken up.
Yeah, me and him was talking about it a while back, and he was trying to look it up to see what it was made of, because he had come across something that he had read about how long DNA stays on certain metals and stuff like that, and we got to looking it up and stuff like that. So
I'm gonna say metal alloy.
Where on earth
Oh.
is Riddler? Well, usually on military stuff, they do brass.
Okay, it says copper's 35%, brass is 25%,
Copper's expensive.
steel 53%, aluminum 53%, and brass 54%. Tin, TIN, it says 60%.
Of what?
It's definitely not
Tin, TIN.
Oh, the DNA.
No, I mean,
DNA.
DNA.
That much percent of samples were able to be collected.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
You also have to think. Sorry, really quick. You also have to think about so it's 60% of how long was the time span, because they caught this one pretty quick, so it's not gonna have time to kind of really fade, if that makes any sense.
Oh yeah, this one it's a study and it was overnight.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
The DNA was left overnight and then collected.
Oh, that's crazy.
Okay.
But so was it in a completely controlled environment? Like there's no.
Yes, completely controlled. I put the link in the back chat if any of you guys want to grab it and read it. It's 74 pages, so maybe we can have Scarlett read the whole thing.
really, 74 pages? That's
Yeah.
all?
Scarlet.
Everybody's
She's like,
eyes turned in the back
I've
of their
read
heads
100
when you said
It's
74
shorter
pages.
than Ann Taylor's motion.
I was like,
I'll
hey,
put
150
my
pages,
headphones
man.
on. I'm ready. Let's go.
I'm trying to get it.
Start the live an hour earlier.
Plug in
Where's
your phone,
Scarlett?
everybody. Plug in your phone.
Oh
Sorry,
my
I think I'm losing my connection. I won't be able to help you out on that one, Scarlett.
Oh, thank you, Kofi. You're just
Poor
gonna leave me
folk.
hanging.
Convenient.
What I'll
Scarlett.
do, because I am not reading all 74 pages of that, I'm gonna drop the link in the chat.
Oh, just
Blame
No,
you.
You should
plug it
cut
in.
out it after 74.
It's actually really interesting. I mean, I've read
Riddler.
several of
What's
these
up,
pages
Riddler?
just from top to bottom, and I think people will actually enjoy reading this study that they did. It's very well done, and it explains a lot about DNA and metal and stuff.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool, but put that 74 pages into 2-page bullet points. Then
Yeah.
we're good.
Put it in a text to speech program
We'll
and let it
just
rip.
let
Right?
Big
let
Al.
Crime Sleuth and read it.
I
There's
want to figure
a
out, how do people highlight these?
Well, now see,
a
it's letting
PDF.
me- Hold on.
If
I'm
it's a
gonna pull it up.
PDF, you need Acrobat.
Yeah, if you
Usually.
have Acrobat.
Oh, okay.
See, it's letting
When
me
it's
highlight
online?
this one, but on the documents, the court documents, I can't highlight anything.
That's because they're protected.
Oh shit!
That's
Yeah,
funny.
that's 'cause they don't
She
want
threw it Crime Sleuthen's way. You handle it.
Yeah, she's like, you read it. You brought
Yeah.
it up. You read it.
Have you guys seen any of the? I don't know if you're on Twitter and Instagram or whatever, but the dudes back in the early 1900s, putting together the skyscrapers. Have you guys watched any of those videos?
Yes, I have. They're
Oh my
amazing.
god, it makes me dizzy. How did those guys do that?
Most of those were Native American too. Back in the day, it was mainly
Yeah.
Native American skywalkers that get up there and.
Nope,
You're
no thanks.
literally every day you're going to work and you're like, I'm gonna climb up something on these steel bars and I might not be home tomorrow.
No.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Forget oh, I have a 401k or a pension plan.
They didn't back then.
Yeah.
All right.
They're literally I might not come home tomorrow.
Yeah, but those guys were fearless.
All right, so that one that Crime Sleuthen just put in the back chat, I dropped it in the chat if anybody would like to read it, and then I kept it for myself so I can read it later.
She ain't gonna read it to us.
I'm not reading it.
Oh no, yeah, no, I was not wanting you to read any of it. I was playing with you.
I was.
Fofo wanted me to read it, but she was going to dip out so she didn't have to help.
I think I'm driving through a tunnel. Sorry.
It's a very long tunnel.
Okay, I hear you. I hear y'all. Y'all got jokes tonight, huh?
You know,
Big
I
Al's
would
not
I would
playing.
help you read if I could see.
I know you would.
I just heard bleep, 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 bleep.
That's
I'll
all he
turn on
said.
my screen reader, and then we'll be good. It can
But
read
yeah,
to us.
it would take forever though.
Yeah, it would take a long time.
Yeah, 74
I'll make
pages
some
is too much.
forts, and I'll get my iPad and my phone, and just like have them all connected to a those connector thing.
I do have a
The
brand new.
things that have a bunch of little pluggies in them.
I'll
I do
have
have
the
a.
connector thing hooked to the connector things, so it'll be.
The outlet, the really long ones that have like 20 of them or 10.
14 foot.
You have what, Big Al?
Nothing. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm about to open a can of worms that's just gonna turn shit sideways, so I'm just not even gonna go there.
Let me get back to chat real quick.
Oh,
Oh, dang.
where'd Riddler go?
I don't know. He
Is he still
never
up
even
here?
answered us about the brass.
Hold on, did he put in back chat that he'll be okay? He says sheath button is made of powdered metal. He put it in the back
What?
chat.
Powdered
Powdered
metal.
And then he says powdered metals are alloys processed into fine grain-like powder through one of several processes, primarily made from stainless steel, brass, copper, iron, and bronze. These metals can be blended with other alloys to achieve the desired material properties and characteristics for a particular application.
I would think that basically means
I so said metal alloy. I so said metal alloy. I
Wait,
did.
what
two
is it?
metals.
What is
When
it, Big
two
Al?
metals are being constantly pushed together, they almost have to be springs, so they can bounce back.
Right.
Otherwise, they'd stretch out.
Okay.
Okay, so
yeah, it's basically like the easy way to say like a mixed bag of metals, kind of.
So what's the percentage on that type of metal?
Crime sleuth.
Riddler? I don't know.
That's probably why
Oh, I'm
Riddler
sorry.
is
I was
muted.
typing away in an email. Was I just asked something? I heard my name.
How long?
Riddler is muted. He's probably looking something up.
He's probably Googling it.
Yeah.
It's a powdered metal on the chief.
Riddler's going to educate all of us on what the hell he just heard.
Okay, what I did was I looked
there he is.
Metal.
I went and looked up the sheath, and that took a while.
What I figured.
Went down that rabbit hole.
Yeah. So anyway, it says powdered metals is what I figured. Now, and I'll get back to this in a minute, and you see what the powdered metals are.
Yes.
I don't know what year. Let's go with World War II K-bar knives. Not the ones being made in the last 10 years, but made back then. They might have been using brass or even stainless steel because I doubt they use stainless steel, but they wanted something that wouldn't corrode because the Marines were in the water, salt water.
So it's probably a brass.
And coming on to this, and then
Isn't brass kind of known for being soft though?
Yeah, so I mean, I couldn't tell you what they were made of back then. All I can tell you is I looked up a sheath on one of the sites, and it says powdered metal for the button.
Okay. But they could have, over the years, like you're saying, from like way back World War One or whatever, they could have changed as.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, and see, like the leather sheath, it was probably made in USA back in World War II days, whereas today it might be made in Mexico.
Right.
What about the the Amazon number, or if you use the KVAR website?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that's going to be your powdered ones, your powdered metal sheath. And
Where did you look it up, Riddler?
I'll send that link to you when we get to it.
All right, while Riddler's doing that, I'm going to go over this document real quick so I can mark it off my list of like 12 documents that came out today. All right, so this is the order providing and sealing the jury panel selection list. And it just says, in response to a letter request dated July 24th from Ann C. Taylor, the public defender, the court is providing, pursuant to Rule 61.3 ICAR, a copy of the Latah County jury panel selection list from January 1st of 2023 to June 30th of 2023. The letter requests that the jury panel selection lists are attached to this order. The jury panel list shall not be duplicated or dispersed. A violation of this order is contempt of court and subject to sanctions. This list shall be sealed under Rule 32I, 2F, and 3 to protect the privacy of the potential jurors. And that was signed by Judge. And that was actually signed on the 26th. Now I'm going to mark this one off.
I just love that Judge.
Some people are just calling him JJ because it's easier.
It is easier.
It is, but I like Judge.
Well, it should be J cubed. Judge John Judge.
Yeah, JJJ.
J squared.
Cubed.
Yes, cubed.
Which one was that?
Or we just call him John. I don't think he'll like that very much.
Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find this one so I can mark it off my list so I don't try to read it again. Okay. All right. Did we do the notice of hearing? We did that one, all right?
Kind of. I don't think you actually read every. I just wanted to see if one thing was on there.
Okay, I'll pull it back up then and go back over it real quick. I'm gonna try to get through these shorter ones as much as I can tonight too. All right, so this is.
Can I? Oh, Scarlett, Philly Maniac is leaving. Nice.
Really?
Wait, he dropped?
I think that's his name.
Philly, have a good night.
Why is everybody leaving? They don't like us no more?
Wait, it shows Philly's still on panel though.
I may or may not have farted.
I'm sorry. My bad.
What?
Billy, are you still here?
Sorry, Billy.
He says, good night, guys. Talk to you soon, but it shows he's still on panel. So, Philly, do I need to kick you off the panel? Wait.
Okay, I'm not crazy. All
right. Okay, never mind. He just dropped. Okay.
Yeah.
Night.
All right.
What is that too?
So this is a notice of hearing, and it says to Bryan C. Kohberger, defendant and counsel Ann Taylor, on August the 18th at 10:30 a.m. or as soon thereafter as counsel may be heard, the undersigned will call on for hearing. The state's motion for protective order filed June 16th of 2023. State's motion to reconsider order saying time for a speedy trial, which was filed on July the 17th. The state's motion for scheduling order filed on July the 17th. And then the state's motion to compel the notice of defense of alibi or alternatively a bar certain evidence filed on July the 27th. So that was signed by Mr. Thompson on the 27th. So just like today, well, yesterday now. So I need to go to the alibi one too, because I don't think I went over that one tonight either. I found that one. Motion to compel. Okay. Grab this one. Fofa, did you see this one? The motion to compel?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the one about the defense. Yeah.
Yeah, for the alibi. Yep. All right. So make sure it's still good. Okay. All right. So this one is the motion to compel the notice of defense of alibi or alternatively to bar certain evidence. So it says, comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and respectfully moves the court for an order compelling the defense to comply in full with the Idaho Code 19519 and ICR 12.1 and provide the state with notice of any alibi that may be offered herein, said notice to include the specific place or places at which the defendant claims to have been at the time of the burglary and homicides in this case, and two, the names and addresses of all witnesses upon whom the defendant intends to rely to establish such alibi. So, as the court file reflects, the state filed its request for discovery disclosure alibi demand on May the 23rd and served the defense on that same day. The parties subsequently stipulated to extend the statutory time for the defendant to provide a notice of alibi and comply with the Idaho Code 19519 and ICR 12.1 on July 24th. On July 24th, the defendant filed a notice of defendant's response to the state's alibi demand, and this document does not comply with the requirements of the Idaho Code 19519 and ICR 12.1. In that it does not specify a place or places at which the defendant claims to have been at the time of the offenses herein, nor does it provide names and addresses of witnesses upon whom the defendant intends to rely. The state recognizes that the defendant has a Sixth Amendment constitutional right to call witnesses in his or her defense in State versus Juarez. However, as noted in both of these cited cases, the defendant's right to call witnesses in his or her defense is not unfettered, and the state has a legitimate interest in obtaining timely and complete discovery response from the defendant. As the Juarez court has also observed, if requested by the state during discovery, a defendant intending to offer an alibi must file notice where the defendant claims to have been at the time of the alleged offenses and the names and addresses of the witnesses whose testimony will support the defendant's alibi. Idaho at 277 through 278, as evidenced by the defendant's July 24th notice of defense response to the state's alibi demand, the defendant has failed to comply in any fashion with the requirements of the statute, court rule, and applicable case law. It is important to note that the scheduled October 2nd, 2023 jury trial is barely more than 2 months away. Tracy, thank you so much for being a member for 4 months, and she says she loves this group. And Tracy, we love you, and we're happy that you are here tonight joining us. So if the defense intends to rely on alibi, it is essential that they be required to provide prompt notice so that the state can fulfill its obligations under the Idaho Code 19519-2 to investigate and respond to the notice of alibi. Any further delays will substantially prejudice the state's rights. Similar to the situation in Juarez, the state has no idea how the defendant's notice regarding alibi constitutes an alibi, and observe above, the state is unable to comply with the ICR 12.1 and Idaho Code 19-519 because based on the lack of information in the case, we don't know how this is an alibi at all. The state also notes, as the United States Supreme Court observed in Taylor versus Illinois, the ease with which an alibi can be fabricated, and the state's interest in protecting itself against the 11th hour defense is both obvious and legitimate. So the advisory system of trial is hardly an end in itself. It is not yet a poker game which players enjoy to absolute right always to conceal their cards until played. Based on the above, the state respectfully prays that the court for an order compelling the defendant to comply in full with the Idaho Code 19519 and ICR 12.1 by filing a notice specifying where the defendant claims to have been at the time of the alleged offenses and the names and addresses of the witnesses whose testimony will support the defendant's alibi. Given the time constraints, the state prays that the court direct the defendant to comply no later than 10 days from the date of the court's order, and that the state be allowed, pursuant to the Idaho Code 19519-2, should provide the defense written notice of names and addresses of the witnesses who the state intends to rely on to establish the defendant's presence at the scene of the offenses and any other witnesses to be relied on to rebut the testimony of any of the defendant's alibi witnesses no later than 10 days before trial. Alternate, Alternatively, the state prays for an order of this court pursuant to the Idaho Code 195-19-4 prohibiting the defendant from presenting any evidence, whether by direct or cross-examination, in support of any claimed alibi other than from the defendant himself. So that came from William Thompson on the 27th. So they are wanting that alibi.
I agree with it. He shouldn't be able to give an alibi from witnesses testifying
During cross-examination.
Yeah, that shouldn't. It's what they said. It's a fabrication.
I have a huge what if.
Okay.
What if? And I don't know if anybody's even mentioned this or not. But maybe I'm just repeating what somebody else maybe threw out there. But what if? What if Kohberger didn't bring that knife there? What if he was just there creeping and went into a room where one of the girls had that knife for protection?
Mm-hmm.
What?
And just
And
let me throw this
As
what
a
if out there.
girl, I would not use a Kobar knife. I would
But you
not.
never
I
know.
would.
I wanna
I
hear
would.
it.
Hold on. Let him do his.
let me throw a what if out there and just it's
Go
not
for it.
crazy
True.
for a dad to say, "Here, take this, put it on your nightstand."
No, that's
Okay.
not what I'm problems with.
Well,
Go ahead.
what if a girl gets startled in their room because he's planning an essay or something of the likes? He stalked them there or whatever. The door was open. He let himself in. He surprised them in their room. They reached to grab it. He grabbed it. His DNA hits the snap. He's got the knife. One thing leads to another, and before you know it, he's running out the door with the knife. And there's a bunch of there's a bunch of deceased kids.
Yeah,
I
What
am not.
if?
Sorry, I'm not like I'm actually not in like an agreement with you, but I'm also thinking now, since you said like a struggle, so we've done comparisons on different metals. Have we done it like on leather? Like how prevalent would it be on a leather sheath? So, because like if he's gonna be struggling, he's going to hit just more than just the freaking metal snap, right? Right?
Well, right, but if it's not his and he wasn't handling it like crazy, it's not
Yeah,
like
that's what I'm
DNA would
saying.
be
So I'm agreeing
riddling the
with you.
leather.
I'm actually,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm working
But
with you on this.
Yeah, no, I
But
get
they
it.
so
would have
with
touched the leather.
the snap too, though, it has kind of that edge,
Yep.
where it could
Yeah.
pull off the skin cells, like, because it's not like it's hooking you, but it's
Yeah, no,
It's
I'm
more
just
pinning,
abrasive
it would
than
like
say
more
break
leather.
off as opposed to just grabbing. So like if he wasn't sweating, or I don't know, some people are more prone also to like having touch DNA shed. So that would
I'm just
make it.
asking. Go
No,
on.
I'm just throwing out there an idea.
So
I'm not.
No, go
so
ahead.
Big Al, you're saying, Big Al, that so he came in the house, he was lurking, he's maybe essay or something like that, went up to the girls' room. One of them had a K-bar, pulled it out to defend themselves. He unarmed them, used it on them instead, went downstairs, got caught by Xana and whatever, so he had to do that and then left. And
And
and he just touched the sheath on that one spot
yep.
because
Not the sheath. It's just the metal
hold
thing,
on,
though.
It's
That's
hold
what
just
I'm
a
on.
trying to
snap.
say.
No, I understand that, but
But it
here's
kind
the
of
thing.
explains why he would forget it.
No, I understand. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Oh, I see.
I'm just going through the thing here. So if he unarmed them and then turned it wouldn't be the first time something like that's happened. But if that's the case, the whoever's knife that is wouldn't have been so careful with their DNA. So the girls' knife
That's true.
DNA would have to be on that sheath somewhere if it's theirs.
Unless he had the
Or their
time to wipe it
dad's.
down. No, unless he
No,
had the time
even
to
if
wipe
he
it down. And what Riddler
no,
was saying.
No, even
Oh,
if
sorry.
you wipe the sheath down, the leather's going to hold it longer. I mean, you can't just
That's what I
wipe
was
off
asking.
Yeah,
Does
because of
anyone know
the
that for a
oils.
fact?
The oils, your
Where's
oils
the article?
from your fingers would probably soak into it. But Vapor, hold on, let me grab Vapor's thing before I lose it.
That's
Hold
what
on.
I was asking. Do we know that for a fact?
Yeah, because the oil from your hand's going to stay on the sheath,
Yeah.
whether you wipe it or
That's
not.
what I thought. That's what I was trying to ask. Sorry, I'm not really great with my questioning. That's my fault.
That's fine.
No, I
Asperger's here.
followed you.
Sorry.
Big
We
Al, can you
understood what
see
he
the
said.
question on the screen?
Yeah, I
Oh, I
did read
see it.
that. I was actually typing out a response.
Oh, okay.
There's a gag order. We don't. I mean,
Yeah.
why would we know that? I'm just throwing out a what
Yeah.
if. I'm
Okay,
thinking. I'm
so
trying to put myself in this guy's shoes. How the
Right.
fuck do you forget the sheath?
okay, what
Yeah,
okay,
I
what
agree with
if
you.
I'm gonna one up Big Al on here. So what if one of the male DNA profiles that they can't identify is on that sheath and it might be,
Right.
whoever gave the girl the sheath.
Yeah.
Well, see,
Well,
that would come
that's
in a
just
problem though, because if there's another male DNA source on that sheath, then why are
Yeah,
they only going for one of them
after one
instead of
person.
all of them that's on the
Right.
sheet?
and also because maybe I'm understanding this wrong, but you're saying that like he only got his fingerprints in a struggle on the little clasp button and not the rest of the leather. That's what
Well,
I'm
think about
confused.
it. If
But
somebody's got that in their hand and you're trying to grab it from them, you got to
yeah,
go for the snap to get the knife out of the sheath. You're not getting it out without unsnapping it.
Right.
Or
I
let's
guess.
say let's say they had it in their hand and he could have batted
Well,
it away. Maybe his finger touched just the button. It's not out
Okay,
of the
so
and
room.
wait, let
not
me ask
just
this
even
again.
fingertips, but like the flakes of your skin.
That's
That
what
DNA would come
Yeah,
off.
that's what I was about to say.
You
What
could
if it
scrape.
brushed? Yeah, like what if it? If let's say we'll take Big Al's what he's saying. What if he's struggling with the girls, gets the sheath, but it like hits his arm or something like that, and
Right.
it's not his finger that touched his finger.
right. I'm
Well,
just
that's
running with
why
this theory to explore it more.
Right.
I was reading that study. That's why I'm so interested in that study, because it explains that what you just said would make it. It just wouldn't happen like that. It
What
takes
wouldn't
quite a
happen like
bit of
that?
touch to leave, DNA behind, and that's such a slick surface. That button. I
What?
don't get it. Why could they not find any of his DNA anywhere else on the sheet?
Well, they may have, and we just
They
don't
may
know
have
about
no.
it.
Oh no.
Have you ever
Also, he could have
unsnapped
been
a
smart.
really tight metal snap?
Yeah,
A very
there's
tight
He
gonna
could
metal
have
be
been
snap.
smart.
if you use your thumb just to like push on that snap to pop it open, it's gonna cause friction.
But holding the
And
knife to use
Also,
the knife so
sorry.
brutally, that should leave a lot more DNA. I mean, I would buy, like if the PCA said that, they found his DNA all over the handle, I would buy that more than I bought the snap.
We don't know if
Have we
they
thought about?
have the knife.
But can I say something really quick? What if he has gloves on and somehow they were able to get it through? Because snap, you have to push on hard. If you're struggling with a weapon and you have gloves on, even latex gloves, they could have ripped in a struggle.
Well,
So,
you can get
like,
touch
they
DNA
wouldn't
on
be
the
on the
outside of a
sheath,
latex
but they
glove.
would just be on the snap because he closed it shut or something. I'm also throwing out.
Teacher.
Just
But
I watch a lot of ID.
It was just a simple what if. I
no,
just
I
can't. I
understand.
can't understand how you would forget the sheath. The only thing in
I
my mind says
Because
he
he's a
didn't bring
dummy.
it.
I like
But
what
I mean, but you never know what you're going through, like during a struggle like that. I mean, just even like
anything's possible.
Leopold. There's so many cases where like even the smartest people like forgot their freaking glasses at the scene. Like, how do you forget that? They had a whole thing written up. Leo and Leopold or whatever. Just, I mean, it happens.
I like to explore what ifs. I mean,
Right.
No, I
you
agree
know,
with Big Al though. I mean,
Well, it just
we
blows
don't
my
know.
mind.
we don't
It,
know. Yeah.
it just blows my mind that you would forget something like that. And the only thing I can think of is, well, he didn't bring it.
Well, okay, so what blows
So
my mind
why would it be in
about
his
it?
head to grab it?
This is what blows my mind about that. If he did bring it, why wasn't it hooked on his belt?
He probably wasn't wearing pants that had loops or something. He probably just
Possibility.
stuck it in his hoodie. And I'm thinking,
Wait, that's a big
that's
knife.
why
Hold
she
on. Big Al. Big Al said.
Go
Big
ahead.
Al said that if it was her knife, so obviously it would not be on him.
No, that's not
Well,
what I
no,
said.
no,
That's not what I was
Lady
saying.
I thought.
Brenda. What I said is if he brought that knife in that sheath,
Oh.
okay, I don't understand why he didn't have it secured on his body somewhere. It's
Right.
like
That's true.
It would have
the
made more
belt.
sense if it was on his body somewhere instead
I mean,
of
if
just
he,
in his
It would
hand.
definitely have to be.
right,
He
if
wouldn't
he
just be
knew,
holding it. That'd be crazy.
if he knew that he was going to be using it, in my opinion, I would, even if I had pants that didn't have it or whatever, I think I would just put a belt on just to hold the sheath, if nothing else, because I don't want to lose it. So that's what blows my mind is how
That
is
or
that
leave it in the vehicle.
another mistake? I mean, that's just like,
It
I
just
don't.
doesn't make sense. If
I
he would
agree.
make a mistake that huge, right? Leaving behind a sheath, but there's
Okay,
literally
people have left
no
behind
DNA
glasses
in
at
his
a scene.
car or
wait,
apartment.
just a minute. What, crime sleuthen?
It's okay.
I didn't know. I wanted to
Go
hear what
ahead.
you said.
Yeah, because I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Sorry, my bad.
It's okay. I forgot.
What? Okay.
She'll remember. She'll remember.
My husband, whenever he's worn like warm up pants or whatever out in the yard in the back, and if he needs a knife, he just like puts a belt on with a knife and just lets it hang on his hip, you know? I mean,
Right.
why not even
I
just do
completely
that?
agree.
You
I
know,
completely agree.
if he knows he's going to be using it, why take the risk of losing it?
And think about
Nice try.
I completely agree because like if technically I mean apparent allegedly he doesn't really know what's going on inside, like if they're asleep. So if they're like awake and like playing, I don't know, card games, like why would you have the knife showing? Because then you're gonna have like what's it,
Well,
4 on
if that's all
one.
I had, it would be under my pillow.
Well,
So
see,
I could
Well,
get to it if somebody came in my room.
True.
if I was going into
True.
something like that to commit a crime, that sheath, the knife would be out of the sheath as I came through the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he would
Yeah.
wait until he
I
got
wouldn't wait till I
into
got in the room and
No.
be like a
that's what I
movie.
said.
I
Ha
wouldn't
True.
either. Yeah, I wouldn't
That's-
either.
That's
It
what I
Hey,
doesn't.
said.
Sunflower Dragon.
Unless that was part of it, like if it was a
I don't know.
fantasy
Part of the
type
plan
thing,
they call-
part of his fantasy.
Can I put
I
out a
mean, but
really
also
weird
he's a
what if?
man. He's a man. He could overpower them. So why would he even need to grab a knife? I mean, obviously he's going to use that because it's quicker. But
Because that's part of his fantasy.
We're on two different pages right now. We've
Yeah,
got
yeah, no, I'm going to be quiet.
we were on we went back to Big Al's thing and then back to
Right.
him bringing the knife. That's what the confusion is.
Yeah. I was just saying that was what was blowing my mind was that if he did bring it, I was actually kind of agreeing with Big Al actually.
Well, and you're right about wearing a belt when you have to. I wear running pants all the time, and I have a belt that I carry my pistol on, and
Right.
I wear a belt with running pants. Sue me.
Exactly.
You can't hook
Even if you're not
you
wearing.
can't hook a holster onto running pants. You just
A
can't.
lot of people wear belts when they have like sweatpants on or something.
Yep. I
Even
just
if
don't
you're
know how
not
to carry
wearing
a
a belt,
gun.
you could
Yeah,
tuck it in
exactly.
your underwear.
So I
Is
have
Riddler still here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to find Sally
Yeah.
Mae's comment.
I'm still here.
Okay.
Riddler. Oh, sorry. Are you gonna read?
Yeah, I'm trying to grab Sally Mae. She wanted me to pull it up. Trying to find it in chat, but
Can I ask Riddler just a quick question?
yeah, go ahead.
Riddler, you said that you, with your sheath when you go hunting, that you wear it around your neck, right?
I have a neck knife, but when I have my sheath with my K-bar, it's a Kydex sheath. It's not leather, but I tie a string to it as extra protection, not to lose it. And
Right.
that string attaches to a belt loop.
And my husband has done the same
Yeah,
exact thing.
So what if
I
it was
feel-
tied and it got pulled off?
A possibility.
It wasn't tied well because he doesn't know how to tie knots like you do, Riddler. But
Well,
They have some camera footage sorry. Go on, Rilla.
That knife is designed to go around a belt, or even a belt on a harness that goes over on your shoulders. That's where I wore mine when I was in the military. We had an Ontario knife. We didn't have the K-bar in the Air Force, but we wore ours on our shoulders, the front chest, and I hung mine upside down so when I pulled it out, it
That
was
makes
already
sense.
gone. But uh, that knife that he was using, the sheath, it would go around just a regular waist belt, and then
So
that's where you would draw it
what if
from.
he had it on the front of his belt, like on after the first loop, on one side or the other?
I wear
And
mine on the hip, and some people like it on the opposite side. Some like it on the same side.
Yeah, I feel like it would be sorry, Riddler, correct me if I'm wrong. It would be going on to the right where you put your wallets or your keys, like either the right or left side of the front or the right or left side of your behind, like in a pocket.
Yeah, and everybody's got their own preference. You can wear it
But you're
straight
not gonna
down
put
the
it in the
seam.
middle, and you're not gonna put it in the middle because that's gonna cut off some other things. And
I
I
wouldn't
mean,
put it in the
besides,
front. Yeah, the appendix. I wouldn't. I mean,
it's
that's what
gonna
I
be on
tell
the side.
people.
It's not gonna be right by your like things.
No, no, and I wouldn't. No, I mean, everybody has their own preference how they want.
Everybody has their own
Okay,
way of.
well,
All right, so Sally Mae wanted me to get y'all to address this. She said, plan it would mean someone planned the crime, found someone to frame, then somehow got BK's DNA on it, committed the crime, and left the sheath there.
They didn't say planted, they said placed.
I don't agree.
But I mean, I think that
Okay,
is valid
I have a
when you
question.
pull it all together like that.
Right.
I have a
If
question.
that was what they're presenting.
Go ahead, Betty Jo.
Who would want to frame him? Who? He's not a celebrity. He's not famous. He's just a TA at a college that nobody knows. So who would want to frame him?
I don't know.
The CIA.
If I'm
You
falling in love
crazy.
with you,
You're crazy.
for real, I'm buying you a new tinfoil hat for Christmas.
That's why I like her.
We found out way too much about the JFK stuff.
I know, right?
No, I'm serious.
I don't know. I mean, it's going to come out in court. If something like that happened and he's involved in other stuff that we just don't know about, it's going to end up coming out in court.
I mean, he's just a plain old Joe Schmo going to college, getting his PhD, and you know.
Arb said because he had extra bushy eyebrows.
Them damn eyebrows.
I can tell you, y'all, BK's never going to be able to live down the eyebrows. Seriously.
I mean,
like he's going to be known for that for the rest of his life.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible somebody can frame him. I'm just saying, but who? Like, he's just a TA in Washington State.
We know that he had, and I'm not saying that this is true or anything like that. And Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. She said BK would have the knife ready, no DNA in the car. It took 8 hours to call 911. Anything could have been planted and moved. He had help. I do agree that someone else is involved in this. But we know back when he was in Pennsylvania, before he came to Washington, he had an addiction.
Right.
Okay. Could it have been possible that once he got to Washington, he starts school, he's a TA, he's in this PhD program. I'm pretty sure that it's like very, very stressful.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
He might have relapsed and got mixed up with some people. You know what I'm saying? And might have screwed somebody over or done somebody wrong or whatever, and had nothing to do with what happened at 11/22. But could he have screwed somebody over, and then whoever it was he screwed over did bad or got made mad or whatever, decides, hey, we're going to go do this to these girls, but we're going to frame him for it.
I mean it's possible.
It's a possibility. I'm not saying that's what happened,
Right.
But when it comes to people saying that he's framed or it was planted or placed or whatever, there are possibilities for people to frame other people. We
Oh,
just don't
Oh,
know
so,
what all he was involved in because, I mean, if there's anything else other than him being a TA or in this PhD program, we won't know that until it comes out at the trial, if
you're
it comes
yeah.
talking
out.
about BK, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I did not know that he had substance problems.
Yeah, back
Yeah.
That's
when he
Back
was
actually
when
in
new to me.
Pennsylvania, he did.
he was in high school.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
do we know what kind of substances? Can you like give
heroin.
Yeah, it
every?
was.
Oh,
Yeah, it
okay.
was H.
H.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
H, sorry.
No, you're good.
No, you're fine.
But
Okay.
What's a
All right.
little H? I mean,
I mean,
I mean,
it's a
no, it's not.
possibility.
No, that gives me a whole new ball game of like playing. Like that's different.
I mean, I'm not. You know, I'm not
And
missing.
I don't, and I'm not saying that he relapsed, and hopefully that ain't what happened because I don't want to see anybody who's worked through their sobriety and then fall back on it.
Right.
But it's a possibility, especially if you're in a stressful situation. We've heard that he's having issues at school. He's grading females different than males, and he's having issues with professors. I'm pretty sure
He's
that was all very stressful.
and he moved out of his parents' home for
Parents
the first time.
all
Yeah.
the way across the country. He doesn't
Yeah.
know
I don't know.
anybody
That sounds
there.
like many a boyfriend I've had.
he couldn't get laid.
H is a hell of a drug.
That I mean that
No,
too.
but
That
they're
could be a possibility.
legitimate triggers for
No.
someone
Yeah.
to.
I know.
Yeah.
It's just the way. It's just the way
He
Big
got the
Al
gift
said
of
it.
gab. He sounds intelligent. I literally dated one of him, and he even looks like him. I will send you an email, Scarlett. Like literally looks like the epitome
I
of him,
don't know.
except for the eyebrows.
Something's telling me it's him and him alone.
Really?
And Addie was the target
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
some odd reason. I do not know.
But just how do you explain like how fast this was? Like he like had to be ninja style. Like I don't know.
I
Well, when
mean,
your
yes and
when your
no.
adrenaline's kicked in, you
That's true. Go on.
If you take your hand and you like pretend like you're doing, have the knife on a pillow, like in just 10 seconds,
Hmm.
how many times you can do that?
Okay,
yeah
didn't he box as
True.
well?
Yeah.
yeah.
Boxed, ran.
I mean, yeah, I had
Is
a
a
house
boxer.
fire like a year back, and honestly, like my boyfriend even said he wouldn't have done what I did. I literally saw the fire extinguisher from like, and it was like the microwave, and it was an oil fire, and I didn't think that like he said he would have ran out of the house, but my son was in his crib upstairs, and I literally put it out in a matter of a minute, and I didn't think that I could do. I was like, holy Christ, because like I had talked to fire people because insurance fraud and stuff. It was nothing like that. I displaced my son for 7 months. We're still dealing with the insurance stuff, but
Okay.
Well,
yeah,
Um.
no, I didn't.
Well, if you boxed, your hands are going to be fast as
Yeah,
well, and you're going to have endurance.
and he's a
Because,
runner, and he's a
They
runner
should
too.
be
So
fast, otherwise you're getting your ass kicked a lot.
exactly,
Right.
exactly.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. She said, "Who cleans a sheet before using it for a murder unless he planned to leave it there, a signature type move or a setup?"
it's a possibility he left it there for a signature move. Just didn't know his DNA was on it.
Could have been. I mean, he could have brought
He thought he
that.
had her all cleaned up, but
Yeah,
he
Yeah,
missed
he
it. He
could have.
missed it by that much.
Okay,
He
so
could have completely thought he completely had it clean, possibly. And I'm not. And this is just a theory, also. Not saying this is what happened, but he could have cleaned it, thought he had it perfectly clean, didn't have none of his DNA on it. He left it thinking that the cops are going to think that it was a K-bar when it was a totally different type of weapon that was used, and he screwed up,
yep.
left his
my
DNA on it.
my theory on that, if he was the one that took it, my theory on that, what I've always thought is that from the moment he bought that knife, he was very careful about not leaving any DNA on it at all. And one time that thing just brushed up against him and he didn't get it cleaned off.
I love the
think-
what if game.
Yeah, me too.
I really do.
You know, Al wasn't too
It's
far off about the knife. You know, maybe one of the girls owned it, which I doubt. But Ted Bundy, when he went to Florida State University to commit that evil deed, he picked up a log, small one,
Yeah.
out in the yard. Went up into the dorm, and he hit 4 girls over the head. I think it was 4. 2
Yeah.
survived,
It
and
was,
2 didn't. And so, and once again, nobody heard it. Now, how does that happen? Nobody hears it.
I don't know.
But
That's
but
I don't
but
understand.
you hear people in here who have no experience, have not done their homework on Danny Rawling and Ted Bundy. Nobody
right.
heard either one of them. Danny Rawling was so good and so stealthy that 2 girls were in the same apartment and they didn't hear the other one. He even
Yep.
stood over one of the girls and then left her. Went upstairs in this apartment. I guess it was like a townhouse, I guess. Anyway, he goes up there, takes out one, comes back downstairs, takes out the other one, sleeping on a couch.
Yep.
I might have to look into that dude because I've heard you bring him up a lot, but I've never
He's
had the time to look into it.
A lot of people,
it's
I mean, I don't want
crazy.
to say I give him respect, but a lot of people don't give him what is due to him as one of the most prolific and evil SKs. He
Mhm.
took out a woman in Shreveport. He was peeping Tom. She's in the shower and he sees her. He gets excited, so he goes in there and she's essayed and she's hit with the knife. Takes her dad out, which is the grandfather. Then takes out her son, only 8 years
Oh
old.
my God.
Yeah, this guy was something else.
He was
And he had 2
vicious.
demons in him. He'll tell you the names.
There's
One
a
of
special
the
place in
demons was
hell.
Gemini.
Yes, there is a special place in hell for people like that. Let me grab this super chat real quick, y'all. So Huda, thank you so much for the super chat. She said BK has a PhD in criminal justice. Why would he leave a knife sheath behind? BK applied for a job to teach the forensic team and new methods with DNA.
Well, why did he do everything else he left? You know,
Why-
we
I was-
Can I
have
say just
traces.
digital
sorry,
cloud-based
really quickly?
forensics.
Yeah.
See, I ran over
Oh.
every scenario. I'm even thinking he never entered the house. He recruited someone to do this, but he gave them the knife that he purchased.
See, and that's what's so
And
crazy
he's
about
on
this.
and he's on the outside. And once the deed is done, he could see by watching the lights or the travel of the guy coming out. He speeds off. The other guy now is leaving at 4:25 out of the house.
Oh,
Yeah,
Scarlett, just really quick intermission. Can I say something? Really quick.
yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, I've noticed that Huda London has given a lot, so I just want to thank her personally too
Oh,
for
okay. Well,
helping out
thank
your
you.
channel.
And
I just because I'm not on all the time.
if he never entered the house, that's why you wouldn't find DNA in his car. But he recruited someone else to do it so he can write his thesis.
I don't
Damn,
think
Ruler, that's
that would be
deep.
enough for him.
I don't either.
That's
he
only
seems like
only one of 1,000 I've gone
he
over.
seems like the type
Me
that
too, but I just
wants
don't think
credit
that'd be
for.
enough.
I don't
I
know.
don't. This case, this case is crazy.
Yes.
You can go through every single scenario, and like I've said 1,000 times, they all make sense,
Yeah.
but there's no answer for them.
Yep.
And then this, like, he has book smarts, but if he's a person who did this and he drove his car and he brought his phone, he has absolutely no common sense. Like, why would you
Very
go
true.
commit a crime like this, even if you are in the house or outside of the house? If you're even just being at the crime scene as a lookout, you're still as guilty as the person who done the murders.
Yep.
But why drive your car and bring your phone? That's what I don't get.
Yeah, I don't either. That's just crazy to me.
And at the same time, if this is his first attack, you're telling me it's beginner's luck. He's so prolific that he could take 4 people out in 10 minutes.
That's why a lot of people
That's
don't
why-
think it's his
And
first
that
time.
and at the same time, and they're in different rooms, and at the same time there's a hell of a fight on the second floor.
Right.
I don't.
They're not interchanging DNA with each other.
I have a question about the hell of a fight on the second floor. That was just from Steve, right?
No.
Right.
Well, that's the only person I heard it from. Was
The
from Mr.
second
Gonzalez.
floor? Are you talking second
The
floor? or
hell of a
first floor?
fight.
Yeah, that because Mr.
That was
Gonzalez
at
said that there was a
K.
hell of a fight on the second floor. That was his words.
I thought
Okay.
weren't they on the third floor?
No,
Mm,
Xana and Ethan were on the second floor, and that's where Mr. Gonzalez was saying that there was a hell of a fight at.
On the
yeah.
yeah, got
Yeah,
you. I remember that.
And he's going to say whatever because he hears whatever, and he's a grieving father.
right. And I think that has a lot to do with um, stuff that he heard, or stuff that this was a discussion in another place in another chat. It's not necessarily the Gonzalez family lying or any of the other families lying, but
No.
if people are telling them stuff that is not true
True.
and they're going by what they're being told, and we have to remember they're grieving. All
It's
they're wanting to know is what exactly happened. So when people tell them something,
yep.
it's they're taking it to heart, and then if they repeat it, it's not them lying, it's just them
Them
repeating what
hearing.
somebody told
Yep.
them that could have been lying
Right.
to them.
But I think
Right.
he was getting credible sources because I don't think it was hearsay off the street. I think a cop came up to him or an investigator said off the record there
It
was a
could have
hell of a
been.
fight on the second because he wasn't wrong about uh who was it, Xana? Her fingers were almost taken
Well, we
off.
don't
How
even
do
know
we
that.
know that?
We don't even know that.
Yeah, that hasn't never came out from law enforcement. That
It was on the internet.
From different
could be
people.
true
Read
then.
it in a Facebook
Bonjour.
group.
Well, I know if I was a cop on scene, I would want that dad to feel a little bit better and telling him that there was a fight. I mean,
What
Well,
I
I
would
mean,
have to make him feel a bit of something.
right, to know that they at least fought back, and
Right.
yeah,
And
They
also
weren't
at
just
the same
ambushed in
time,
their damn sleep.
right,
he hired an attorney, and it also says he hired an investigator, and I never gives his
yeah.
name.
The
Um,
What
investigator
did the
woman.
investor come back and tell him? See, I'm thinking he's getting credible sources coming to him. So far, everything they've said so far seems to be checking out what that family is saying.
but if you
So
think about it, when we were watching that, and I still got to find that video, but where you can see when they're in the living room and they're looking around and they're taking pictures of whatever it is there on the floor, whether it's red fluid or it's more footprints or whatever, you kind of have to go with what Mr. Gonzalez is saying when he said there was a hell of a fight on the second floor, because it could have started in the living room. It could have started in the hallway, went to the living room, then back to Xander's room. Like a whole lot of that's a big space, even though it's kind of small. It's still a big space for something like that to have happened in. Um, and I don't think that the Gonzalez family has any reason to lie about anything that they were told.
Yeah, no, I
So,
in no way did I mean that they were lying.
oh no, 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 I know. It's
I
just
just wanted to
It's just
make
not in
sure
the
that that
PCA,
was
right? It's not
yeah,
in the PCA, and that's what we're going by
it's
as the
not
right.
in
holy,
the
as the
PCA
holy
and
gospel.
It's not
well,
in the PCA.
no, I mean you can have other sources too, but
Yeah,
just
yeah.
I
another
can't help but
people.
think about what the noises on the second floor from the third floor happenings would have been. Like, was the floor creaking like crazy? Were there noisy ceilings? I mean,
I mean,
if
Maddie's
you were below
bedroom,
that, it wasn't loud above their heads because I
yeah,
mean,
because Maddie's bedroom was directly above Dylan's bedroom.
Hmm.
All that was separating them was the ceiling, and that's it.
I just have to wonder that's the whole thing about tearing down the house.
I mean, think
Are
of
there
being
were
in a
audio tests done? Did they hear it?
think of being in an apartment, okay, and you have someone living above you, or even in a hotel, and there's somebody above you. You can hear when people are
You can hear a lot of
walking,
shit.
when they're moving furniture, whatever they're doing, you can hear it. So just imagine in a creaky old house that's probably only built to just up to code for it to pass the code inspection, and something like that going on, and these girls fighting back.
What is
Beds probably
directly
possibly moved, stomping. Could be a lot of noises.
what is directly above the kitchen?
Kaylee's room.
Okay, is that where the bodies were?
No, that's where Murphy, the little
Okay,
dog, was
that's where
at.
Murphy was. Okay,
Yeah.
that's where he was locked
Scarlett,
up.
I agree 100%. It is so freaking annoying. I've lived in those kinds of apartments, houses oh my gosh, you just hear every freaking. People know when it's a certain person walking across the room, like literally by the footsteps. Because I stomp heavy too myself. It's just, oh, it's
Well,
bizarre.
think about the lady who lived below Bryan over in Washington. She said she could hear everything going on in his apartment, his food, his was it his garbage
Vacuum
disposal,
cleaner
the
at 4
Vacuuming
a.m.
in the middle of the night.
yeah, she could hear everything. So just imagine what would be heard in that old house like that.
And see, that's
You
another
can
thing.
even hear the vacuum cleaners. You can hear the freaking crickets.
He's a night owl. He stays up all night.
Right.
Which to me explains the hell of a fight because they heard something above them
Yeah. And
and
like Vapor
the
said,
fight was on.
that could have been what Dylan meant when she heard when she said it sounded like Kaylee playing with her dog upstairs. It could have been what was going on upstairs, and it wasn't Kaylee playing with the dog.
I mean,
If
I
a
She just
dog
took
is
it as that.
playing,
I
you
agree with
freaking
that.
know. You know.
but
It's like
who's to say?
thin. It's so thin.
But who's to say that they didn't tell the police what they heard? They just didn't put it in the
Yeah,
PCA.
and see, that's what we don't know because they're not going to put everything in that PCA.
Right.
They're just going to put just enough to get the
And
arrest warrant, and
and
that's it.
exactly, they're not going to put the whole statement of what Dylan said. They're just going to put some of it.
No, we gotta wait for
You
discovery
know,
for that.
I mean, I
I did
also
live in a house
worry
like this growing up, and I will say, because it was a party house, that certain like what I deem to be like really annoying, like I was just saying, because I'm now looking like really back. That wouldn't have bothered me back then because there's just people coming in and out all the time. Like literally, my the living room was turned into a movie theater when we had a huge snowstorm where we had like 3 couches upstairs, and it was all they were all like aligned like a movie theater, and it was just like ridiculous. But then I moved into an apartment when I was pregnant, and it's like that was different because I could hear every freaking noise. So I mean, I guess it's a little different.
The
That's
college
how
house
I
I
can
lived
relate
in
to
was never quiet, ever.
I
I
just
mean, it
don't
really
see
was never quiet.
a house full of college kids. When would it ever be quiet except
It
for
was
when
never
they were
quiet
all
when I lived
asleep?
there. Never.
Bobo,
Once in
what
a
was you
while at 4
saying?
in the morning.
I don't remember, but I know what that feels like because I used to have upstairs neighbors when I was in college that we referred to as the Giants. And it could have sounded like, I mean, they could have fallen over and I wouldn't have known the difference, to be honest. The way that they walked, the way that they watched, and I could hear their TV when they were watching sports games, and then they would stomp their feet. That one I could distinguish, but other than that, it was just like shake the whole entire building for me. Go ahead. So
Wow.
And then
See,
and
I
then back
don't
in
do
the
a
day, you hit the receiver on the TV to get it to work. I could only imagine.
yeah, I wish I could have. I didn't know them. They were in a different apartment. I was just taking their TV away. But
They're like, "Where's my baseball game? Hit, hit, hit."
So I have a question. I was watching some channel and I don't remember. This was just a few days ago. I was watching it and uh, I heard that the Gonsalves and the uh, PI parted ways, and it had something to do with like offering selling merch or something on the website. Did anybody ever hear that?
I thought that was like I mean, I don't know how much of any of that is true. I don't know. But I heard about like it was like the person who was in charge of running the page that it was.
Yeah,
But it
right.
could have been a PI. I didn't follow any of that stuff.
I just wondered if anybody else had heard that. I had never heard that before. And I thought the same thing. I basically thought, well, whoever's running that page probably started taking advantage of the situation, you know?
Yeah, it sounds
If
like a
that is
GoFundMe
true.
scheme type thing.
That's because it came out yesterday and nobody believes it.
Was it yesterday?
What?
Yeah. It was
No,
yesterday.
it had
Yeah,
to
but it
be
was a big deal.
the day. It
It
had to
was
be at least the day before because I didn't watch anything yesterday.
no.
For
If it was
the
a big deal,
the-
they would be jumping on it
sorry,
like
for
right
the
on
are you
right.
talking about the person who parted ways with in the merch stuff? Was a couple days ago?
Yeah,
Betty Joe?
I heard about it.
No,
a
I'm
couple
talking
days
about that
ago.
that message that came out yesterday.
Oh, that's a different. Oh, yeah, where the.
What message?
Yeah, this one I'm wondering what message.
About
It's
They're
a
two different
screenshot.
wavelengths. Sorry.
It's
It
just
was
not.
It's okay.
It
I
was
can
about
talk.
the Linda Lane footage, and
yeah.
that
oh
didn't. I mean,
Oh,
you have no way to verify it. You have no way to know if it's actually Steve messaging. It's in a like Facebook group chat,
Yeah.
and
oh okay
it's just not. I mean, it's not worth even.
right.
okay I got it.
Yeah, that's the one I was
Yeah.
talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, and I had heard I was just asking because if it was the merch thing, I had heard that like months ago, but I don't remember anything about it. But
Yeah, that was
I
the
don't know nothing
first time.
about that.
That was the first time I'd heard it, and I just wondered if anybody else had heard anything about it.
I mean, I think that they have what they think is their daughter's best interest at heart, and they're gonna
Oh, I
fight
agree.
for
Right.
it.
That's what I said. I don't understand why anybody would think that they would want to jeopardize this case.
No, the Linda Lane stuff is all just to cause the drama and to get the likes and to get the views
Thank
and to
you.
get the clout and then to have all this going on and distracting from whatever we should actually be
Right.
doing. It's just,
I
it's
agree, Fofa.
immature and it's just annoying.
Thank you.
Okay.
I agree.
Vapor wants to know: are you saying that someone other than the family is running the Facebook page for the family?
I have no idea.
I have
I,
no
I thought
idea.
it was the family that was running it.
I
Nobody
think that
knows.
they had like a social media director, like a person that was helping them with it, but like that it was them.
Well, you
If that
can
makes
share
sense.
administrative
Right.
with
Yeah, you
somebody.
can have
Yeah.
more people, more than just one person running it.
Like just to help them manage it. But
And that's
I don't take my word for it. I don't.
yeah.
It was months ago at this point too, so I don't remember.
Okay, well, if it's been months ago and nobody's heard really anything about it, then more than likely.
I'm pretty, yeah. I'm just gonna,
Hold on, y'all. I'm just answering something back. Okay, let me get back in the chat now.
all I know is I want October the 2nd to hurry up because they need to go to trial and stop playing these games and just go to trial.
But didn't you hear? It's not a poker game. That's what the prosecutor said.
Yeah, I heard that.
Oh my god. Hold on, y'all. Okay.
I don't care about their poker game.
Yeah,
Just
that
get-
was weird.
You saw it, Lady V?
Yep. I'm like, what?
yeah, I don't care that it's a poker game. I don't care nothing about their poker game. Get on with it.
Let's see, the police chief. Shit, I keep losing messages. Hold on. The police chief that the 911 call will be heard in the trial. I hope it is.
Oh yeah. I would I think that's one of the main things I would love to hear.
I'm not. I guess I'm not. Is it because it's still an active investigation that it's not being released because
No,
it's technically
no,
in
because
Washington?
there's a lot of cases that happen long before they go to trial that the 911 calls released.
Yeah, but I know that they can also hold on to them. So I don't know if it's that kind of decision or what because I know in Washington State they they have pretty what's it called, like to get the FOIA requests and public information. They've got a pretty good transparency in that sense, and they'll grant it. And even if you look at the documents that were released from Washington, when they would redact something, it would have a number on it to specify exactly why it was being redacted. I mean,
Right.
it would have like a category. It wouldn't tell you, obviously it wasn't going to tell you what is in the redacted information, but it could be, for example, like a social security or like personal information or
In my opinion, I've always thought that the reason they haven't released the 911 tapes, at first I thought it was to protect the witnesses. And it still could be in a way, but I think there's something on that tape that they don't want us to hear specific of what happened.
Well, if they're going to use it in trial, you're going to hear it.
Yeah, or what they
Well,
saw,
I
or
mean,
or anything
now,
like that.
yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
They're not going to release it.
Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. She said, plus, why the front door was left open. Like,
Right.
who left the front door open? Was it just a thing that, like we were talking about the other night, when that back door was open, a draft pulled it open, or did someone leave it open on purpose?
Right, because that was open a long time before LE got there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, could it have somebody went in or out that door and left it open so they wouldn't have to touch it when they closed it? Like,
ain't that what a neighbor said? The front door was open when he was walking by?
Yeah.
See, I don't believe that. If it ain't coming from the police, I don't believe that.
I thought LE said the front door was open when they got there.
No,
I know. Yeah, the neighbor said something about the front door being open, but I believe it was either Chief Fry or that Roger Lanier guy said that the back door was wide open when they got there.
Well, the sliding glass door was.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about
back
the front.
slider. Yeah, the
that just came
neighbor
out
said that the front door was open.
And I think when they asked Chief Fry, he didn't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly in the press conference.
So it might have been Roger Lanier that said it then.
Well, no. I mean to the front door of the house, not the sliding glass.
Who said it was from the police chief?
Okay, so that would be Chief Fry then.
I just heard it from a neighbor. I didn't hear it from the police. I know the sliding glass door was left open. They did say that.
Yes.
But the door could have also been open when the police got there because people had already been in and out of the house.
Right.
Like the surviving.
I don't know. The neighbor said the door was left
out of
open.
there.
The neighbor said the door was left open at 8:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not a possibility at all. I'm just trying to figure out if we can nail down more than just.
That's why I like to see the body cam of the first officer arriving.
That would be.
Will that door be open when he pulls in that parking lot?
Because if y'all remember, what's the guy's name? The Howard Bloom or Blum guy that wrote that big long article, like part 1 or whatever. He said that. Well, no, never mind that. He was talking about Brett Payne in that one that I'm thinking about. He says Brett Payne gets there and like all the kids are huddled up together and upset and all this and that, and then he walks in the house. But that wasn't the first guy.
But they were still huddled up outside at that time?
When Brett Payne got there. Yeah.
Got there at like 5?
Yeah, he got there at 4:00, like 4 hours after 911 was called.
And they hadn't taken any of them into the station yet?
Mm-hmm. They were all still standing outside, like close to the door, is what Howard Bloom said.
And who's Howard Bloom?
He's the guy that's with it's not
Airmail.
Yes, Airmail.
And he was like a editor. I think he was editor for the. He had other big titles before.
He's already been caught telling 2 big whoppers.
That's what I was about to say. Thank you, Riddler.
I was gonna say, can we trust him?
I just don't believe a lot of the stuff that he has said. He's the one that came out about telling about the nice sheep being sent to the lab in Texas. He did come out with that.
He said that the one in Idaho picked up no DNA, so
they sent it to Texas.
Where they could find it.
Yep.
And all of a sudden now they find it. And well, we find out that's not the truth,
Right.
or we believe it's not the truth. And then he also said that the FBI lost contact with BK on his trip from Idaho to Pennsylvania, or from Washington to Pennsylvania.
Hmm.
And they
I
were
read another article. The FBI
scrambling.
says we never lost him.
Yep.
Right.
They were scrambling until the license plate reader found him down in Loma, Colorado, and they couldn't figure out what he was doing down there. He's got interesting reporting, but it seems very embellished. Like
Embellished. That's a good word for it.
Yeah.
Sounds a
You
lot
have
like
this-
bullshit.
I mean, I
have the
think that
sweetest
he
voice.
probably has some legitimate things in there, but it's half the time it sounds like he's standing right there with him, and you're like,
Well, see, that's that's what it sounded like. That he was right there with him.
Being a good writer doesn't make it true.
It doesn't.
Aw,
No.
was it the baby?
We don't, going back to BK executing his plan, let's just say he did it, allegedly.
I'm gonna go to bed before you get started, Riddler. You guys have a good night.
Okay.
Good night.
Have a good
Yeah.
night.
Good night, Big Al.
Sleep
All right.
tight.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Oh, you
Big
could
Al,
hear my
remember me
cat.
when you food. I want
Do
food.
we know how many times he's stabbed each victim?
No.
No,
No.
they never came out and told that.
Because I'm telling you right now, if you try to just go out and buy some pork ribs and try to stab them and see how hard it is with the knife,
Yeah, that's hard work, man.
and then try to pull it back out.
Hmm.
I mean, if he knows what he's doing, like I said before, turn the blade sideways.
Twist it, yeah.
So
Well, remember, he would he do fillet fish?
No, he never got to that
Not
part.
on the floor, but he did.
He tried and he was no
Yeah,
good
I
at it.
think-
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Fired.
Yeah.
Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. She says Chief Fry told the news that the front door was the front door being open, and then the 911 call will come in the trial. It's on the news.
Right. Because there's something in there that will tell us some really important information, in my opinion.
Like
Right.
what they saw, who was there, because
Yep.
they did say that multiple people talked to dispatch.
Right.
Mhm.
So, and Huda, thank you. That was very nice of you.
Yeah, thank you, Huda.
Thank you for verifying that, Huda.
So there's, usually they would have released them. Even the Whitcomb Center where the 911 call went into was wondering if they could release it through all these requests that they were getting.
Right.
And for some reason, they're not wanting this call released.
Nope. They want to play it in trial.
For some reason, I have like a vague memory though. Right before, it was either right before, I think it was right after the arrest that one of the very few interviews that Chief Fry did. I think he was with that one reporter, and he's like, "Yeah, we got our man. He's the only man." That one. That they were he had made it sound like they were going to release the 911 tape, but then
they didn't.
yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe that's because he no longer had any say in it because the gag order. I don't know, but
Yeah. Possibility.
it's just I don't know.
I'm actually a little surprised that hasn't been leaked.
Yeah, it's a wonder. I mean, I would have thought that there would have been pictures from inside that house when those kids were in there.
Yeah.
I figured those pictures or videos would have been leaked too, but so far they haven't been.
Wait, so Riddler, the let's say lab experiment with some ribs. Is that? Were you gonna say something else, or was that the?
Well, that's what I was talking about. Try stabbing them and see how hard it is to break through that bone, and then pull that knife out and realign your hand again that quickly, and to continue on. Like I said, I don't know how many stabs he put in there. Was it 3 or was it 5?
Yeah, they never did come out and say how many or where or anything like that. I want to say that I did hear though something about the upper body only.
I think the coroner.
Okay,
Yeah.
that might have been where I heard it from, but it
I
seems like
heard
I
that.
heard that that was like the upper body.
She tried to describe the wounds and she threw me off because she goes, "These aren't like this type wound. It's more like this type wound."
That
Yeah.
woman
Well,
And
irritated
I got
me.
thrown off by that.
in a way, to me, I thought it was more of a, it wasn't a small knife. It was a giant knife thing when she did that
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the
I
without
see, I
saying
mean,
it.
there's a difference between, and it's even a charge when you go into court. Did he cut or did he stab?
or both.
There's a
So,
well, in this case it's stabbing, but I'm sure
well,
because the only
um,
time you want to slice is when you want to go across the throat.
with no, I'm not gonna.
But what I'm trying to say, I mean, when two people get in a fight and there's somebody's got a knife, that's the first thing the prosecutor goes after. I need to know if it was stabbing or slicing. They got different penalties for both.
I don't know.
They have different penalties for both?
Yep, sure do. Certain, at least in my state.
Wow, I did not know
Well,
that.
stabbing is more like I'm going to take you out. Slicing
Exactly.
means
Yeah.
if I slice you across your hand or across your stomach, then I was just really trying to punish you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how detailed legislators have, because see, they're the ones that write the laws,
Yes.
and we hardly show up to vote for these guys. They got a free cakewalk into
I
office.
show up every
Right.
time.
I show up. I don't care if they're voting for a dog catcher and a mosquito pest controller. I
Yep.
show up.
Yep.
I thought it one thing that was kind of, I guess, interesting. I don't know if interesting is the right word, but that got my attention when they were in the PCA talking about the wounds,
Hmm.
that with Maddie and Kaylee, I'm just gonna, yeah, so that they both had visible stab wounds, but then when you go to Zaina, it has deceased with wounds which appear to have been caused by an edged weapon.
Yeah, hers and
And
Ethan's is
then
different.
Ethan is deceased with wounds later determined by the autopsy report provided by Spokane to be caused by sharp force injuries. So, Riddler, the sharp force injuries, I mean, I wonder if that's kind of alluding to more of slicing.
Yeah, see that's what I'm
The
getting
other,
thrown off by
the
things
other,
like.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just getting thrown off by sharp edge, and I understood what she meant by that. That's that she's trying to get to a technical nomenclature of a knife.
Well, the other thing that I can't, well, I don't want to be gross, but with the, I guess like the order of the victims and with the fatigue and also with the dulling of the knife potentially, like wouldn't the first couple victims have visible stab wounds that are very clear in out?
Yes,
Then it
it,
gets,
it should show more. It should show more cleaner.
I
yeah,
was
and
just thinking that, Bopa.
that's
Slight.
what it sounds like when you go from visible stab wounds to,
I've sharpened
Yeah,
knives, and
cutting into flesh is going. I hope I can say that. Sorry, it's gonna wear the knife out. Usually like those things will break. Even though I know it's a Kevlar knife. Um, it just
It's a K
there's gonna
bar.
be wear and tear.
It's a K bar, hun.
Sorry, K bar.
Yeah, that's all right. It's easy to get
K
mixed up.
bar's an excellent knife for
It
what he's
is.
using it for because it's carbon steel.
I
It's
was
not gonna
thinking
it's not
Kevlar
gonna
vest.
dull quickly.
I know.
It won't dull quickly.
No, my husband has one and he uses it for a long time before he has to really sharpen it.
Did somebody fall?
No, that was me. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
I'm practicing my acrylics.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure nobody fell.
My mentor keeps saying, "You have to go faster."
Oh,
Yeah,
The K-bar knife was also from
KK.
Amazon, though.
Oh, we don't know where it was bought.
Yeah, there's
No,
no
but
proof
even if
yet.
it
Oh, I
is
thought it
from
was. I thought it was
Amazon,
Amazon.
even if it was Amazon, it doesn't mean that it's a low quality knife.
Right.
I didn't say that, but you don't know that it wasn't. That's all.
Well, if it was an actual K-bar branded knife,
Yeah, it's not going to be low
it's
quality.
not going to be low quality.
It's going to be
No.
the same exact one that the United States Marine Corps uses in war.
And
True,
Amazon,
but no one knows at this point, do they? Because we haven't
they,
seen it. Have we?
Well, we haven't seen the knife, but if we're assuming by the sheath that it was a K-bar United States Marine Corps with the globe,
I
that
believe
was
you.
made in,
I believe you.
that was made in Utica, New York. That's the real deal.
Exactly.
And we don't know for sure if it was even bought at Amazon or from Amazon. That is just people running with that. There's been no receipt put out by law enforcement showing as proof that that's where it was bought from.
Right. See,
no.
That's where my confusion was. Sorry.
Danny Rollins got his from an Army Navy store right there in Tallahassee, right next door to the bus stop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you can buy them at what are they? The surplus Army or
Yeah,
military
Army
surplus
Navy
stores, or
Yeah, Army
You can buy them at
Navy.
any hunting store, just about.
yeah, hunting stores, pawn shops, garage sales. If people have them and they're trying to get rid of them, you can buy them from just about anywhere.
You can go on
You
on
can even get a
YouTube.
Salvation Army, right?
I don't know about them, but you can go
Yeah,
on YouTube and put in
We have one of those
K-bar
stores that
knife.
you're talking about, though, Scarlett.
Okay, wait. Go ahead, Riddler.
Put in K-bar knife torture test and see how tough that knife is, how it stands up to a pounding. They're beating that thing against bricks. They're trying to break is what they're trying to do. They'll split logs with it.
Yeah, I've watched some of those. It's incredible.
I've actually literally seen it in its entirety, because actually one I don't know who it was, maybe you, Betty Jill, I'm not sure. Someone said sleeping with the knife under their bed. I actually have a friend who sleeps with he was in the military. He sleeps with a
Oh, I don't have no knife.
K-bar
I got a-
knife and
I got a gun.
a gun under
Yeah.
his pillow.
No, I said anything like that I would use for protection.
Then that's exactly what this guy
Pillow.
does.
I would put it under my pillow.
That's exactly what this guy does that I know. So
It's not it's more normal than you think.
Getting back to, if you look at BK or any man his size, he's got a long arm reach. He just added 7 inches to it with that knife.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not getting in close to him.
Nope.
If they try to get in close, he'll hit your hand, he'll hit your arms. And there's several ways you hold a knife. There's reverse grips, regular grips, all these different hammer grip. There's different ways you hold that knife for what you want to do. And you'll become proficient at it if you ever learn to master that.
where did he get his training?
Well, I don't think he had any training.
No, I don't think he did either.
No, but if you
unless he
think,
bought a book and read it.
but if you think or watched YouTube videos, but if you think about it, boxing is a lot like if you're doing a stabbing motion, boxing is a very good training for that.
Oh, it's excellent. Good hand reflexes,
but,
hand and eye coordination. Yes.
Doing and experiencing like I just feel like it would be so different. But I guess I'm more human. I don't know.
Good.
Hi.
Hello.
She wanted to say hi.
Hi, little cutie pie.
Is that a kitty cat? Oh, it's kid.
Next generation of crime sleuther.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to catch up in chat here real quick.
Are they the presser transcripts? What?
Oh.
Okay, wait. She said the transcripts say that it was a sharp edge weapon. That's in the PCA, I think. Hold on, let me go back to it.
Yeah, that's what I just. That it was that Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by a sharp edged weapon, and then Chapin's for Ethan, it says to be caused, or that he was deceased with wounds later determined to be caused by sharp force injuries, which is more of like a classification than.
Yeah.
So
I
it
think
could
that's
be a
where
lot of
she's.
stuff.
I think that's where she's talking about that it says it at.
Yeah, and then for Kaylee and Maddie, they both say visible stab wounds. It's all in one sentence.
So I'm wondering though if it's going to come out in court that there was more than one weapon used.
Yeah, because when you hear that exactly, when you hear it like that to the
Yeah.
lay people like us, okay, now he's got a tomahawk with him,
Mm-hmm.
and he's using a knife, or he's got a small axe.
Like a
But then I
hatchet
come back.
type,
Yes,
or
yes,
yeah.
yes, yes.
But that K-bar is it's huge.
Even though how big it is, like honestly, I still come back to the fact that there's two people in a room. How are you unaliving one person and the other one is? I mean, they have to be really effed up. Like,
Well,
just
you got to figure
you have to
3 of
be
them are
really
girls.
skilled.
You got to
Yeah,
figure
it is
3
a
are
girl.
girls.
I
Though.
even said that. I even said that. But still,
If
girls
Okay,
got
but
the nails.
if he hits the lung first, let's say victim one, we'll just call them victim one and victim two.
Yeah, I
They're in the
guess you have
same
the
room.
element of surprise if they're sleeping. That's
Right.
true.
But if he hits a lung, all right, that person's not screaming. That's the end of that. And then he
Exactly.
goes and hits the other one, takes them out. Plus, they're going to be lucky to keep breathing. You're going to
besides
collapse.
besides the fact that if he has been fantasizing about this for a long time, he could have been acting it out for very long years. He could have been acting it out physically for years.
True.
And see, I thought about that. Like he went
Yeah,
in
but
there like he
acting and
was on
doing
a.
is so different. I feel like in that
Did he
kind of
go in there
situation.
like he
But
was a
but maybe.
soldier on a mission?
Yeah.
You know, was that his plan, or is there somebody in there he really doesn't like anymore? He goes takes him out. Now he's got three witnesses he's got to take out. I tried every scenario I could think
Yeah,
of.
me too.
Or did he go in there and says this is what it must be like to be Bundy?
Yeah, exactly. From the very
Riddler, they
beginning.
Yeah,
could
he could be seeing red.
Riddler, if they're like, since we know that they were out and intoxicated, and when you get stabbed like that, couldn't you just pass out from the pain like pretty much immediately?
Sure. Most
Yeah, your
people.
body can go into shock and
Yeah.
cause you to
Well,
pass
that's
out.
what I was going to say. The shock
Exactly.
on bullet wounds, they say more people pass away from shock than they do the damage of the bullet.
Yeah, so then I mean, if like I would imagine, or if that happens for
I
someone
cut
who's
my finger.
sober, it would be more,
I cut my
even more.
finger down to the bone, and
Oh.
I thought I was going to go into shock.
But this is not a bullet. It's
Well,
a
no, but I
No.
cut
actual.
myself. But I cut myself, and thank God I always
Oh my
carry
gosh,
the new
that's
skin
true.
super glue, and that's how I put it back together.
Yep.
There.
You
That's
use
the main
super
thing.
glue?
Yeah, it's
You
called
got
new.
down to your bone and you put it
I
back
know people
together
who've
with
done that.
super glue?
He's a man.
No.
I'm
That
sorry,
actually is a
Riddler.
thing.
I'm worried about your finger still. It probably is already healed, but
So
I'm
wait,
still
you didn't go
concerned.
to the hospital and have it stitched up if it was that deep?
No,
Oh, we glue dogs together.
yeah.
I mean, they
I was in the
use
middle. I was
super
in the middle.
glue.
Listen, I was in the middle of the woods. My machete caught my finger, and it went down to the bone. It was I was squalling like a panther out there, and when I saw it, I cleaned it, and I shouldn't have cleaned it with alcohol, but I did,
Oh
and
gosh. Oh,
because you're
oh,
actually preventing the healing quicker. So I put the new skin.
that's
I always
hard,
carry
right?
that with me. It's called new skin. It's like super glue. I
Yeah,
put
but
it
new
there,
skin
and then
isn't
I taped it
super
with
glue.
Gorilla Tape, as tight as I could get it.
Oh, Gorilla Tape. I know about that.
Okay, so I put that on there, and then when I finally got back to my house here, I unpeeled the tape, and I put it's like a triple anti oh, what do you call it, antibiotic or something like triple Anyway, I
Triple
put
knee
that
splint.
antibacteria thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, I put that on there,
Oh
and then
yeah.
I taped it back, and then I went to a friend of mine who's a surgeon. He said, "Hey, you did a good job on that." He says if it starts swelling or turns red the next at any time, get to a hospital quickly. And it never
Honestly,
did.
if any of y'all have animals, that's what they use. It's not super glue like that you get at a store, but they use glue for a lot of surgeries. To
They do it in the
to
Yeah.
hospital
cover it.
But
nowadays.
yeah, in emergency
Well,
rooms they
Oh
do
yeah.
it.
yeah, but I'm thinking
yeah.
that Riddler was like in his garage with some like
Oh yeah, true.
super glue. I don't know, that's sitting next to some rusty nails or something. I mean, that was what's going through
Riddler
my
would not
mind.
have Rusty anything.
Well,
Well, I wouldn't go that far. But see,
Maybe,
in the military,
joints.
in the military, whether you need shots or not, they give them to you. I had tetanus shots my whole
Yeah,
career,
survival mode.
and so yeah, I just like you said, I'm a prepper. So I was out in the woods, and I had all my stuff I needed with me
Mm-hmm.
to survive.
You're gonna do what you have to do to survive. I mean,
But I mean, I
I
still
would
got the
anyway.
scar.
and Riddler, how did you keep the gorilla tape from
Gorilla
getting
glue or tape.
what it was a tape on top of it, right?
Yes, it was gorilla tape. Yep.
So
That's what
it
he
didn't
used
pull off.
originally.
It didn't pull the new skin off when you took off the gorilla
Ooh,
tape.
yeah. Did
No,
it?
no, it didn't pull it off.
That's good. I feel better about your finger
Gorilla tape, glue, anything is amazing.
I don't like it.
I highly recommend New Skin.
Yes.
now.
But
Super.
epoxy is better.
Huda, yeah, you can send it to me if you want to.
I've never had very good luck with Gorilla Glue, to be honest.
See, here in Florida, and I'm sure Scarlett can testify
Oh,
to this.
Florida.
When hurricane season comes, they tell you to
Oh, man.
evacuate. A lot of people don't evacuate. So what
They
does that
do.
mean? It means you're on your
That's
own if you have
true,
a
yeah.
heart attack.
Yeah, once it hits, you have to ride it
Yeah.
out. And whatever happens, you got to wait till
Well-
it's moved through before anybody can come back down to your area. But that's mostly like
Well,
the lower part.
But
The
yeah,
city
but
floods
usually
know.
they're told in advance, right? And like
Yeah,
they
you're
have the
told.
chance
Yeah,
to do it.
yeah.
Yeah.
They say we
They're
are
so
now.
stubborn though.
They'll say we're mandatory evacuating zone A. We are now mandatory evacuating zone B.
Okay.
That's how they do it. And if
When
you don't,
did mandatory evacuation became if you want to, Riddler? That aggravates me.
What's
Yeah,
that
they're
now?
mandatory, but if you stay, then you're staying on your own free will. Like
What they're
you're not
saying
going
Yeah,
to
is,
get
they
any
can't
help.
force you.
Like
yeah,
yeah,
you won't be able to sue the rescue or the
Do or
fire
die.
or the police department for failing to appear.
Okay.
They're not coming in those areas.
Yeah, they're gonna
risk their
protect themselves.
personnel. Right, they're not going to risk their personnel.
No, I don't blame them.
What did I miss?
Oh, you missed everything. When
Oh,
we found out who
God.
did it. You should have been here.
My granddaughter wanted cereal.
oh
Don't even know.
yeah, we didn't got the whole case figured out now, did he, Joe? While you were gone.
Oh, come on.
It all has to do with gorilla tape, new skin,
Florida.
Florida,
And
mandatory
hurricanes.
evacuations,
And
and
hurricanes.
So don't ask.
were hurricanes really a part of it? At the
Yeah.
end of it? Was
Yeah.
that part
Kind of.
figuring
Yeah.
it all out?
Yeah.
I thought that was a red herring.
I was in a Florida hurricane growing up. My mom just
I was in
scooted
New
us
Jersey
out.
hurricanes.
So, Betty Joe, those are your clues. Good luck.
Yeah. Thanks.
Good luck.
I'll figure it out later.
Jigsaw puzzle begins.
All right, I'm fixing to go back to. Oh wait, I don't need the affidavit pulled up
Alright,
here
back to
anymore.
Idaho. Sorry.
See, look at the picture I just sent you.
Oh
First
man.
day. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me go check it real quick.
Oh, Scarlett, can you drop because I'm not on YouTube. Can you drop your email so for Facebook?
Yeah, I'll put it in chat.
I've
I'll
seen
send.
where
I can
Pagan
send.
Way says she was in Hurricane Andrew. I think she's got 1992. I was activated for that hurricane after it passed by, but my oldest sister, she lived in South Florida. She was stationed at Homestead Air Force Base, and
What?
they wrote the storm out because it was supposed to go further north, and it didn't. It went south. She lived in Kendall, so this person will know where Kendall is if they were in that Hurricane Andrew. Now that was a whopper.
Yeah, that was huge.
That was like a huge tornado coming through there.
Yeah, that was bad.
And of all the hurricanes I was
What was the
activated
most
for,
recent one?
for
Oh, stop. Riddler. Riddler. What was
yeah,
the most recent one in Florida?
well,
The most recent.
Michael was the big one that hit Tyndall. It was a 5, and it was coming in with 195 to 200 mile an hour winds.
Woo!
Is that the one where most people were trying to stay home because that's the vet I worked for at that time. Like her mother would not freaking leave, and she was like, "You have to leave, you have to leave," and she never did. I think she survived, but they
Michael
just
wiped
didn't
out the
believe it was gonna
Panhandle.
happen.
Yeah, it just wiped out
What?
It wiped out whole neighborhoods in the Panhandle.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
was
whole
way worse
city.
than they thought.
Right. It picked up, and if you ever go to those beaches on the Panhandle, anywhere from
Hmm.
Pensacola all the way down to South Florida, it's like you're in the tropics because the sand is unique. It's white,
Uh,
and it's just like crushed. You're walking on. It doesn't stick to you. It doesn't make you feel dirty, and the water is like teal green all out there, and the waves are flat.
oh man.
So it's like a huge lake out in front of you, just gorgeous out there.
That'd be
And you can
beautiful.
walk out there waist deep and still see your feet. Now you get on the Atlantic side, it's different.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm still here. I'm just looking for something real quick.
No, you're
But
fine.
I guarantee you, Louisiana, and Scarlett will probably tell you, there's people still recovering from Louisiana, those hurricanes that hit there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can go down south, and in a lot of places, all you see is the pylons sticking up where there was a house on top of them because they built up off the ground, or there are still boats and houses up in the marshes and all that.
Wow.
I remember one year, can't remember what hurricane it was, where Atlantic City, Ocean City, Wildwood.
Sandy.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
the
that one.
storm
Yeah,
of the century. Yeah.
there was uh, flooding, and it was bad, and there was a tiger shark in somebody's backyard.
Oh.
I remember that. I remember seeing they took a video of it, didn't they?
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember that.
and Wildwood,
That was crazy.
one of the roller coasters ended up in the ocean.
Oh, the whole
Yeah,
thing. Yeah.
I remember seeing that
See,
too.
did Jersey ever recover from that storm?
I mean,
Because I mean, they had sand, and I mean,
yeah,
look
they
at the
they
subways.
were yeah, they were rebuilding and all that, but I don't know. I haven't been there in 12 years.
I had a buddy living up there, and I told him, I said, "Hey, it just passed by here. This ain't no joke." He goes, "Oh, we survived them before. Our northeasters are worse than those tropical storms." I said, "Okay, I'm telling you, this one's got punch in it." Because what they don't tell you about hurricanes is how high they're built up.
Hmm.
That's the part they don't tell people. Wilma was very strong, but it doesn't look that way when you just see it on a map. But when you look at it from the ground going up to the top of the
Mm-hmm.
atmosphere, how high they are, that's right there's where they're getting their punch at.
Yeah.
And that Sandy was a powerful one that went up there.
Yeah, she was. I mean, we lost power because I
And
I
it was
still lived
just
in
what, a number
Jersey.
one. It was only a Hurricane 1. And look how strong it was.
Hmm. I mean, we lost power for almost. It was like 2.5 weeks. So
Were you the lady I saw walking around in her nightgown out there?
no, no, no.
Dang.
I don't wear nightgowns. I wear shorts.
I always feel real. I made a joke, but I always actually feel really horrible for them.
Oh, it
It's
was
the
bad.
same way with tornadoes because I live in Tornado Alley, and there's
See,
some of them that are so powerful it's insane.
yeah, I'm from South Jersey. I was born and raised, and it was bad. It was.
I don't think any of these other documents. I'm trying to go through them real quick. I
No,
don't think
those are
they're.
all the ones that made me mad earlier.
Yeah, I don't think that any of them is like any significance, honestly.
The only one that, but it would be interesting to pull it up with the other documents is the one about the what was the title on it? It's the 5th and 6th
Let's see, the
request.
motion to file attachments to the defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment.
No.
And then 6 is a motion to file an affidavit attached to the defendant's second motion to stay proceedings under seal.
No.
How many crime investigators or even the national news media have gone to the Jack in Box and asked about the DoorDash driver? And have they got an answer?
I mean, if they're doing their job, they should have.
Because some of these YouTubers have actually gone into Moscow, and you just saw where the guy almost got beat up.
Yeah.
But they've gone in there, and I just wonder if they stopped by the Jack in the Box and says, "Can we speak to you? If not, can we speak to you off property?" To even the workers and say, "Who picked that order up?"
Yeah, I think JRL did at one point for some reason, but I am not positive on that. But I know that Kevin Fixler, the reporter for the Idaho Statesman, that he was the one that wrote the story. And the only place I can find that says that the DoorDash driver has been cleared, or that he was interviewed and cleared by law enforcement. And I caught him on he was on a panel, and I put in a question about it, and he told me he couldn't confirm it, and that he was actually going back to review his sources on it, which could be because, it was breaking the gag order since no one knew that the DoorDash driver existed until after the PCA came out, which the gag order was already in place. Or he could have gotten the private car driver and the DoorDash driver confused, but he definitely was not confident in his reporting afterwards, which I found very interesting. And also interesting, they don't put the DoorDash driver's name in the PCA. They have the private driver.
So are the employees of Jack in the Box, are they follow under the gag order when it comes to concerns to the DoorDash?
No, but they would have had to know who picked it up.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So they can tell us, and there's no consequences for it.
Yes, but you have to find the one that knows.
Yeah, who was working that night. And how many people came in picking up orders?
Good luck.
I would think that it would probably be a lot of DoorDash drivers that night.
The real question is about the eyebrows of the DoorDash driver. When you go to Jack in the Box. I don't know if Tony's still here.
I don't know. I haven't seen him in chat.
That was for him. With the eyebrows.
I would think, though, that the DoorDash driver is going to be a witness.
Yeah. I also, though, I'm very curious about that phone call that Ann Taylor was requesting in Discovery, that they said that they had the phone interview with the Moscow PD. And at first they said that, what are you talking about? It doesn't exist. And then I guess it was on the third response, they came back and they said that they did have a phone interview with the special agent and that it wasn't recorded. And I'm
Right.
very, very curious about why Ann Taylor went looking for that call and would get the two agencies confused like that when it wasn't a recorded phone call.
Exactly.
Because I wonder if it wasn't coming directly from her client, from Bryan.
Well, I mean, who has an interview, whether it's phone or in person, and they don't record it when it's involved in a quadruple homicide?
I don't get that at all.
That's what doesn't make sense. Like, what was their reasoning for not recording it?
Yeah, but I mean, even more than that, how did she know it existed and get the two where it was being like taken confused if there wasn't a record of it?
Right. That bothers me too, Fofa.
And I wonder if he called, what did he tell him and why? That's just my speculation.
King Scholar said
be
he
that-
could have called in a tip.
Or it could have just been a note that was there somewhere and have nothing to really do with it, but I think it did.
Okay, Michelle. Huda, Tonka is wanting to know where that address is. Tonka, are you talking about the one that she's talking about with the camera or whatever? If so, that's the house next to the girls. That was ruled out. I believe they saw a dash cam. I don't. Has anybody seen where DoorDash has been cleared? Has that ever came out?
No, it has not.
Okay, because I've never seen that either.
The only place that as far as I know, the only place I could find it was in that Idaho Statesman article that was written, and that's the reporter that I asked, and he said that he was revisiting that statement and could not confirm at this time. So.
Yeah, I've never heard of it either. So.
Oh, they're really good. The Idaho Statesman, they're a good local newspaper, and they do an excellent job.
Yeah, well, they come out of Boise, Idaho, don't they?
I believe.
And the Daily comes out of Moscow, right?
I think the Idaho Statesman is out of Boise, I believe.
But Kevin Fixer, I think, is out of.
Yeah, he might be one of their correspondents from on the.
Well, once I can read, I will read it all. It won't be long.
I almost died there. Once I can read. Yeah, I can't read.
I can't see to read, so.
Now, has someone asked the state attorney or Chief Fry? Let me see how to put this. This guy you got arrested, BK, he's the one and only guy that committed this crime, or are there others that you're looking for?
Really quickly, Riddler, I just want to thank you, Scarlett, for letting me be on your channel. Like, this has been so awesome.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yeah, just thank you.
Go ahead, Riddler.
Sorry, I was going to answer, but did you have a second part, Riddler?
No, no second part is has the state attorney or the police chief confirmed that we got our guy and we're not looking for anyone else?
I don't know if he said we're not looking for anyone else, but he did a interview. I'm not sure if it was the same day as the arrest or the day after. And it's hard to hear the person interviewing him. but he said that we believe we've got our guy, and then they'd asked about if they thought anyone else, and they said we think that we've got our one and only guy. Something along those
I
lines.
remember that.
I can find you the interview.
Okay, thank you, Huda. I'm gonna check my email real quick.
So if they think they got their guy, then that means DoorDash guys got to be clear. So does everybody else?
Unless he is the DoorDash.
Yeah, there's speculation on that. And I even heard that the DoorDash was a girl, too, at one time.
Yeah, I'm just throwing that out there. But I thought it was interesting that
Well,
the...
It is
I
interesting.
think you need to say boom after that.
Yeah, boom.
Yeah, really. Boom.
You might as well throw it out there. Everybody else has.
And
I still like the guy. I don't know. I still love his presentation. I think it's awesome.
I'm gonna be real scared, though.
But I lost a lot of respect for him, though.
I feel like the Riddler, though, showing up in that kind of makeup and dress.
He would beat it. He would beat it.
Yeah, you beat it, and also
I
fill my nightmares. Fuel them.
Mine would be even scarier.
Exactly.
It would be.
That was my point.
Exactly.
You guys made me think of Michael Jackson. Just beat it.
Oh my God, these people. Okay. Get out of this.
My phone freaking stinks, y'all. So sorry about the.
I'm reading what
constant
Brad
cleaning.
has on here. He said the chief said no one was clear, but they weren't looking at certain people, if he remembers correctly.
Wait, he said that no one was clear.
Read Brad's.
Yeah, the chief said no one was clear, but they weren't looking at certain people. But I thought they cleared a lot of people in the very beginning.
They did. A lot. Very quickly.
Did they use the word clear, or they just said?
Well,
No,
hold on, let me go.
I believe these people are...
Hold on. It's on some of their press releases. Give me just one second. Let me get to them. Emily, I think he had to drop off because his phone battery was dying.
Chargers, guys. Chargers.
All right, let me see if I can find one of them, because there are several on here that says who they believe is not involved.
But Lady V, we weren't looking for a charger. We were looking for an Elantra.
I caught that as soon as you started saying it, folks. I was like, yep, here we go.
Okay, so this isn't it.
And I still want to know the deal about that big old black Jeep, or whatever.
Yeah, I
color
would
it is.
like
It
to
could
know
be
more
navy blue.
information. I would like to know more information on it as well.
Off that Linda Lane video.
I mean, I think that the thing is the images are authentic, but I
don't. The audio.
I don't like everything that's surrounding it. It's toxic and just not.
Yeah, the audio I don't believe at all. Okay, so let me pull this up where I can see it. All right, so this is from November the 30th. They say that at this time in the investigations, detectives do not believe the following are involved in the crime: the two surviving roommates, the male in the grub truck surveillance video, the private party driver who took Haley and Madison home on the 13th, the male that Haley and Madison called numerous times during the early morning hours of November 13th, or any individual at the residence when 911 was called. They never mentioned anything about DoorDash not being involved. And there's several of these. I have to go through and look for them.
I don't even think we knew about the DoorDash till the PCA.
Yeah, till the PCA came out.
Yeah.
We didn't. We did not. And the gag order was already in place when that came out.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, let me go past the 30th because I thought there was one day that they added more on that list, but it was never
It might be
DoorDash.
on the website itself.
This one's the two surviving roommates, male at the grub truck, private party driver, the guy that Maddie and Kaylee called, and then any individual at the residence. So that was December the 1st.
I think that was the only one. I think that was the end of it.
It might have been the only ones that was on that list, but I know that it never says anywhere about the DoorDash, which they stopped. Oh wait, no, here it is. So, hold on, let me pull this one up. All right, so the two surviving roommates, the male at the grub truck, private party driver, the male that Kaylee and Madison tried to call, individual at the residence when 911 was called, and the individual that was on the lease who moved out of the residence before the school year started and was not present at the time of the incident.
What about wasn't that professor on there at one point too? The one that the psychic accused?
I think, I want to say that they did something about her in like red letters or something like that. I'd have to go back and find it.
I think it was in like the rumor control section on the website of like where all the press releases were, like on the Moscow PD website.
Do they even still have the rumor control on here?
You know that TikToker's trying to
I'll send it.
You know the TikToker's trying to sue the professor's lawyers too.
Yes. Okay, I found the rumor control thing. Yeah, she's trying to countersue her. Okay, so rumor control. Let me pull this up that way if I can see it.
And they were putting them in. Yeah, they were putting them in the PDFs for a while, and then they just kind of took it out.
All right, so the investigators are aware of the Hyundai Elantra located in Eugene, Oregon. We're working with the local jurisdiction to determine that the vehicles related to the case. As required by law, several Moscow police body camera videos were requested and released through the public records request process. The original release of any video about this agency is the official version, and circulated videos cannot be verified as authentic or unedited. Another video believed to be taken on the night of the murders at a local downtown business is known to investigators. Investigators have identified an individual called Adam in the video, and he is cooperating with the detectives. There has been an extensive media interest regarding the incident at Taylor Avenue in Banfield on November 13th at 3:01. The incident was for an alcohol offense, which was addressed by the on-scene officer. The call is not related to the murder investigation. So they're saying if you want further details about it, you can call or do a public records request. We have not changed our belief that the murder was a targeted attack. However, investigators have not concluded if the target was the residents or its occupants. There has been media questions about a September 12, 2022 incident regarding an argument between a group of people walking on the University of Idaho bike path. So I think that guy ended up getting arrested. There has been media questions regarding a February 2022 death on Baker Street. The officers have confirmed the death was due to an overdose. There has been online reports of a red Mustang on South Deacon Street being processed as part of the murder investigation. This information is not accurate. The identity of the 911 caller has not been released. There have been numerous media inquiries about a 1999 double stabbing in Pullman, Washington, and the 2021 double stabbing with one death in Salem, Oregon. I don't think that other one wasn't in Pullman. That was another part of Washington where the lady passed away, wasn't it?
I believe that where the lady passed away was in Oregon.
Wait, I thought there was one in Washington, though.
I don't think so.
I thought there was an older lady in Washington, and then the other one was down where the husband and wife, and the husband passed away from it, down in Oregon, in Salem, Oregon.
Mm. I know that. Yeah, that's
Farley,
Oregon with.
I was listening to what. Oh,
What is it, Marina?
sorry. I was listening to what you're saying, and when you were saying the OD, you said something about OD and Mustang. I'm just thinking like how many people on a college campus OD and have a Mustang, not red Mustang. I would say
Hmm.
I don't know if that means
Well, the
anything, but
Mustang was a different incident from the OD.
what I meant to say, what I was trying to actually allude to was they just seem to be being vague in this because how many people have a Mustang on campus and how many
Right,
people OD on a college campus? That's what I meant to say.
right. Thank you, Julie. It was Washougal. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Washington, where the older lady, I want to say her name was Susan or something like that. She passed away, and then like the next one was the husband and wife down in Salem, and they
Yeah,
were
and
like
he
3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was basically similar to what happened in 11/22.
yeah.
Okay, let's see. Detectives are aware of a Latah County Sheriff's Office incident, the report of the skinned dog. So we know about that. That was Buddy. And then detectives are also aware of a Moscow police incident, the report of a deceased animal left on a resident's property. They believe. Wait, that was determined to be wildlife activity, not related to the murders.
Yeah,
So,
that's what they've said from the beginning.
and then online reports of the victims being tied and gagged are not accurate. So let's see. Did Kaylee have a stalker? So we've talked about that. It's a public in danger. Are there any suspects? Let's see. Nothing on here though about um, the DoorDash person.
No, the DoorDash person didn't exist. Because if you go to the
Well, yeah,
press releases,
that is true because, like we said, that came out. That came out to the public in the PCA. So by the time that came out, there was already the gag order and all that. So
yeah, and
they stopped doing the press releases.
well, even with those press releases, they're not sharing it anymore.
Oh,
On
wait,
that,
I can pull it back up if you need me to.
well, they have a press release announcing the gag order and that we can't talk anymore.
Yeah, that was. Hold on, let me go back and find it.
I was on the 3rd, I believe.
And they don't have them in order on here. So yes, January the 3rd. Hold on, back up real quick. Yeah, so Moscow homicide case non-dissemination order. They're providing the following information to update the public on the ongoing homicide investigation of the court process. And on January the 3rd, Latah County Magistrate Judge Megan Marshall issued a non-dissemination order in regards to the murder case against Bryan Kohberger. The order prohibits any communication by investigators, law enforcement personnel, attorneys, and agents of the prosecuting attorney or defense attorney concerning the case, and a copy of the order can be found on our website. So due to the court order, the Moscow Police Department will no longer be communicating with the public or the media regarding the case. So that's why they never put anything out about the DoorDash drivers. So they've never came out and formally said DoorDash has been cleared. So if they have been, that's why we don't know about it, because of the gag order.
Right.
DoorDash and
Riddler, wait 1 second. I got the link.
oh,
Sleepy going to bed. Okay, Riddler, have a good night.
Okay, somebody said
good
wait.
night, Riddler.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait, that was Bofa.
Sorry, Riddler, I've got that interview that you asked.
Oh, what?
Okay, yeah, I'll hang on.
It's right there.
You have a good night,
Hold on,
Riddler.
you're
Have
staying
a good
going.
night, Riddler.
All right.
That's the one where they said they have our guy. Chief Fry.
I just wanted to say that companies like DoorDash, they usually have just one mission. I honestly don't think there's much. I mean, besides maybe BK or whoever allegedly has committed this crime knew about. I mean, I just have such a hard. I used to literally drive at 3 a.m. and take things to frat houses. I took sandwiches. I worked at Jimmy John's, so it's like if someone would think that like a food person would come, they usually came because I came like 3 times in a night because like they'd see another person had food, I want food. Another person had food, I want food. And if there's three separate like like there's like 3 7 couples or whatever, like you see that the person has food. But I guess they would have the footage. It just irks me. I don't know. There's something missing. That's just my
Well,
opinion.
yeah, there's a
My
lot
opinion.
missing in the case. Okay, so wait, you used to do DoorDash then, right, Marina?
DoorDash didn't exist, but I literally worked until 4 a.m. at in College Park, Maryland, delivering food because people would be ordering all the time. So for the most part, the same thing, but there was less door cams, I guess.
Okay, so did you have, whenever you were doing this, um, did you have a like a dash cam that you had in your car?
Actually, no, that's what I'm saying. No, we did not. But what I
Okay,
would do is I would deliver a couple orders and I have to go right back to the same freaking place. But
right.
I just like clicked on a screen and then I was like, I'm taking this order, and the people would already have them prepped and made. And I
Hmm.
would go to a different place. I actually use my own car. It was different back then, but like it's the same kind of concept.
Right. Yeah,
Um,
same concept, different day and age.
yeah, just not
Okay.
all this camera frenzy type thing.
Right.
My
But I can
my
just tell
car.
you that sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, just at like 3 a.m. I would have people like, "Are you gonna come back and like smoke weed with me?" Or sorry, smoke drugs. I don't know what I can say.
Yeah, I get
Smoke
what you're saying.
the reefer with me, because I have the cute little pigtails on my hair, and it was just I don't know. It's DoorDash was or not DoorDash at this point, but just delivery was everywhere. I was literally going to frat row. I'm like, I'm going to the same place. I literally got it in my head. I knew where I was going because like someone would see what the other person ordered, and like Jimmy John's. I don't know where they ordered from, but in Jimmy John's, like you can order a $5 sub and you can get just a $5 sub. So obviously that's going to be really, really prevalent to like college kids who don't have $20 to order like a whole Chinese food menu.
Right.
You order a $5 sub and we would offer that. So which was actually very smart. And they're still there to this day that I know. I was
So,
literally out before.
Scarlett,
Okay.
you're sorry. Um,
No, there you
Scarlett, were
go.
you asking about the dash cams, like with DoorDash?
Uh huh.
If all DoorDash have them?
Wait, say that again.
Were I was trying. I didn't catch your question, like the full question with the DoorDash and a dash cam.
Oh, I was just asking if she, like, when she was delivering food back then, did she have like a camera in her car, like a dash cam or something like that, when she was going places, kind of like a security type thing in case something happened while she was on a delivery, that
Oh,
it would be recorded.
not like company
Well, yeah,
policy.
I wonder if I
I
need to
can
get
tell you
Froggy
that
back
it's
here.
not, because my parked car got hit by a DoorDash driver,
Oh damn.
and they tried to deny it, and then there were luckily two eyewitnesses that got the plate number, and the police had already come and gotten the report, but the guy, I guess, hadn't talked to the police. I don't know,
Yeah. Well, I know
but
when
I know that
Froggy
they had
was at,
asked him specifically for like if they had any dash cam, and they
uh,
did not.
okay.
And they would have had to have given it over.
Oh
Like,
wait, there's Froggy. So Froggy she does DoorDash, but she says that DoorDash does not provide or require a dash cam. Okay, thank you, Froggy. I've often considered getting one for my dashing activities. I mean, I honestly, I would think it would be a good thing, just like I said, in case something happened while you're on a delivery, or
I bet you they'll
something.
provide some now.
Yeah, even like with what happened on November 13th, like the DoorDash driver, if they would have had one, could have showed, okay, look, I was here at this time. This is who came to the door and got it. If it wasn't, like, let's just say if it was not contactless, um, this is who picked it up at the door. This is how long I stayed. I left. You can see where I went afterwards and all that.
I would assume the
Scarlett,
DoorDash
that's why
had
they take.
their phone on.
Yeah, they
Sorry,
have an
that's
app
why they
on their
take
phone.
pictures. They
As
will take
opposed to
pictures and send
Kohberger.
you them, just like even Amazon does. And I will say, sorry, am I interrupting somebody? Fofa, do you need to go?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Um, but even Uber, because I used to use that a lot before I got my license, just recently, thank God. Um, they would tell me, like, if I ordered a student or Uber, it would be like there is a dash cam. It literally said that, or says that still, and like you're going to be recorded and monitored. So even Uber lets you know that you're gonna be recorded.
Well, that the reason why? Because of that murder of that girl from an Uber
Oh, I
driver.
believe
Well,
it. Yeah, I believe it.
thought he was an Uber driver. She thought he was, but he really wasn't.
Yeah.
Did she get into the wrong
Yeah,
car
that's
or
why they're
something
like,
like
Yeah.
don't
that?
take the license
She got
Okay.
plate.
into the wrong car,
Mm-hmm.
and he didn't tell her. He didn't tell
I've
her
gotten into the
otherwise.
wrong car.
Yeah. Well,
I have.
see, I think it's different for rideshare versus delivery. Thank you,
I'm
Froggy, for
just
that
saying. I'm
information.
just saying that they still tell. Oh, sorry. I guess my point was that they don't, like, you don't. It's not required. They will tell you when there's a dash cam in there, but it's not
Yeah.
required for any Uber driver. That's what I
Right.
meant.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't
Yep.
know. Just
Nowadays,
cases.
it's good to have them, though,
It really is.
especially the way the world is today. So
Certainly.
Yeah, because anything can happen, and if you got the camera, then you've got proof of it or whatever.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
irrefutable.
maybe tomorrow, hopefully. Kate Scarlett, I would think that. Wait, let me go back and find that document so I can see exactly what day. I think that was the 24th, wasn't it? The motion to dismiss. Wasn't that
The
done the
lesson?
24th? Yeah, it was done the 24th, which was Monday.
yeah,
So I would have thought that the state would have done responded, but maybe it just hasn't came out. So hopefully it'll come out tomorrow.
tomorrow or
What was
next
it?
week.
The
Yeah.
25th.
Wait, do
Yeah.
what, Fofa?
They filed it the 26th.
The motion to dismiss said 24th is whenever they signed it. Hold on, let me go back to it.
But when the court filed it, and then it got sent out.
Let's see. Okay, so on the top of the first page, it says July 25th, 6:04 p.m. And I can't
That
tell
was
who it's by, but that's from the clerk of district court, Latah County.
Yes, AM, missing persons.
so the 25th was Tuesday.
Yes.
Yeah, and today's
And
Thursday.
the certificate of delivery is also the 25th.
Okay.
At
So
on the very last page.
I would have thought though that they would have came back with something to state, but maybe it'll be hopefully tomorrow, like Betty just said. If not tomorrow, then the first of next week, hopefully.
They're probably looking at it just.
They're probably like, "What the hell?
Scratching their head. It's like, what is this?
What are they really doing here?"
You passed your history lesson. Good job.
Right?
Dating back to 11. What was that year? It was, I don't know.
Summer.
18 something.
No, there's one at 11's like way back. The
Oh,
first time
Lord.
that a crime was ever declared to be a crime.
George Washington was the first president.
1166.
Mm.
Can you
Yeah,
say that again, Fofa?
Yeah. It says that it was established for the first time in English history the ability to break the law and be prosecuted by the government in 1166. I
Wow.
assume AD.
That's
Wow, I
way
assume.
back
Wow.
when.
Yep.
Before that, they just stoned you to death.
That's before any of us, including them lawyers.
Them lawyers.
I mean, he went all the way back to the beginning.
Yeah, I'll say.
I mean, that's where history starts, the beginning.
but what's the purpose of going all the way back?
But
Hey,
you
Sniper, how are you?
exactly because excuse me,
No, that's true.
it's 2023.
Okay, so Sniper says the motion to dismiss has about a 0 chance in hell in being approved. It goes against decades of case law on what burden of proof is required for a grand jury indictment. I don't think it's going to get approved either. Let's see. We're in the document.
Approved by the grand jury if they've already not approved it?
No, they're trying to dismiss the grand jury indictment.
Oh yeah, that's not happening. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Yeah, I don't think any of us believe that.
Don't go against grand jury. Oh no.
That just opened up a whole can of worms.
Yes. Oh shit, worms. Yeah.
Like I said, if he's the one who did this, he deserves what he gets.
For sure. But if he's not, and it's proven that he's not,
right,
then they need to go find the person who did it. Or if he did have something to do with it, then he needs to keep his ass in jail and go to death row. And they need to go find the person who helped him, if there's somebody else involved in it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, honestly, I think this is like everybody who is going to be. Well, actually, you know what? Maybe not. Actually, I never even said it, but I would have thought that anybody who was part of this was in that house besides him, or caught on camera. So, I don't think that there would be anybody else outside of camera or in the house that would have been part of it. But I could be completely 100% wrong.
Well, I mean, even if he's just, let's say he's part of it, but he didn't go in a house and he's just sitting in the car as a lookout. Well, if he's looking out for what's going on in that house, he's just as guilty as the people who went in that house.
Oh no, of course. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if there wasn't anybody caught on camera that wasn't anyone that we already know about, or anybody inside the house who else, and that includes the DoorDash person, who I just don't think it could be anybody else besides that, unless they have cell phone records and there's calls made to people on the inside. I don't know. I'm just saying everything has to be there. It's motive, means, opportunity. That's all.
Yeah, I can't wait for the trial though, because I want to see all the evidence that they have against him, especially with it being
evidence. I just can't see how any other outside factors would have been involved unless it's like covert FBI stuff. I mean, it's just no. I don't know.
I mean, but you could also consider like an unknowing accomplice. Someone who helped him but didn't realize they were helping him in a way. I don't have any. I'm just throwing out something else in there, but
yeah, but that would be in the phone records, wouldn't it?
No, it didn't have to be through a phone necessarily. I'm just thinking of with someone else involved and not like all those things. Someone could have unknowingly helped him out because of something that we aren't seeing.
There's so many what ifs in this case. That's where it scares me, where he will be acquitted. Because just like it's what it. There's so many.
I mean, I think he's gonna be found guilty. Honestly, I think.
Yeah, well, that's just because. God.
That's just because why?
No, you're asking me.
Yeah, you said, well,
No,
that's
I
just
just I
because.
think there's so many reasons why he could be found not guilty that it would be hard for a jury to convict. But I think we've asked the question before. Like honestly, I don't know. It could go either way in my book.
I don't know. It's going to be a very interesting trial because the state is saying that they have all this on him. It goes to grand jury, which we know grand jury is one sided. It's
Yeah.
it's just the
Well,
state and know
yeah,
what they'll.
but the kid. Oh, you know what? Sorry, Scarlett. What someone had mentioned a couple of days ago was Casey Anthony. Like literally, she was literally like deemed guilty, but she was not guilty. So,
Mhm.
I mean, I can't say that he will be unguilty.
I mean, it's just the state has the burden of proof, so they have to
Yeah,
come in and convince 12 people, the jury, that this man is guilty, um, and he should be put to death. Where the the defense really only has to convince one with reasonable doubt.
exactly. No, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm actually agreeing with that. Yeah.
So it's going to be very interesting because I mean, like, I want to see what the state has against him. All the stuff that they have found, um, that they are saying that he's, what puts him there and him doing this, all the evidence, and then
Mm,
I want to see how Ann Taylor and Eliza Massa how they work the courtroom
yeah, it's
and
gonna be the case of the
cross-examining
century.
them.
I'm
It's
gonna
going to
see
be.
a cat fight.
I mean, I just honestly I don't see
I'm just kidding.
Ann Taylor and Eliza Massa just sitting down and not doing what they're supposed to do. And
Oh, of
so I'm
course, they're
thinking
gonna
that they're
fight.
gonna, yeah, I think they're gonna go head to head, them in the state. It's gonna
I just
be,
feel like oh, sorry.
it's gonna be a good trial. I think it's gonna be a very interesting trial because there's gonna be a lot of stuff that we probably haven't even heard of or probably haven't even thought of.
Well, it better not be a
Honestly,
boring trial. All
Oh,
this mess
definitely.
we're going through.
yeah,
I
I don't think it is.
I personally think that they're going to try to do everything they can to disrupt this case the whole time.
Oh, of course, they always
Who?
do.
Which side? The state or the
The state.
defendant? The state. Okay.
What do you mean by that?
I think
Uh,
they're going to be like, I object, I object, I object all day long
Well,
with one thing after another.
it's gonna be. It better not be boring. All the mess
oh,
we're
it's
going
not.
through. All the mess
That
we're
it
going
won't be.
through.
You've already seen words in court filings like bizarre, ridiculous,
Yeah.
The fact that
Well,
they're even still
willy-nilly.
going after the. Sorry.
hey
Yeah,
Woods, how are you?
willy-nilly. Wow, that's just
Yeah.
amazing.
When you read that, I was like, what the hell?
The fact that
Well,
they're going.
that and then they were comparing something to like a card game, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding
Poker.
me.
That was the state there. That was
I'm
in
like, good Lord.
no, it was poker specifically.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Wasn't that in one of tonight's documents that
Yeah,
I
that
read?
was
Yeah.
Thompson.
I mean,
I was like, did she just say poker?
Yeah, I don't care about your poker game. I really don't. I just
are you willy nilly
Wow.
shit that you got going on?
Yeah.
That's Logston. We have to keep these coined phrases separate.
It's because we read so much that
They
it's
all
hard
come
to remember who said what.
I know, but they're just
We need to make a list of what Logston says, like all of his phrases, what Ann Taylor and all of her
bizarre.
phrases, and then the state and all
what
of their
the state
phrases.
says, yeah.
That's the thing, though. That's just phrases, and the physical evidence comes with
No,
the
but these are
deceit.
like the really ridiculous ones.
Yeah,
They're
like-
the very notable ones. It's not
Oh,
even
okay.
the
How
These
many?
are these
how
are the
many,
ones people make
the
t-shirts
signature.
out of.
Yeah, like how many attorneys have you ever seen use language like that in a court document?
But it's like they're
Mhm.
taking jabs at each other, coming, when they're
Oh,
saying.
that's what. Oh, they're for sure taking
Oh.
jabs at each other.
That's why I
sure.
love the documents. I love the snark.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Like,
that's where it
Jay-
becomes less of
Oh, me
a
too.
criminal case and more of politics. It almost seems
It's all
that's
for
where like
it's all for the public opinion. That's who they're written. I mean, it's not all for that, but they have to keep in mind there's this gag order, and they're trying to. There's like another element of it, not just a court filing, is also putting out like a press release for both sides, and they're trying to get them both back on their side, and that is how it's going to work when you have a gag order that doesn't allow either side to speak. So this is how they're getting their voices out there.
Okay,
And
did
they're still
anybody
getting
just
everything.
keep up with what Fofa just said?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
every
she
word
said that like
Yes, I did.
and she's right.
yeah, but then they also have these loopholes that we all don't know about. Because lawyers are deceptive. There's no honest lawyer. Please.
That's not true.
Really?
I think there's probably some honest attorneys out there.
There are plenty
Yeah,
of
I agree with
I mean, my
Fofa.
mom was a lawyer, so I shouldn't say that. But
Wait, you just said that there's no honest attorneys, and then you said your mom was one.
I know, and she's pretty honest. She's honest to a brutal truth. Gosh darn. Okay, there are.
I mean, you got your crooked ones, just like you
Well,
got
yeah.
your crooked cops.
I don't. But she
your
was
crooked
litigation. She wasn't criminal. I think that's a little bit different because you can't even know what the person's telling you is the truth. Prosecutor or defense attorney. That's true,
There's
right?
a lot of lawyers don't even ask if they're guilty or innocent. They don't want to know.
Yeah.
It seems like I heard, I want to say Scott Reich with Crime Talk, but I could be wrong about him being the one who said this, because he is a defense attorney out of Colorado. And I want to say he's the one that said that defense attorneys never ask their clients if they're guilty or not.
Yeah, because it makes it harder for them to defend them.
And I think he was the one that said that they never ask.
Yeah,
I've definitely heard that before.
I think you're right.
I don't know who said that, but I definitely heard that before.
I mean,
well, think about it. If you're the defense attorney, like, do you want to know if someone's actually like done?
No, because how are you going to defend them if you know the truth?
Exactly.
Yeah,
well, we have hearts. We have hearts. Some people don't.
No,
I mean, if I was a defense attorney, I honestly couldn't defend someone who I know did something to a child.
Exactly. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, no, I couldn't.
But that's just me.
Around and look at that person and say,
I would go to jail just.
We're about to fight.
Helping the guy out.
There's no way I can.
I know. I couldn't stand for it.
So that's why they don't ask.
Yeah.
Liza said I can defend guilty people, but Liza, could you? And I don't know if you're in law or not, and you don't have to answer that if you don't want to. But could you defend someone who you knew hurt a child?
He's a lawyer.
Liza?
Yeah.
Wait, Liza, you're an attorney?
There's no way I could defend somebody that hurt a child.
No.
But she does have a point. Doctors need to save the drunk driver that killed a family.
I understand that.
There's always going to be certain circumstances. I
don't know. I just wouldn't be able to do it.
I mean,
I guess that's why I never became a defense attorney.
I mean, I get the doctor thing. I really get what Liza's saying about the doctor thing.
Yeah. When it comes to hurting children, it's all the death penalty for me, or the D penalty, the GP for me. I mean, there's no excuse.
So Tonka says the fact that the prosecution wants Bryan's alibi so bad shows that their case isn't as strong as it should be.
No, that's not why they're asking for the alibi.
But
they just want an alibi.
I mean, because he doesn't have to provide the alibi unless he's using it as an alibi defense.
But see, that's what they're saying, because remember how they said that the questioning of the state's witnesses and then the questioning of
expert witnesses.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He is trying to, I took it, he's trying to build an alibi with that.
Yeah.
And they're saying you can't do that. That he has to provide, if he has an alibi, he has to provide names, addresses, phone numbers.
And if he doesn't, they want him to take the stand.
Right.
That's the kicker there. They're
Well, they can't
locking.
make
They're either
him.
gonna lock him in, or they're going that's what they're trying to do, is either lock him into an alibi, or if he wants to refute something that has to do with an alibi, then he has to get on the stand.
Yep.
Why is my chat? Hold on.
And I don't, I mean, I don't agree with him trying to build an alibi by questioning witnesses, whatever they
I
call
never
it.
understood that either. Like, if you knew where you were at that night,
Right,
and you
so
have the proof
provide.
of it,
No,
provide it. But at the same time, like, you're waiting on evidence so you can build your alibi. Like, you're trying to see what they have on you in order to build your alibi.
So also, though, it's not just him. The defense attorneys, they have to vet his alibi, because it would be completely irresponsible for them to go and just take his word for it.
She's not going to take him saying, "Oh, I was at my house with such and such," and then Ann Taylor just hands that over without making sure that it's accurate. Yeah.
And in order to do that, they're also they don't just need to build the alibi for where he was that night. All of these other phone pings and all of these other things that they're using against him, they need to have all of that information available so that they can make a story that doesn't look like he could be telling 100% the truth, but they could have something that makes him look like he isn't.
Right.
And if they don't know about it before, then that will take away from his credibility, and it will undermine his whole defense. Right. So it's filing an alibi defense is a very tricky thing. It's not. I mean, unless you can be like, oh, where was it? The guy who was in, I don't know, or whatever of you somewhere, and 10 people saying, oh yeah, we're there, nowhere near. But other than that, I mean, that it's something that is a process, and
you've definitely done your research,
right?
Yeah, Foot's pretty good.
Yeah, no, I'm listening. Go on. It's amazing.
No, it's just if you lock yourself into it, it can, and something comes back that it just doesn't make sense with what you said, then you're.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Exactly.
But it could be the truth,
Yeah.
It could have been the truth, but then there's something that just doesn't look right in the data. And then you're stuck looking like you're the liar when the data has someone off from the phone. Yeah. Like when it pings in Moscow and he's not there, for example.
Yeah, and it's not as easy as just giving an alibi and then them letting you out, because you give an alibi. Let's just say he went in and he gave his alibi. They still have to vet the alibi. They have to go in. The state would, his attorney would, they all have to go in and vet the alibi and make sure what he's saying is legit and truthful before they can turn around and say, okay, well, he wasn't there. He's provided an alibi. His alibi has checked out. Then we would drop the charges at that point. But it's not like, here's my alibi. And then we're going to let you out the same day. Yeah, it's not going to happen like that.
Because they have to process all that. And
right. Hey, S1, how are you?
Yeah. In my opinion, if you say a spouse is an alibi, that's never been an alibi, in my opinion. A spouse, loved one, even a child, could be an alibi, but they're not, because they'll just.
Well, I mean, if you're going to use, if I went out and did something and I used my husband as an alibi, I'm going to need more than just him to back up what I'm saying, because they're not just going to go by what he says. Yeah, you're going to have to have phone data. You're going to have video camera footage from your house showing you were there, something else to go along with it to make your alibi stronger. Because just my husband saying, oh, yeah, she was here with me, that's not going to be enough.
We were sleeping.
Yeah, I mean, and there's no way to prove that you were asleep because they could say, well,
Even friends, yeah, even friends, like, it's just it's the fickle. I mean, no, I don't know.
you would have to have
I think you
something to
guys
back
already
something
understand what
else
I was
to.
saying.
Yeah, they would have to have just even a friend. You still gonna, you can
He's
have
still
your
gonna
friend.
have
That's
to have.
fine, but you need to have something else. You need your phone data. You need
Oh yeah.
camera footage, something.
I don't know.
How did they do this back in the day? Without the cameras, without the phones?
People
That's
would go to
crazy.
the court and watch it.
Well,
That's
yeah,
what
she's a
felt
witch.
to us.
No, it was just so different. Sorry, that was just a
And then
random
you had
tangent
the
in my
town
head.
crier. You had the town crier that went out for those who could
Hmm.
not. For those who could not make it, there was a town crier that would go out and give updates to everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was way back then, and this is the future.
Yeah, and trying to go all the way back to what was it, the 1100s or something on that.
Yeah.
What?
I'm like,
No
how
one was
many
alive back then.
laws have changed since then? Granted, there's some really strange books still on the law on the books, but I mean, let's get real.
Popa was right though. We had our history lesson.
We did. It was
No.
interesting.
Oh, you didn't. You got like a quarter of it.
Well,
I bet.
it's still the quarter of it. It was like I don't know what they're thinking.
It was more than enough.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. It's just like it's crazy. They had to actually go with clues and stuff, and like it was all circumstantial back then.
Well, they
Because it
also
was
did
like
all
they
the.
said, he said, she said. Usually went with he said, but
Now, she had told me she was an attorney, Scarlett. So if she's not, then she fibbed it to me or I misunderstood completely.
Oh, y'all got my mind wondering now.
Have you ever read her? I'm sure you've read all of her comments.
Oh yeah, I've read a lot of them. Some of them I might have missed.
But she also she could be a lawyer, or she could have a law book right next to her.
I don't know. Liza's pretty smart.
That's what I'm
She's
saying. She's probably a lawyer.
that girl's incredible.
We're still trying to figure out what FOFA is because she sounds like a lawyer.
She
I know.
does.
I know what Fofa is. Fofa
I'm
has.
just
She's
me.
told me what she is, but I'm not gonna say.
Fofa's voice is too sweet to be a lawyer.
I don't know. She gets
Have
pretty
you
feisty.
heard her come in loud?
Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
translating.
I have, but it still comes off sweet.
Yeah, but she's a little feisty too.
Now you better behave
spicy's
yourself.
not bad.
No, there's
No,
nothing wrong with
there ain't
spicy.
nothing, there ain't nothing wrong with the way
No,
you got to.
I
No,
take it as a
not
compliment.
You got to stand up for yourself.
Okay, so
Amen.
I have to. This is completely off subject, and so my sister and I, when we were teenagers, we were in a beauty contest. We used to model and stuff, and we were in a beauty contest, and my sister won first place, and I won second, and the whole reason they said they couldn't decide between the two of us, and the reason they picked my sister is because her voice was sweeter than mine. I gave her hell for years over that.
Oh my god.
And your voice reminds me a lot of my sister's, is the point.
I'm sorry to bring back that trauma.
No, it's funny.
The-
No, it's funny. No, I just picked on her. I was just like, because I'm the older sister. So it's like, it was funny. It just, your voice kind of just reminds me of her, which is not a bad thing. I love my sissy, so it's all good.
I used to be in little baby pageants when I was a baby.
Yeah, I was too. Yeah.
Because my hair was when I was a baby, my hair was like real curly, like the little tight curls.
Mm-hmm.
I hate curly hair. Trust me, my
I
hair
love
is
curly hair.
my hair is natural curly, and I straighten it every day.
I have to agree with Huda. She was talking to Max, but she said it's interesting that BK did his bachelor's in psychology. The man has a law and psychology degree. Why would he lose everything that he worked hard for? That doesn't make sense. He
Well,
literally, if he would have finished his PhD program, he would have had it made basically for the rest of his life. He would have gotten a good job, had a very good career, had a very good life. Okay, thank you, Liza. And he ruined it if he
yeah,
is the person who did this.
yeah,
Thank you, Fred.
but so did Ted Bundy.
Yeah,
He
I don't
he
get
ruined his
that.
life.
I was thinking the other night, we had John Wayne Gacy, who was deeply embedded and deeply embedded with the Democrat Party, met the president and his wife.
Yeah,
And then you had Ted Bundy, who was actually an up and coming uh, person in the Republican Party, that they had actually talked about him running at some point for office. And look what happened with them.
yeah. Then BTK. I mean,
Hmm.
they
BTK
all.
is just a loser.
Well,
He
I mean,
was. I mean, he was a wannabe. I'm sorry.
yeah.
I
But I
don't know
mean,
if you guys. Sorry, if you guys don't know, this guy named Samuel Little. He
Yes, I
actually,
know
I
him.
think, yeah. Oh well, then in my opinion, he holds the highest record. After the Green River, unaliver. Just because there was 93 victims at least
Yeah.
that he even confirmed. It wasn't actually confirmed by the courts, but he was a transient, and it's not even that calculated. Like he just was able to get away with it because he's just a transient. I mean,
And it's just whoever hit their fancy. I mean, and they just like went with it. That's why I
well,
don't
I
think
think he
it's
was
like
smarter than Ted
impossible.
Bundy. I think he was smarter than Ted Bundy. Honestly, because he was a transient, so he just kind of he went after can I say prostitutes?
Hmm.
You just did.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, he went after like those kinds of victims, and then he was a nomad. A nomad is a great way to describe it.
Okay.
But a lot of them, that's what they do. They go after people that they don't think anybody's going to miss or anybody's going to look for. It's a coward.
Yeah, and
It's
that's what the Green River
cowardly.
Killer did, who I also think is like number 2 on that list. So, not.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I said
But
that.
So,
Scarlett, going back to what you said about him,
Oh, sorry, Idaho.
going to get his PhD and throwing away his life, he
uh,
might not have valued it.
This is true. He
yeah.
might have
How
just
many
done it so he
people
could
throw
get to
their
this point.
and how many people throw their lives away other ways,
Yeah.
when they
Well, that
don't
is true too.
I
value
get
what
it.
they have.
But look
So,
at Murdoch.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not in any way saying that that's the norm. I'm just saying that
I think it's
It
crazy
happens.
though that they work all this time and they go through all this school, and same with Murdoch, like all these years of being this lawyer, like, and you just go do some stupid thing and you
Yep.
take people's lives for no reason, and you ruin your life, and
Right.
you hurt your family, you hurt the victims' families. For what reason? Like,
Yeah.
what is your reason for doing it?
Yeah.
The
That's
reason we'll never
that's
find out.
and that is true. That's the same with Bryan Kohberger. We'll never know what the motive is of why this happened to these 4 kids.
Mm-mm. We never will.
I was a shy kid, and I had a great family, a great, great, great support system. And I like literally, I was at Arizona State, and I was all set, and I just stopped. I literally I regret this till this day. Because I wanted to be with this guy who eventually overdosed and was unalive, or he
I'm sorry about that, Marina.
Sue. I can't say the
That's
word,
sad.
but like unalived himself. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
and I like stopped it all for him, and it just you don't think rationally sometimes. It's like I don't think that this is what's happening here, but like with stuff like love and that kind of stuff can be very powerful. Um, to the point where you make some really stupid decisions. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, I know about
I'm done.
I know about stopping things because when I lost my mom in 2000 and then I lost my fiance in 2001, it, I went into a depression. I didn't want to go to work. I didn't want to
Right.
leave my room. But I had my kids, and I just I had to do what I had to do.
Right.
What about cadaver rats?
Huh?
Cadaver lab rats?
Where do you see that
Elizabeth
at?
is talking about in the chat.
Who
I've
what?
Wait. Okay. So then there's cadaver lab rats always studying in the cadavers. Wait, I must have missed other comments.
Oh,
Wait, hold
well,
on.
I'm not
Oh.
sure exactly, but
Can you guys
I just understood what they're
can you
birds.
guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My internet went off and back on. I wasn't sure if I
Oh yes, 3:06 in the morning.
yeah.
It's
Hey,
time for it to start
actually
acting up.
we're getting AT&T fiber optics coming out here. So
Oh
they're
wow.
already
So then it should work good then.
yeah, I shouldn't have to deal with that anymore. And we have like a little house out behind our house. I call it a hockey. That's what they call it in Dutch. Just a little. It's like a little man cave cavern for my husband that we're going to have them run it out to there too, so he can go out there and do his thing, and
I'm sure that's where
I
you
can be here
probably
doing
want him.
my thing. Yeah, it's about
Go.
500 feet away.
Okay, who is Corey? Who is Corey Fleming? Summer's talking about that Corey Fleming is about to join Alex in prison.
Yeah, he's a lawyer down there, and he was the one that the Tony Satterfield, the Satterfield
Oh yeah.
family.
Oh,
So
the
he was the
maid.
lawyer that represented the family
Oh, okay, okay.
in the whole
He had something to do
scam.
with Murdoch getting the money and keeping it or whatever, and not giving it to the family. Wasn't that what it was?
Yeah, they were in on it together to get that money.
Okay, okay.
So he was the one technically suing Murdoch, who to get the insurance money. Then he took a big cut of it, and then also the person with the executor of the estate, is that what they were appointed at the bank.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so yeah, but yeah, he's the one that was suing Murdoch on behalf of the Satterfield family.
Oh,
And there's
okay.
probably a couple of other ones, but that's the biggest one.
Okay. So I know who he is now.
So what's he supposed to be doing?
Summer said he's about to go to prison.
Oh.
Wait, let me find her thing. So
Well, if
she
he's
said Corey
involved in
Fleming.
it, he should.
She said Corey Flemings is about to join Alex in prison. They are still having court dates with that case.
Oh. Good. He deserves to go to prison then.
From court dates to prison dates.
I wonder if Murdoch will testify against him.
Probably.
I mean, I would think so if they were involved in it together.
So. I mean, he's like, dude, I'm in jail. You're going too.
Right?
Yeah.
You're going to join him, buddy. I think all of them that's...
No, he tried to get who was the Palmetto Bank guy who was already... He went to federal court.
Can't remember. I know who you're talking about.
And so he tried to take away like any culpability that he had, but Murdoch was like, no, it was all me. He knew nothing. And the court's like, yeah, okay. We don't believe you. You have
Right.
no credibility. So
Okay,
I was
so
thinking of any like guilty person, because you said trying to take away credibility. I was like, any guilty person like charged of
I think all of them
unaliving.
that were in on that should be in prison.
okay, so I like what K-Bird said. They said I think that some psychopaths that become SKs have a strong compulsion to unalive people. The compulsion outweighs anything else in their life, like an OCD. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree and concur with that one.
Yes.
That makes complete sense. I never thought of it as kind of like with the OCD thing.
You want to know? We don't know what he went through growing up either. Nobody knows anything about him.
True.
To make him turn out the way,
If you've watched any Criminal Minds, there's a bunch of OCD people in the show.
Oh, I watch that. I like Criminal Minds.
Yeah, they attribute OCD, and I do.
okay,
I mean,
but
it's a show.
that's not a fair generalization.
No, I know,
OCD.
I know. I'm not the kind of person like, oh, this happened on SVU or it happened on.
Yeah.
But there still is a correlation to OCD and unalivers, in my opinion.
I don't agree with that, but there.
You don't think that there's OCD that has anything to do with? Okay.
Or I don't think that having OCD leads you to become one. There may be.
No,
Oh
and I
no,
think the
of course not.
way
Of course not. No.
I think the way K-Bird was saying it, and K-Bird, correct me if I'm wrong
Oh,
with this.
the comment was fine. Yeah, the
I
comment
think the way they were saying it is like when you have OCD, you have like you have to go do whatever it is that's bothering you to calm your
Yeah.
OCD, and so that's kind of
Well,
like
yeah, well,
the thing with being an SK. You have that feeling that you just
Oh,
can't
I
get
see
rid
what
of
you're
until you
saying.
go do it, and so that it was kind of
The
like
urge.
yeah, it's kind of like compare. Maybe kind of comparing it to OCD, but not saying that if you have OCD, then it's
I understand.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, that
compulsion.
comment didn't. Yeah,
Yeah.
his comment didn't suggest that.
I was just thinking that a lot of I guess unalivers have an OCD complex. Some of
I
them,
don't
not
agree
all
with
of them.
that
No,
either.
this is my opinion.
Yeah, like Tara said, like an analogy, kind of like, and
Yeah, the
I never
analogy
thought of. I
is
never
good.
thought of it like that. It's like the urges that you have with OCD, like I said, it's something like I have what I call floor OCD. I can't stand my floor to be dirty. It bothers the hell out of me. So if I sweep them up or whatever, then I'm good with it. And it's kind of like that with them. Like they have this urge that they need to go unalive somebody.
Yes.
So
I
and
like
once
the way
they do
K-Bird
it,
said that.
kind of it like once they go out and they do it, then they're in their minds they're good until they get that urge again, and then that's like that's how they become the SK. They get the urge, they go do it, they have their cool down period, they get the urge again, they go do it.
Yep.
Good for
And it's like a
I like that.
compulsion.
Yes, I like that.
Okay, so K-Bar said no,
Nice,
having
K-Bird.
an
I like
OCD does not make you an SK, but if you know about the compulsion part, that's how many SKs have explained their urges. They have to do it or they go crazy. So
yeah.
Thank you,
Please
K-Bird.
don't think don't think that I thought OCD made you a
No.
I did not think that. I didn't think that.
But I've never thought about that. But I like how they put that.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
No, that's a great point. But just please don't think that I thought OCD means SK or any type of K.
You're good.
Because I am OCD in my own respect, so I definitely don't think.
Yeah, I have serious floor OCD. I cannot stand my floor to be dirty, y'all. It just irritates the shit out of me.
I can't stand for my room to be out of.
Yeah, I mean, there's
population, but I got a 3-year-old granddaughter that thinks her toys should come in my room along with all the other rooms.
I should get a KK. I went through so many that y'all don't know how many vacuum cleaners I go through.
Oh, I love vacuuming.
You sound like my daughter now.
Oh,
She's went through
I
like
love hearing it. Whoosh, whoosh.
3 of them since we lived in this house, and it's only been a year.
yeah, I've went through my fair share of vacuum cleaners and brooms and mops and
I stay
everything
on my
else.
hair taking my loose ends or like the what's it called on your hair that
But
break apart.
ends.
You split
Yes.
it.
Oh, I break all my split ends off.
You break them
It's
off?
yeah. You can find the little pieces and you just break them.
Do you like pull on them and separate
Oh
them?
yeah. No,
Oh, that
not
just
on
makes it
purpose. I look
worse.
for them.
No way.
And then I pull
Oh,
them.
girl, get you a pair of scissors and just
Oh
cut the
my
split
God.
end off.
That just
No,
tells
that doesn't. No, that's not the good feeling. I like to actually pull them and like see them split.
that's horrible
I'm
on your
doing it
hair.
right now. Yeah,
That's
I
on
know. I've
horrible
been
on
told
your
by every
hair.
hairdresser I've ever had. Yes, I do that.
Being as a
I'm
person
t-
with long hair, that made me hurt.
That
Sally
doesn't hurt.
making
No. You hold it
No,
from one
no,
end and
no, I
then.
know it doesn't hurt. It hurt me to think about that.
y'all.
Oh,
Sally
I
Mason. One
love
time,
doing
I
it.
was so mad I threw my vacuum cleaner off the floor. Oh my god. The
Oh, I
vacuums and
love
mops are the
pulling my
same thing.
split ends.
You can do hard floor vacuum. They're the best.
My husband would go, well, now you're going to be getting down on your hands and knees and picking it all up because we can't get another vacuum cleaner right now.
Well,
I have to have a vacuum.
well, then we'd be using the broom.
That's what I'm saying. Sweeping that damn carpet.
That might be a lot of work, but we're gonna do it.
Summer, do you think Sally got us with that one? You have to watch Sally's comments sometimes. She always
Yeah.
gets me in summer.
She's tricky, that one.
Let's see. BK spoke about having clinical depression since he was a teenager. I believe that was in his Tappa Talk post that he did. He is suffering from a personality disorder allegedly, plus he has OCD, all mental health illnesses.
But that was self-diagnosed.
Yeah, I think that's what the visual snow was too. I think the visual snow was self-diagnosed. I don't think
Yeah, I think so.
ever
But
went to a
in
doctor.
those Tappa Talk like posts that he was making, he did talk about how his parents had like taken him to all the best doctors, and I think it was Pittsburgh
Oh,
or something,
see, I must have missed that one then.
Yeah.
or Philadelphia. Yeah, I don't know. It was my understanding that he was on medications. Like they had started giving him medications when he was young, prescribed him, like from a psychiatrist and everything. But
Oh, okay.
that was, I mean, also self-reported and also in that, you know.
Yeah, but when okay, am I wrong in this? But then they asked him if he had any health issues or anything. The court asked him that and he said no.
I think.
I would think that they would have just to make sure that he understood like his rights and stuff like that. So that could have been a question that was asked.
Yeah, I think that's what they asked him. Yeah.
I do believe they did.
But
They
it would
asked him
be
if he had
anything to like impair his understanding of
Or if he was on medication and
competency.
right.
Yeah, any medication that would impair his ability to.
If he had any something to impair his understanding.
Right.
But I don't know.
Okay, Sofa K-Bird. Hold on, they're saying something to y'all. Pull it up on the screen. So, he has.
No, you're good. I totally got it. No.
Okay, so Huda said he is possibly in denial. Huda, you're talking about Bryan, right? Summer.
He probably is in denial.
I mean, he could be. We don't know.
Would you be in denial? You're being accused of war.
I mean, if he is convicted of this, if this does go to trial and it does come back as a guilty verdict before his sentencing, he's going to have a what do they call them?
The Jesus moment.
It's an evaluation.
Mental evaluation.
It's a shit.
I can't remember the
It's a
exact name of it.
because they was talking about Lori Vallow. It's a pre-sentencing evaluation. I believe that's what it's
The
called.
mitigation.
No, I think it's called pre-sentencing evaluation, and I believe they have to do like mental evaluations and all this and that, uh, so the judge can look over the report before he does the sentencing.
Well, that makes sense because, I mean, they have to make sure they know what they're dealing with so they know where to put them too.
Right.
And what to watch for.
Yeah. Just like Mike, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you. So yeah, he'll have to have that if he is, if a guilty verdict does come back, he will have to have that done between the time that the verdict comes in and the time that he goes in for sentencing. Let's see, mental illness is only considered for sentencing in Idaho, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Brett, I haven't heard of it in any other cases that I've ever watched, like on TV or whatever. But Lori Vallows was the first one that I had.
I think they do that because they can't use it.
Maybe the insanity plea.
Yeah, they can't use
Could
the
be.
insanity plead, so they probably do it like that to make sure,
Well, I think we're starting to take mental health a little bit more seriously too than we
Well,
used
they
to.
need to.
Yeah, I hope they do.
Yeah.
Okay, so Huda says all SKs say that they have no mental health issues. Antisocial personality disorder will deceive you, usually just an example.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that, Huda.
Yeah, Huda, I was going to ask if he was in denial that he had mental health issues or if he was in denial that he committed the murders, but I think you just clarified that.
Yeah, Lori claims she doesn't have a mental health issue, but
Oh, she got a big.
I don't know what, like, if she does have uh, a diagnosis. If she does, I would like to know.
To be honest,
But
Well, she wasn't. They couldn't hold the hearing because she wasn't competent to hold trial.
yeah,
Right?
we're like, well,
Twice.
I think though Lori has this thing where she can manipulate people very easily.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say that.
She can manipulate anybody. I think that if she sees anybody with any type of weakness, she will manipulate them, especially men. And I think that's what she was doing that whole time with claiming that she wasn't competent. And then once they got her to the hospital, she was there and they just kept her for like 10 months. And I think that's what she was doing. She was manipulating them to make them think that she wasn't competent. That's just my personal opinion. But
My opinion too.
I think she manipulates people very easily.
I mean, look when she had that. What was it? I don't think it was interrogation, but the interview in Arizona.
After
Where she
Charles was murdered.
Yeah, where
Oh
she
yeah,
was.
she was just sitting there like nothing happened.
Yeah, like she was like intimidating them. Not intimidating, but like flirting with them, trying to get.
Yeah. Well, they did. Okay, so on the businesswoman, didn't they
Oh
come
Lord.
back? The jury came back today and said that
No.
she was not crazy.
Yep.
So what are they doing now? Because I haven't got to watch the whole thing.
I think they scheduled her. I can't remember when they scheduled her sentence, and
She forgot the head. she told them she forgot the head. That is not right.
Yeah, I just that's her. I'm telling you, her, Lori, and Letitia, they just need to be in a cell together.
Did you see her face when he was that one police officer was talking about like what he he found and like all of that, and she was sitting there like she was really enjoying listening to him, and then at
Yeah,
one point she took her fingers and like did like a gun
yeah.
type of kind of thing
Oh
at
yeah.
him, and with this weird
And then her
look on her
attacking it.
face.
Oh god.
She
Yeah.
was giggling at herself.
Yes,
She
she
was.
laughed
It,
She
multiple
was.
times.
She was so proud. Oh my god.
I mean,
I
like,
was like, this
Oh my
woman's
seriously.
goodness.
insane.
I mean, I didn't think they weren't gonna come back and say she was insane when she did it, because she wasn't.
No.
She was on something though.
Her
Yeah, she
lawyer,
was.
her
It was
lawyer,
drug induced
yeah.
when
Well,
Yeah.
her
she was
lawyer,
doing it. So,
Yeah, but she had
hey,
absolutely
turquoise.
no remorse. None.
no.
No,
Oh
she.
no, no remorse. That's too
Have y'all
much.
have y'all ever seen those lizards that just sit in one place in their cage and they just stare
Yep.
at you with like this evil look?
Mm-hmm.
That's what she reminded me of.
Yep.
Yep.
Just like
Yep.
this evil looking lizard, just the way she would look. And I was just waiting for any time for her to attack her attorney.
And see, that's what makes me think. You know how BK don't want cameras on him.
Yeah.
It makes me think that because he don't want the cameras on him, is because they don't want nobody to see that he's guilty. Like he's
Well, the
trying
thing
to.
of it is, too, I mean, if I would be a juror and I'm sitting there looking at that woman acting like that, I'm sorry, but she convicted herself
Yeah.
Well,
by
yeah,
That's a
doing
trial
that.
that should have been
but
moved.
I'm saying, he don't want the cameras on him. Why don't he want the cameras on him?
Because
All
he's
the
crazy.
other convicted retards out there had cameras on them.
Yeah.
Well,
He,
it's got to be a reason why you don't want that camera on you.
I'm
she
wondering
knows she's
though.
insane.
I'm wondering though with Bryan, whenever this does go to trial, if the judge is gonna be okay. We can put a camera facing him, but not zoomed in on him, but just
Right,
pointing
yeah,
at
I don't
his
mean
table,
in on him.
and then have
But
just
why
like they
should
do
it
everybody
matter?
else's. Like they do everybody else's cases. We have one pointed at the defendant's table. We have one possibly pointed at the judge, or in the witness stand. And if it's sensitive witnesses, we don't need to put those on camera. I
Right.
can understand that. We don't have any cameras pointing any way towards the jury at all.
No.
And then
No.
maybe like the rest of how they do everybody else's.
Right.
So
And then they have the ones that wanted to defend themselves.
But I'm
And they're
saying,
on camera.
does he not want the cameras on him because he knows he's guilty and he don't want the world to?
I don't know.
How do we know he doesn't want the
he
cameras on him?
because he's more.
He might want
sorry.
the cameras on
Well,
him,
he
but
might, yeah.
his lawyers might not.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
lawyers.
And yeah, he is a little bit smarter than the business going on. Maybe.
Business going on.
Honestly,
Somebody's.
I was
I
in
think
a
there's a lot of
hotel
people
and
smarter than her.
I
What's
told
the
this woman, she
business?
was like, please no, please stop telling me. I was trying to tell her about it. She was like, there was a head in a
I mean,
bucket in this other
the thing
part.
is,
And she was like, no. Like,
she's.
and
Oh,
the mom said
Summer.
he found it. It's horrible.
Summer,
My heart
y'all.
goes out to the mom.
Summer has said if they have audio only, then we're going to have to act it out on panel.
Oh Lord.
Who's going to play Bryan Kohberger?
We'll get Willie.
Willie.
Honestly,
get
if it wasn't
Willie
for
to
the
play.
mother, I wouldn't
I'm
care.
going with
But
KK.
come on.
KK, I'll be there with you.
Uh-oh.
Instead of acting it out on panel, I'll join you on that road trip.
Make
Y'all,
sure the
could
mom.
y'all
No,
see
I would never do
like
that
the
because of the
whole
mom.
channel? Could y'all see if just the whole channel just piled up and went to Idaho for the trial?
That would be hilarious.
Oh, the Idaho? Oh, that would be funny. Oh, that would be interesting. Oh, man. Oh, no.
Oh, Jeremy said, I want the cameras on BK's face when Dylan takes the stand. Dylan and Bethany, honestly, just to see if his facial
yeah, I
expression
could do that.
changed.
Honestly, I can't even. I just know that show business is guilty. I was thinking about the show business. I was like, oh, we're gonna try to do that.
Don't do that.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Who is the
my-
mom?
That
Oh
was my
man.
cat throwing things.
Your
Sorry.
what?
My cat.
Oh,
Oh gosh.
Jumped
She's
right
having
up
problems.
onto the computer.
She's having problems with the
I
Is it
didn't
cat.
bad
have
I'm
time
having
to
cat?
get
problems
on
with the
mute.
baby.
I apologize.
No, it's okay.
no,
No,
you're
no,
good.
no.
Y'all have heard my cat in
Yeah.
the background, so it's not a big deal.
Oh, was that your cat, Scarlett? I was wondering whose cat it
Earlier
was.
it was mine too.
Oh yeah,
but
mine hasn't done it in a while because Milo has been staying outside because he's super jealous of the two kittens that we have in the house now. So
Oh.
he doesn't come in as much and make his presence known to everybody on the channel like he used to.
Yeah.
He's mad.
My
You're
cat
not
goes
as
in the
big
on the
as his cat.
patio, and my son plays with his water like contraption. And then I went outside, and the cat's like on the balcony, like on the railing, and Wyatt's going Kit Kat, Kit Kat. I'm like, oh good God, the cat's outside, and he's an indoor cat. We have two cats, one's indoor, one's outdoor. I'm like, oh good God, let's get this one inside.
We've
Like,
got
Kit Kat,
we've
you know.
got 5 cats and they're all males. And
Oh
the two
yeah.
little ones, if y'all remember, like a couple of months ago, my husband and son came in with 2 little bitty kittens that somebody had dumped on the side of the road. So we have those in the house now. And the other big cats, Milo and Fuzzy Butt and Beavis, they still come in and eat and all that. And they've gotten used to them and play with them and love on them and stuff like that. But they don't. Milo used to come in and meow and y'all would all hear him and all that. Every now and then he'll come in, but he's just like, I want to come in, I want to eat, and I want to go right back out.
It's like
That's one of my
you
cats.
can
That's one
just
of my cats.
deal with
Completely.
you can just deal with my anger. I'm going
I
to
mean,
pout.
every now and then he'll come in and come in, and get up in the bed and want us to love on him and all
Yeah,
that.
the
It's like a
snuggle,
hot 5
but
seconds,
barely.
and then he's like, I'm over it. I've got my loving for like a
We
minute. I
have
go
one
back
of
out.
them. Our
Now I'm
cat
gonna go
Loki is
pout
like
some
that,
more.
and then we have a cat that was indoor, is
It's so
only
much.
indoor. That's the one that was on the freaking railing, and I was like, "What the hell are you doing?" And then Wyatt's like, Kit Kat, Kit Kat." Yes, I see him. He's going
Uh,
inside.
Summer, yes, he does. One Year Matters already has his hotel booked in Idaho for the trial.
I'm over here fighting with a 3-year-old.
She just wants a party. That's all.
Nah, she just wants some Swedish fish.
Oh, shit.
Oh, I love fish.
No, she ate them all.
I know, she wants a refill.
Okay, so y'all, Huda said that she would come to the United States if she could speak with Adam and both of the Jacks.
And who?
We can arrange that.
Huda, she's over in the UK, so
Sure.
she said she would come to the US if she could speak with Adam and Jack Decor and Jack Showalter. King Scarlet, you may go to the trial too.
I love
We
the
need
UK. I would
we
live
we
there.
need video. Hopefully, One Juror Matter can get us some pictures or something, some video or something from up there. What did Enon mean by saying that Ann Taylor told him he's off the hook? Does she have someone in mind?
She don't need it.
Huda, I don't know because I didn't he say that Ann Taylor subpoenaed him, but I think that was for the preliminary.
Yep. And then he showed up at the courthouse on that day, not knowing
that
they'd already done the indictment. Yep.
Oh, okay, so that might have been because I haven't got to watch any of his recent interviews. I haven't got to watch any of them.
He just
I
wants
gotta
5
send
minutes
you
spinning.
guys a video. Oh, sorry. No, go on.
Wait, KK, where are we going?
Idaho.
Oh, as long as I don't have to fly.
Can I please say? Okay. Hopefully this is not banned. Every time I hear Idaho, I think Idaho. Did anyone hear that growing up? Idaho, Idaho.
Yes, I've heard that.
Okay. I'm not the only one. Thank God.
I'm old and
I don't mean that in any disrespect to anybody.
I've never heard it till now.
Really? Oh, I heard that growing up.
Yeah, yeah,
Look, I'm 56 years old and I heard it.
yeah. Idaho, Idaho. That's what I heard. I
I
wanted to say that
actually
for a
led a
minute.
pretty sheltered life.
King's
I
Row said,
seriously am. I'm pretty naive about some stuff, man.
well, there's nothing wrong.
Best
As
people.
long as you have somebody that can help you out with it. You know what
My
I mean?
husband. Yeah,
I
my
think maybe
husband does. He's
I
like,
think
didn't
he
you
was
know
a
what they meant
partier.
by that? I'm like, no. Oh, dang.
Okay, so Huda said because one, Jack D was called 9 times, 2, Adam was mentioned, 3, and the other Jack would know what the girls were talking about that night. That is true. Hoodie guy, Jack S, would know what Maddie told Adam.
Huh,
Like
I was thinking Jack
everything.
and Jen.
I think that Maddie told Adam that Kelly wanted to get back with Jack.
Yeah, that's what. Now, I don't know who told Mr. Gonzalez and them but that's what they said that Maddie was talking about.
Oh, that's before I even knew he knew that.
That he already knew about that conversation. He knew about that video before it was ever put out to the public, and that the conversation that they were talking about was that Maddie had told Adam that Kaylee wanted to get back with Jack. So whether that's true or not, because like I said, the stuff that's being told to the family, we don't know if it's true or not. That people could just be telling themselves just to be telling them. So,
Yeah, 'cause some people are sick.
yes, they would do it for pure meanness. And I don't think that the Gonzalez family has any reason to lie about anything. And they're just saying what they've been told.
I
Idaho
hate this.
to state for cops who retire out of California and Arizona. Oh, wait, what did Turquoise say? Okay, so I have been bothered with Idaho, not the good PP, but since the Patrick Frazee case and the RN who cleaned up her death. I've never heard of that one, Turquoise. You think, Jeremy, that could explain why they called him? I don't know. I would like to know, like, was there something going on in the house and they were scared and that's the reason why they were calling him? Or was they calling him because Maddie told Adam that Kaylee wanted to get back with him?
That's what I think.
And it could be just as innocent as that's what Maddie told. Kaylee was
Baby
going to
just ripped out.
Jack was not in her immediate plans. Liza, I wonder though. So yeah, Kaylee was going to do the Europe trip, and then she was supposed to move down to Austin. But I wonder after she moved to Texas if Jack was going to move there with her. I wonder if that was ever talked about between him and Kaylee.
I wondered that same thing.
They had just gotten a dog together.
Right. Yeah, because Murphy, when all this happened, he wasn't even a year old yet.
Puppy, yeah.
I think he was like 10 months old.
Yeah, he wasn't a year old yet. So
yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump down. Excuse me. Thank you for having me up, and I love y'all, and I enjoyed tonight.
All right,
and thank you
thank
all
you
for all your
very
prayers.
much.
I appreciate it.
Oh,
Bye,
you're very
Boba.
welcome.
Have a
Bye,
good
Billy
night.
Joe. Bye, Marina.
Good night.
I'm glad you're
Bye,
feeling
bye,
better.
bye.
And she's gone.
That was fast.
You guys, my left eye is getting worse. I can see less and less. Don't put dog cleaner in your eyes. Or
Did
for
you go
the
to the
ears.
doctor for that?
No, I did not.
Did you flush
I
your
thought it was
eye
going to
out?
clear up. I did,
Okay.
but not well enough. I can't see without my contacts on my eyes. Probably too silly to do. It really sucks. Stinks.
Pretty sure you can
Just
say
go.
sucks.
Well, shit. Hold on, y'all.
Right after. Yeah, it changes from sucks to stinks. Charlotte, shit.
I was trying to answer a text back and my autocorrect. I don't like
Oh,
it.
I hate autocorrect. Oh, I
Lady
love it.
D,
I
have
hate
a
it.
good night.
Got a baby over here pulling my hair.
No, she's just a baby.
She's brushing my hair.
Oh, I've almost pulled my son's hair when he pulls my hair still. I'm like, I'm gonna pull your hair right back. Oh, it's so annoying. He thinks he's just laughing. Ha! I'm like, no, do
Have
not
you
pull
ever
my
thought that
hair.
it was weird though that Kaylee and Maddie's phone call stopped right around the time that Brian Kohberger was supposed to have left his house?
Yeah.
And it was right there close to the time between, what was it, 2:52 was like the last call or something like that. And
Yeah.
police come out and say that the murders happened between 3 and 4. Like that was their original first timeline that they came out with.
I don't know.
It's just there's so many questions that we don't
I
have
mean,
answers.
when you get back from the bar and you have your mac and cheese and you're still calling and making contact to the outside world, it makes sense that that's why they would put like last known contact with the outside world at 3-ish. And they got home at 2-ish. It's about an hour. They're passed out. But I don't know. Yeah, it is an odd coincidence, or it's just understanding how
The way it
college
happened.
kids work.
Yeah. I don't know.
College kids are crazy.
That's why I don't like watching the food truck video that much, though, because we know that that's like just a few hours from the end. We know what happened.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the scary thing about a lot of video, like with all the cameras and stuff now. It's just like I've seen so many unaliving videos. It's just like you see them walk into their unaliving trap, and it's just like, oh,
And
it's so
have no
sad.
idea what's about to happen.
And
Yeah,
then you
that's
see
why
it,
I
and
don't like
it's like,
watching. It's
yeah,
very sad them waiting on their like because we know what happened, but watching them having fun with each other, waiting on their food, they get in the car and they go home, and then we know what happens next, and that's basically like the last known video of
no.
them.
See, that's
before
why
they passed.
that's why I don't think they were scared of anything or knew anything was gonna.
Yeah, they don't even
No.
seem like that they're worried about anything or scared or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like an episode of Scream. Well, not an episode,
Because
but
honestly, I think that if Kaylee knew, because she was on her phone the whole time, I think if she would have been scared of anything, her or Maddie, or they were worried about anything, she would have called law first, and then she would have called her parents.
Yeah.
I would hope so.
And we know that that didn't happen. So
I would hope so, but thinking about it being a college house again, I mean, it's so likely that it could have been like a Halloween party next door, even in July, April, whatever. There's so many unknowns with this case. I think that's why it's kind of grappling everybody too. It makes my head hurt. It really does.
oh yeah,
It's just like because nobody knows what's happened except for the people that were basically unalive. Because I don't trust anyone who survived the Dylan, and I'll never trust them. But the ones that were actually taken, they know who took that Kevlar, not Kevlar, sorry, K-bar to them, and they're the only ones who's gonna know. And it's really sad. It's really sad.
right.
Well,
I feel for their parents.
if
In a
we,
way, I take comfort though in their video, because at least you're like enjoying life and living.
Yeah, it's sad to watch though, knowing what happened afterwards.
Yeah.
Definitely, but in a way,
Yeah, but yeah, and I get what you're saying because they're not scared of anything. They're not worried about anything. They're not,
Yeah.
nothing
Yeah,
like
they
that.
don't seem like anything's bothering them, and then all of a sudden, bam, they're gone.
Right.
Yeah, you're literally Superman back then. That's what I was anyway. I felt like I was. I was definitely
Well,
not, but
if BK is the one who did this, I hope they haunt him.
yeah.
Oh, for sure.
All right. I'm gonna go to bed, guys.
Yeah, I'm about to get
Thank you
out of
so
here
much,
too.
Charlotte. Yeah,
Oh,
night,
you're
night,
welcome.
night.
Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good night.
Yeah, yeah.
Good
have
night.
a good
Good night.
night.
Yep, Betty Joe, Fofa. Good night, good night.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Good night, chat. Good night, everybody listening afterwards. All right. Bye, bye, bye.
Jeremy, that has to be a sad thing too. Jeremy said Jack learns Kaylee wants to get back together with him, and then the next day he finds out that she was brutally murdered.
Yeah. That's why I said, even with Bethany and Dylan being the survivors, they're gonna live with this for the rest of their life, and it's gonna bother them.
Oh yeah.
Oh
It's
yeah.
gonna
I mean,
destroy
they
them.
could have survivor's guilt,
Yeah.
you know, because even though I have questions about Dylan in the and even Bethany in the 8 hour time gap, I'm still grateful that she wasn't hurt
Right.
because he very easily, if he is the one who did this or whoever did this, if they would have seen her,
Oh yeah, no doubt.
they could have very easily done this to her, or if they were so mind you just go through the entire house and make sure that there was nobody else in the house, they could have done that and took her and Bethany
Yep.
and done the same thing to them. So thank God that didn't happen to them and they're okay. But yes, they could have survivor's guilt. They could have PTSD from it. They could
Yeah.
have nightmares. They could be scared to death to go places, which we know that Bethany is out and about and doing things. We saw a picture of her at the ball game, which is good. But I still have questions.
Yeah. I
You know,
mean, we
and
all got questions.
yeah, the 8 hour time gap I think is one of the hugest things that I have a problem with.
Yeah, and then until they can clear that up with this trial, we're all going to question it.
Yeah. And hopefully when this goes to trial and they get on the stand and they explain what was going on during those 8 hours, it might at that point make sense to us. But as of right now, it doesn't make no sense.
Nope.
Huda, I agree. This whole case is just it's strange.
That's why I said this case here. I don't know. I've seen a couple cases like this, but
I just don't think I've
other
seen
than
anything
that,
that's
it's like
this strange. I don't know. There's just something. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Honestly,
this one's one for the record books.
that is that is true. All right, y'all. I got to get out of here. What was you gonna say, Fofa?
No, nothing. But yeah, I agree. Have a good night. Thanks, Scarlett.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Have a great night, Betty Joe.
You too.
And chat. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming up. I hope you have a good night.
You too.
Thank you. Wait, Summer's saying Sally is drunk. Is she really? I'm like,
I think now summer's starting to get you.
I'm trying to figure out what Sally's saying to make her think that. You had to watch Sally Mae though, because she's got me a couple of times. King Scarlet, have a good night. And Sally Mae said no.
I was gonna leave, but now it seems like it's getting good.
Liza, have a good night. Turquoise, you have a good night as well.
All right, good night.
All right, have a good night.
Good night.
Tonka, have a good night. I'm not drunk. I don't drink. I'm just crazy.
Same, Sally Mae. Same.
Oh my God. Huda, you're very welcome.
All right, I'm gonna go.
Okay, well, have a good night.
You too.
Thank you for coming up.
Yep, it's always a pleasure.
It's been fun. Make sure y'all hit the thumbs up on y'all's way out.
And if you're on tomorrow night, I'll be here.
Yeah, I'll be here.
All right.
All
Night.
right, well, have a good night.
You too.
Thank you. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here. Let's see. KK, have a good night. Emily, you have a good night as well. See, wait, her message about. Oh, I saw the message about Mona Lisa. About the Mona Lisa and Shabusiness being side by side, their pictures or whatever. All right, well, I'm getting out of here. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out with us. Thank you to all who gifted the memberships and all who joined as new members. Everybody who did super chats and super stickers, thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Um, I love you all. I hope you all have a good morning, night, day, wherever you may be. And I will talk to y'all next time.